I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got love, peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Episode 18, A Forged Bond. It showed the moon shining brightly. Insects were chirping too. Tomioka then appeared, standing in front of several dead demon slayers. It zoomed into his upper half as Kacho asked him something. Oh, good. Tomioka-san and Kacho-san are both there now. You all can rest soon, Aoi said. Isn't this good, Tomioka-san? We get to go on a mission together, Kacho smiled. There's so many dead demon slayers, Tomioka sighed. So many of my children were slain. I'm sorry I didn't act faster, Yubayashiki said softly. Were you acquainted with any of these demon slayers? Kocho asked. It changed, showing Tomioka's face, and Kacho sighed. There don't seem to be any survivors in this area, at least. We were informed that several of the newer Mizunoto had joined the battle to combat these demons, but they might all be dead by now, don't you think? I wonder who trained them. They all seem pretty pathetic, getting killed so easily, Shinazugawa sighed. I shall pray for their souls, Hanjima said. Tomioka looked away as he spoke. Let's go. The two of them began running through the forest. Kocho was first to break their silence. Isn't the moon lovely? Kacho asked. Since we've been given this joint mission, let's try to get along, Tomioka. Kacho, I'm only there to slay demons, Tomioka sighed. Wait, Shinobu. Doesn't telling someone that the moon is pretty imply that you're trying to ask Tomioka-san out? Kenroji asked. Oh no, I was only telling the truth. The full moon does look quite lovely, Kacho smiled. My only concern is slaying demons, Tomioka said, as they continued running. Aw, he's so boring, Dauma thought. And that girl looks so familiar, I do wonder why. How cold-hearted of you, Kocho said. Well, how about we split up from this point? I shall proceed from the west. Very well, Tomioka said. Kacho chuckled before leaving Tomioka's side. Tomioka continued running, his Haori bouncing as he did. It went back to the father spider. He was growling. He landed an attack, nearly hitting Inosuke. Whoa, Kacho-san, you jumped so high, Tanjiro said in awe. Well, thank you, Kacho smiled. Inosuke, Tanjiro yelled, dodge the attack. That's what I was going to do anyways, Tantaro, Inosuke sighed. Huh, Inosuke said, as he landed back on a rock. Don't you come near my family, Father Spider yelled, as he threw another attack. Stay away from them. He seems very protective, Tameo commented. Father better kill at least one of these demon slayers. Why is everyone else failing at such a simple task? Rui thought. Water drops seemed to fall in slow motion, as did Inosuke. Tanjiro quickly reacted and called out his water breathing. Tanjiro yelled as he used the attack on the demon's arm, but the blade didn't seem like it was going through. The screen went black and showed the title. Oh, we're back to where we left off. I really hope my sword went through, Tanjiro said. I doubt it did, Rui scoffed. Now, let's not be rude. You might be a demon, but that's even more of a reason not to underestimate these young slayers, Rengoku sighed. Once that was over, it went back to the fight. Tanjiro's blade had barely gone through the demon's arm. It went through, but not all the way, Genya said. Damn it, Tanjiro mumbled. It's no good, it won't cut through, Tanjiro said. The father demon shook his arm a little bit. Father demon moved his arm to the side, preparing to hit Tanjiro. Before he could, Inosuke pulled the demon's arms down with his blades. Thank you, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. Whatever, Inosuke said. Its body is so tough, Inosuke managed to get out. The demon growled, and then moved his arms, making Tanjiro and Inosuke get launched off him. Tanjiro landed on the rock. Are you all struggling with a demon who isn't even a part of the 12 Kazuki? Takedo asked. Takedo, watch your tone. That was quite rude, Hanjima sighed. None of my techniques worked. This is bad. What do I do? Tanjiro said. The demon growled and started heading towards Tanjiro. Nezuko moved closer to Tanjiro as she saw him in danger. Kacho looked at the siblings and sighed. Is Nezuko asleep right now? Kocho asked. I think she is, Tanjiro inferred. I'll say it again, so you understand. Stay away from my family, the demon yelled. He's so quite different. The mother demon was more sad and anxious, but he's loud and brash, Tameo noted. Lady Tameo is so observant. Yushiro thought. It's quite sad, Kenroji said. Father Spider broke the rock that Tanjiro was on, forcing Tanjiro to jump into the air and land on the ground nearby. The demon growled when it looked at Tanjiro again. Hey you, Inosuke shouted. Eyes over here, all 9 of them. No, Inosuke, don't make yourself bait, Tanjiro yelled. Well, if you have a better plan, I'd love to hear it, Inosuke scoffed. His voice got quiet. Plus, I wasn't about to let you die. Huh? What did you say, Inosuke? Tanjiro asked. Nothing, Inosuke shouted. Inosuke jumped at the demon as he spoke. However, the Father Spider knocked him away with his hand before Inosuke could even attack. Inosuke fell back, hitting his back on the water. After Inosuke stopped falling, he stood up and screamed. The Father Demon had his attention on Inosuke. Inosuke, that was so reckless, Tanjiro said. You should have more faith in me, Inosuke sighed. That looked painful. But at least he got back up, Kenroji smiled softly. Ah, damn it. All that force with just a single swipe of its arm, Inosuke said. I can't beat him in my condition. All this bee blood loss is making me dizzy. What? I'm not weak. What am I doing? Inosuke thought. I'm proud that you aren't overestimating yourself, Urokodaki said. What? Inosuke asked. You know that you cannot defeat the demon in your condition. There's nothing wrong with needing help, Urokodaki clarified. Boring. I don't care about this mushy stuff. I just want to see if they are worthy opponents, Akaza thought. The demon growled before charging at Inosuke. Inosuke began running through the water. Meanwhile, Tanjiro ran on solid ground, following Inosuke and the demon. That's so scary. You're getting chased by a demon, Inosuke, Zenitsu yelled. I can see that, Manitsu, Inosuke said, trying to hide his fear. Water breathing, second form, improved, lateral water wheel, Tanjiro said, sounding a bit out of breath. What are you going to cut? Suma asked. I'm not sure. I'm too far to cut the demon's neck, Tanjiro said, trying to figure it out. A slice of water went towards a tree. Tanjiro cut it down. Meanwhile, the demon was gaining ground on Inosuke. Inosuke heard the tree creaking. He sped up a bit since he didn't want to get crushed. Once the tree fell in the water, it separated Inosuke and the demon. Good move, Kamado-san. You separated the demon and Hashibara-kun. Giving him a moment to breathe, Rengoku praised. Thank you, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro smiled. What a show-off, Inosuke thought. He's a quick thinker, Kokoshibo noted. What happened? Inosuke asked. What's going on here? Inosuke, you all right? Tanjiro asked. Inosuke looked around for Tanjiro. Tanjiro was standing on the stump of the tree that he broke. Wait, he did that? What a little show-off, Inosuke thought. A show-off? What are you talking about, Inosuke? Tanjiro asked. Yeah, Inosuke. Tanjiro just saved your life, Zenitsu said, firmly. Well, anything you can do, I can do too, Inosuke said. So, don't go thinking you're going to one-up me like that. Then the water under the log began bubbling. The Father Spider was trying really hard to move the log off of him. Okay, I should be able to cut off its head now, Tanjiro thought as he gripped his sword tighter. Water breathing, the final and most powerful form. You can do it, Tanjiro, Kenroji cheered. I don't know, he wasn't even able to cut off the demon's arm. How is he supposed to cut off its head? Iguro asked. Now, Iguro-sen no need to be such a pessimist, Kocho smiled. Tanjiro began inhaling deeply, preparing to use the final form. Inosuke gasped as he saw Tanjiro doing this. Tanjiro closed his eyes and concentrated. That brat, I swear if he learns sun breathing, I might just have 7 heart attacks, Muzan thought. He's got a different air about him now, Inosuke thought. I can tell that he's about to do something that's totally incredible. Wait, really? You can do that, Makio said. You can tell that he's going to be something cool by the air around him? Yeah, of course I can, Inosuke bragged. Tanjiro opened his eyes. Now I'll finish him off. Tanjiro got off the log and into the river, heading for the demon. You got this, Tanjiro, Tomioka thought. Total concentration. Water breathing, Tanjiro thought. He jumped up and yelled, 10th form. Water started coming out of his sword. The Father Demon shrieked as he pushed the log up. Tanjiro wasn't able to complete his technique because the log was in his way. The demon roared while he moved the log, moving Tanjiro away. Tanjiro, Zenitsu yelled. Good, at least father sent that brat flying, Rui thought. And here I thought it was going to be another cool fight. What a shame, Akaza thought. Hey, look out, Inosuke yelled. But it was too late. The log had been swung and Tanjiro was flung away. Tanjiro yelled as he flew through the air. Tanjiro, are you going to be all right? Zenitsu asked softly. I'm sure that I'm going to be all right, Tanjiro said, trying to reassure Zenitsu. Kentaro, Inosuke yelled. That's still not my name, Tanjiro sighed quietly. Inosuke, you have to hold on till I can. Make it back. That's one of the 12 Kazuki, Tanjiro yelled back as he got further away. So you can't die here, you hear me. Promise me that you won't die. I hope that you can hold out your own while I try to get back, Tanjiro said. PHFT, are you underestimating me, Kentaro? Inosuke scoffed. Of course he isn't, you idiot. He only wants you to stay alive, Zenitsu said. I hate children, Muzan thought. Tanjiro was out of sight by the time he finished talking. Inosuke gasped at Tanjiro's words. He quickly snapped out when the father spider was about to punch him. The demon growled as it moved its fist towards Inosuke's head. No, you're going to be all right, Tanjiro said quietly. Is this really how I die? Inosuke wondered. Surely this isn't where he dies, right? Hinatsu thought. Oh crap, Inosuke said. The screen went black, and it showed the full moon. Strained breathing was heard. Zenitsu had blood dripping down his nose. Several of his veins were more prominent. Zenitsu, Tanjiro yelled. It looks like his condition is getting worse. I do hope I get there in time, Kacho said. Am I really going to die? Zenitsu said softly. Well, it looks like at least 2 of these slayers are going to get killed, as long as the Hashira don't interfere, Rui thought. It's starting to get, really, hard to breathe now. Not only that, I don't have any feeling in my arms and legs, Zenitsu thought. No, you can't die, Kenroji said, sadly. I'll pray for your safety, Himejima said. Zenitsu's hands were visible anymore, and his pants seemed too big for him. It showed the floating house from the side. It was lit up by the full moon. It then showed the human spiders that were on the ground. They looked like they were looking at something. Zenitsu's eyes were struggling to stay open. Wait, what's happening to your limbs? Sanjiro asked. I don't know. I think it has to do with the spider transformation, Zenitsu said. Those ugly spider things make me so uncomfortable, Daki said. They look like they're looking at something. I wonder what, Temo said. Nezuko. Zenitsu thought as he looked at the moon. I'm sorry. The moon began to fade away as Zenitsu started to close his eyes. In the darkness there was a little light. Don't close your eyes, please, Tanjiro said, quietly. That light. I wonder what it is, Zenitsu said. I think it's your life flashing before your eyes, Kocho smiled. What? But doesn't that mean I'm going to die? Zenitsu asked. Maybe, Kacho said, but I'm fairly confident that I'm going to reach you before you die. Don't give up. You hear me? Don't give up, Kiwajima yelled. Don't give up. Zenitsu thought, opening his eyes back up slowly. You're opening your eyes back up, Tanjiro smiled. I am, Zenitsu said. Your trainer must have been a very important person, Rengoku smiled. He is. He's one of the nicest people I've met, Zenitsu said. Zenitsu gasped softly as a butterfly flew across the screen. It appeared and disappeared a few times, leaving a little cloud of sparkle behind. It fluttered in front of the moon twice before going down to Zenitsu. Huh? What's that? Iguro asked. It looks like a butterfly. That's odd, Kenroji said. The butterfly then changed into Kacho's Haori. Kocho landed softly on the house. Her arms and Haori made her look like a butterfly. Wait, that butterfly was Kacho, Kenroji gasped. I didn't know that Swallow Girl could turn into a butterfly, Takedo said. I can't, Takedo-kun. I wasn't actually a butterfly, Kacho sighed. Did he call me a swallow? Kacho wondered. Who is this? Zenitsu wondered. Kacho had a smile on her face as she looked at Zenitsu. She stood on her tippy toes, and her purple hairpin matched her hair and eyes. You're so pretty, Kacho, Kenroji smiled. Thank you, Kenroji, Kacho smiled. I'm so glad that she's there, Zenitsu said. Hello there. Are you all right? Kocho asked. Zenitsu paused before yelling, "What? Of course I'm not okay. I have poison and blood all over myself." "I was just trying to lighten the mood," Kacho sighed. "Well, that was terrible timing," Zenitsu muttered. All Zenitsu could do was groan in pain. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was getting flung across the forest. As he got closer to the ground, he used his breathing technique. "At least you aren't going to die from the fall," Zenitsu said. "I hope I get back quickly," Tanjiro sighed. "I agree. I'll pray that you don't come across any other demons," Haimjima said. "I have a feeling that this brat is going to run into Rui," Muzan thought. "Water breathing, second form, water wheel," Tanjiro said. He brought his sword up, and he did a few flips. Water from his sword took the shape of a wheel around him. Tanjiro still tumbled through the forest a bit, slamming against a tree before falling on his knees. "What an unflashy landing," Yusui sighed. "At least he's still alive," Rengoku said. "I still find these special effects so amazing," Kenroji smiled. "I can't believe this kind of thing is possible." "Somehow I stuck that landing," Tanjiro said softly. "I wouldn't call that sticking the landing," Dalma chuckled. Nobody chose to respond to Dalma's comment. After a few seconds of silence, Dalma spoke up. "What? You're all so mean," Dalma sighed. "Shut up," Shinazugawa said. Just then a squelching sound happened, followed by a woman shrieking. Tanjiro looked up quickly, trying to find the source of the sound. "Is another human getting hurt?" Tanjiro asked frantically. "I have a feeling it isn't a human," Yubayashiki sighed. "Master, you think it's another demon?" Rengoku asked. "I do," Yubayashiki said. "I beg of you, please stop," the voice sobbed. "That's sister's voice. What did she do this time?" Rui wondered. "And why are all of these slayers so worried?" "That voice," Zenitsu said softly. "Huh? What about it?" Genya asked. "That's the sister demon's voice," Zenitsu said. "Ah, that makes sense. I do hope that Tanjiro helps her and then kills her," Kacho said. Tanjiro stood up. As the squelching sound happened again, Tanjiro walked towards the sobbing voice. Once he reached it, he bent down, trying to hide. There was someone wearing a white kimono, and blood was splattered on the ground. Tanjiro gasped. It zoomed out, showing Rui holding a spider web in his hand. The sister demon was on the ground sobbing. Tears were streaming down her face, and blood was on her hands. Once she moved her hands, it revealed several cuts across her white skin. How could you hurt your friends like that?" Tanjiro asked firmly. "We're more than friends, we're family. Don't go comparing us to something so flimsy," Rui said, annoyed. "You didn't answer my question. How could you hurt someone that you're supposed to care about?" Tanjiro yelled. "I don't have to tell you anything," Rui scoffed. Rui seemed unfazed and began to speak to Tanjiro. "What are you looking at? This isn't a play, you know." "You seem very calm," Kokushibo commented. "Of course I'm calm. He might be strong, but he isn't strong enough to kill me," Rui sighed. "You're confident. That will be your downfall, you damn demon," Shinazugawa scowled. Tanjiro gasped. What are you doing? Aren't you two fighting on the same side?" "That human. How dare he phrase it like that? We're family," Rui thought. "The same side," Rui repeated, seemingly offended. "Don't go phrasing it in such an infantile manner. The two of us are family. We're connected by a powerful bond. Regardless of that, this is between me and my sister. If you insist on interfering, I'll carve you up." "Your bond is clearly fake," Tanjiro said. Rui's eyes widened, and he stared at Tanjiro from across the room. "What did you say?" Rui asked, angrily. "Please sit down, Rui. Your blood demon art doesn't work here, and if you try to attack Tanjiro, I will allow the slayers to kill you," Shiro said firmly. "Fine," Rui said, sitting back down. "How interesting," Muzan thought. "You're wrong," Tanjiro gasped. "Family or comrade as long as you feel close to one another. That's all that really matters. Saying it's childish if you aren't related by blood. That's not true at all." "You sure have guts to talk trash to a demon who seems powerful," Shinazugawa said. "I think you should just kill the demon," Takedo commented. "I don't know, I think it's rather flashy to talk like that," Yusui said. "Not only that, but those who are strongly connected with one another give off the scent of trust. But all I'm picking up from you two is the scent of terror, hatred and repulsion," Tanjiro yelled as he stood up. That's not something you can call a bond. It's a fake, a forgery. You little. I'm going to have fun cutting you up in the future, Rui said angrily. Tanjiro gulped. I'm not going to take back what my future self said, it's the truth. Tanjiro, don't go picking extra fights, Urokodaki said. As Tanjiro yelled this, the sister spider gasped. Her eyes widened. Meanwhile, Rui looked repulsed and angry. Tanjiro realized what he said and inhaled a bit. She seems relieved and surprised. I wonder why, Aoi commented. Probably because Tanjiro called Rui out for his behavior, Hinetsuru inferred. I'm quite surprised that the kid has enough guts to talk to a lower moon like that, Enmu thought. You little, Rui said angrily. Rui's eyes shook, as it was true, but he wasn't going to admit that. Just then another demon slayer walked up to the group. What is that demon slayer doing there? Shinazugawa asked. I think he's going to try to kill Rui, Kocho said. Is he dumb? He can't kill that demon, Iguro sighed. Well, would you look at that? A demon that's a manageable size. Even I can deal with a kid, this is my chance, the slayer chuckled. What a shame. He's about to die, Dalma smiled. I hope you make some art out of him, Jayako said. Hold on a second, Tanjiro tried to reason. Don't move in on my prey. This is how I'll secure my path up the ladder. And with more status comes more money in my pockets from on high. Even with most of my unit wiped out, I'll dispose of him. And afterwards, I'll descend that mountain to claim my prize for defeating this demon, the slayer said, and he began to charge at Rui. Take this. He seems stubborn. I hope that he doesn't die, Makio said. He wants money. Does he not even care that his unit was wiped out? Haimjima asked. I don't think he does, Yubayashiki said. When we get out of here, I'll make sure to talk to him. Money isn't a bad thing, but when it clouds your vision, it can be dangerous. No wait, don't do it, Tanjiro yelled. Before the slayer even knew what was going on, Rui moved the threads that were attached to his fingers. A web went right through the slayer, chopping him into pieces. The screen turned red as chunks of his dismembered body fell to the ground. Several of the humans looked at the screen in horror. The way his dismembered body collapsed made several of them want to vomit. Not many things made them this horrified, but that was brutal. Meanwhile, the demons seemed pleased with Rui's actions. What the hell, Iguro said. That's fucking brutal. Tanjiro, please get out of there, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro couldn't respond. His eyes were stuck on the screen. His hands began shaking in fear. After a few seconds he shook his head, trying to regain his thoughts. Cut to pieces in an instant. How did he do that? Tanjiro wondered, fear on his face. I can't leave. I have to avenge that slayer, Tanjiro said. Are you kidding? You'll die if you stay there, Zenitsu said, frantically. Now then, what did you just say? Rui asked coldly. Tanjiro looked back at Rui, holding his sword in front of him. Determination was on his face. Threads were coming out of Rui's hand, and his whole demeanor was scary. He's so scary. Can I defeat him? Tanjiro wondered. I'll pray for you, Kamado, Haimjima said. Ah, thank you, Tanjiro smiled softly. I asked you. What did you say to me? Rui repeated. His face was black, hiding most of his features, except his left eye, which was wide open in anger. His right eye was still hidden behind his hair. Ah, why does he look like that? Zenitsu yelled. He's not that scary, Daki thought. Look how scary he got. It feels like the air got 10 times heavier. Tanjiro thought. Rui was still looking scary. Inosuke, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to hang in there a little longer. I'll be there as soon as I defeat this demon. I'll come help you no matter what. Little does he know, he's not going to make it back. I'm going to kill him, and father is going to kill that other person, Rui thought. I wonder what member of the lower moon he is. If I had to guess, I'd say lower moon 4 or 5, Tomioka thought. Answer me. What did you mean? Rui said coldly. I demand to hear it from you. Come now, explain it to me. That's scary, Zenitsu said. Not the time, Aoi sighed. Sure, Tanjiro said. I'd be happy too. What you have isn't a real bond at all. That bastard. How dare he? I'm going to slice him into pieces, Rui thought. Wow, Tanjiro is so brave, Zenitsu thought. Back with Inosuke, he was pressed against a tree. His breathing was heavy too. The father demon was looking for Inosuke, who was hiding behind a tree. The demon growled and looked down, seeing the trail of blood that Inosuke left behind. The trail of blood went to the tree that Inosuke was hiding behind. I'm hiding behind the tree. Why am I doing that? Inosuke wondered. There's a trail of blood. That's not good, Yushiro said. And not good, Inosuke said quietly. Are you scared, Inosuke? Zenitsu asked. Of course not, Inosuke said. The demon began walking to the tree. His footsteps were loud. Damn it, hiding away like a woodland creature. How pathetic is that? I gotta find a way to turn things around. How do you cut someone who's sword-proof anyways? What should I do? What can I do? What's the way for me to get in there and hurt it? Inosuke wondered. He began hitting his head, repeating the word think. I'm glad that Inosuke is using his head, Yubayashiki thought as he smiled. Inosuke turned to Tanjiro and punched him hard. Oh, what was that for? Tanjiro asked. That's for infecting me with your germs, Inosuke yelled. Unfortunately, his efforts went to waste. The demon punched the tree, breaking it completely. Inosuke moved in the nick of time, dodging the punch. Inosuke began running through the forest, away from the demon. My goodness, how violent, Kacho said. I'm glad that you dodged the attack, Tanjiro smiled, still holding his arm. This is bad. This is really bad, until he gets back. I gotta survive somehow, Inosuke said as he continued. He's acting differently. How boring, Jayako thought. He's trying to survive, because of my words, Tanjiro thought, happily. Inosuke then paused in realization, yelling at himself, why the hell am I thinking things like that? I don't have time for this. There you go, me. Don't let Tantaro's germs affect you, Inosuke thought. Inosuke jumped up and stuck his sword in the demon's arm. He began hitting his sword into the demon further with his second sword. That's actually a smart idea, Aguro said. You're good at improvising, Inosuke, Kenroji smiled. Damn you, I must have gotten infected by Tantaro's germs. I can't let my guard down again. Using my head? That kind of thing isn't like me at all, Inosuke yelled as he hacked off the demon's hand. You cut off the demon's hand, Makio cheered. Damn right I did, Inosuke bragged. Damn it, Rui thought. I got you, Inosuke said. See, it was as simple as that. If you can't cut something with a sword, all you gotta do is pound on it with another sword. And just my luck, I have the tools for the job. Aside from Yusui-san, I think you're the only dual blade wielder I know, Rengoku said. Wait, Yusui-san uses 2 blades, Aoi said. Damn right I do. Pretty flashy, huh, Yusui said. Boring, Rui said. Hey, watch your mouth, you demon brat, Yuzui yelled. Inosuke laughed as the father spider clutched onto his injured arm. The bleeding had stopped at this point. I am untouchable, Inosuke laughed. Oh great, his ego is back, Iguro sighed. Aoi turned to Inosuke and sighed. You aren't untouchable, Inosuke. How do you know that? Inosuke asked, thinking he was proving his point. You're injured, Aoi said. The spider demon then ran off. Inosuke stood confused for a moment. What the hell? Why is that coward running away? Inosuke yelled. I have a feeling it's a trap, Yubayashiki sighed. Are you running away on me? Hey you, come back here damn it, Inosuke shouted as he ran after the demon. It zoomed into the moon and cut back to Tanjiro's fight with Rui. Rui flung some strings at Tanjiro, cutting his face. Tanjiro blocked the next threads with his sword. Rui began to manipulate the spider web in his hands. Tanjiro was panting heavily, with a few cuts on his face. You're injured, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. I am, but luckily it's only a few cuts. I can still fight, Tanjiro smiled softly. It's not going to stay that way, Rui thought. Just so you know, I'm not going to kill you in a single strike. Instead, I'll dissect you, piece by piece, Rui stated. Tanjiro shivered at the thought of being cut piece by piece. Rui still seemed unfazed, trying to keep up his poker face. Muzan was watching intently, hoping that Rui would kill Tanjiro. Tanjiro continued panting heavily, his sword in front of him. Rui seemed unfazed, like he didn't have a care in the world. You really seem unfazed. Are you that confident in your abilities? Kocho asked coldly. Rui ignored her. He was focused on the fight. However, if you take back what you just said to me now, I'll make your death mercifully quick, Rui said. I refuse. What I said was the unbridled truth. I won't take it back, Tanjiro said, zooming into his face. Not on your life. What an idiot. He should have just taken it back, Rui thought. It showed Rui's face up close. He seemed annoyed, yet calm. Sister Demon seemed shocked at Tanjiro's persistence. Her wounds were completely healed as she stood behind a tree. I'm surprised she isn't helping Rui with the fight, Hinetsuru said. I'm more surprised that he seems so calm. It's kinda creepy, Suma said. You're the one who's in the wrong, Tanjiro yelled. Damn brat, Rui muttered. You're so cool, Tanjiro, Zenitsu smiled. It showed the two of them in a standoff. Rui was pulling his hands away from each other to make his spider web bigger. Tanjiro changed his stance, ready to attack when he had the chance. Tanjiro's breathing was still heavy. You need to get your breathing under control, Tomioka said. You're right. My breathing is really heavy, Tanjiro sighed. Meanwhile, back with Inosuke, he was still chasing after the father spider. Inosuke was breathing heavily. Damn it, where did that abomination make off to? Inosuke said. Inosuke began to stumble from the blood loss. He fell to the ground, using his swords to prop him up. You really shouldn't be chasing after that demon. You're stumbling from the blood loss, Aoi said. It's just a couple of scratches, Inosuke said. It's just a scratch. It doesn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt. It's not a problem, Inosuke said, standing back up. I've had enough of this. Time to sniff him out for good. Lying to yourself doesn't make the injuries go away, Aoi sighed. I agree with Aoi. You really shouldn't be fighting in that condition, Kocho said. Inosuke made both of his swords face him, and it zoomed out, showing the surrounding area. Inosuke strained himself, trying to find the demon. He turned around. So there you are, Inosuke yelled. The demon was in the tree, hiding on one of the branches. It's in the trees? How unflashy, Yusui sighed. I can't believe it's in the trees. The branches must be really strong, Kenroji commented. You dumb-brained buffoon, how high did you climb? Bastard. You're going to try and force me to use my head again, huh? I don't think so, Inosuke said. The father spider began growling, as something was changing. Inosuke put his swords by his side. Why is he growling? Haimjima said. I think that something is happening to him, Yushiro said. I agree. Good observation, Yushiro, Tamio smiled. What the? Oh, I get it. He's trembling with fear and dread at the mere sight of me. Huh, Inosuke laughed. Well, it's a bit too late for that. I don't think that's what's going on, Tanjiro frowned. What? What are you talking about, Manjiro? Inosuke asked. Sadly, Inosuke was incorrect. The father demon was shedding his skin, revealing a fresh new layer of flesh with spikes on his arms. Oh my goodness, Kenroji whispered. What the hell? Inosuke said. The hell? Now what? Inosuke said, stepping back a bit. Did it just shed its skin? Once the demon was finished shedding its skin, it had several more teeth. It jumped down at Inosuke, preparing to kill him. It was even taller, and it roared at Inosuke. Inosuke, Tanjiro yelled. Give me a break. I'm all about getting really strong, but this is too much. This is looking really bad. I've never felt this much force from an opponent before. A single strike will pulverize me, Inosuke thought, as he shook from fear. Good, father is going to kill this brat, Rui thought. Inosuke, please don't give up, Tanjiro said. As if I'm going to give up, Inosuke laughed. The demon roared loudly, scaring Inosuke even more. It's hopeless. I can't win, Inosuke thought, putting his swords down. At that moment, the father spider prepared a punch. I'm gonna die. This is the end. No, you aren't going to die. You can't die, Tanjiro said. Don't die, Tanjiro's voice yelled. Wait, you're thinking about me, Tanjiro said. Why, yeah, what about it? Inosuke said. Huh, Inosuke said softly. The memory of what Tanjiro said played in Inosuke's mind. You have to hold on until I can make it back, Tanjiro yelled. Your life is flashing before your eyes, Kacho said. Always live your lives in a fashion where you are able to hold your heads up high, the old woman's voice said. I wish you luck in battle. You're still thinking of that lady, Zenitsu said. I'm glad that she made you happy, Tanjiro smiled. Inosuke growled and gripped his sword tighter and said, I won't lose. No way am I going to lose. I'm Inosuke Hashibira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Give me the worst you got, you dirtbag. That's the spirit, Inosuke, Kenroji smiled brightly. Never give up, even when it seems hopeless, Rengoku cheered. You can do this, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. All this positivity is making me sick, Jayako thought. The demon punched Inosuke, making him hit several trees. Inosuke commented on the demon's speed. Damn it, he's still too fast, Inosuke said. Father's going to deal with him, right? Rui wondered. I have a feeling that Rui's entire family is going to die. How useless, Muzan thought. So fast, I can't even see it, Inosuke thought as he hit a tree. Father Spider punched the tree that Inosuke landed against. Inosuke jumped into the air just in time. As he started to fall, he used his breathing technique. You can do it, Inosuke, Tanjiro whispered. Beast breathing, Fang 3, devour, Inosuke yelled. Inosuke attacked the back of the demon's neck, but sadly his swords snapped. His swords, Amin said. They snapped? Inosuke thought. Inosuke, your swords, Tanjiro yelled. They snapped, Inosuke said softly. I'll pray for your safety, Hajime said. It broke, Inosuke said in fear. The father spider hit Inosuke in the gut, launching him against a tree. Inosuke fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Inosuke started shaking from the pain. Father is doing a good job. But what is that other slayer going to do? Rui wondered. What a one-sided fight. It makes me so sad. The blood is so scary, Hantingu thought. Damn it, I should have focused more on my landing than my breathing technique, Inosuke said, his voice hoarse. Inosuke, you're going to be all right. I'll get back as soon as possible, Tanjiro said. Don't go making promises you can't keep, Rui said, annoyed. The demon picked Inosuke up by his head, gripping him tightly. Inosuke, no, Tanjiro said. I'm sure you'll be all right. Me or Tomioka will hurry over there, Kacho said, trying to reassure Tanjiro. I'll make sure that you can never harm my family again, the demon said, squeezing Inosuke's head. I refuse to die here, Inosuke said while his head was being crushed. Beast breathing, Fang 1. All right, you brute, take this. You're still fighting. That's good, Yubayashiki said. Inosuke thrusted his swords into the demon's neck, but it just laughed. What the hell, is this demon uncutable? Inosuke asked. I'm sure it can be cut, Tomioka said. It's not even a 12 Kazuki, Takedo commented. I stabbed it, but it's like it doesn't even matter, Inosuke managed to get out. This thing isn't even flinching. The father spider held Inosuke away from its body. It growled as it continued to add pressure to Inosuke's head. Inosuke began gagging as the pressure increased. His whole body began to shake, while the demon growled. Blood was escaping from the boar head. His head is being crushed. If nothing happens, he's going to die, Yusui says. No, I can't lose another person, Tanjiro whispered. I'm really going to die, aren't I? Inosuke thought. Just then, the screen went black. Then it showed a woman. She had tears streaming down her face. Her long black hair was messy, and blood was all over her green kimono. Huh? Who's that? Suma asked. She's bloody, Kocho noticed. Do you know this woman, Inosuke? No, Inosuke said. Forgive me, she said sadly. Her voice is pretty, Kenroji smiled. The screen went black again and showed the woman from the back. She was holding a baby. She's holding a baby, Amin said. Please forgive me, Inosuke, she said. That's Inosuke, Zenitsu yelled. What? I don't even know who that woman is, Inosuke said. I think that might be your mother, Tanjiro said. Mother, Inosuke repeated quietly. It changed to a screen with a worried Tanjiro and Zenitsu, then to the kind woman who offered him clothes, and then an image of someone holding a dragonfly. Finally, it went to the woman again. The baby was no longer in her arms. The camera was going down. Now his life really is flashing before his eyes, Kocho frowned. What? It's getting further from the woman. What does this mean? Kenroji asked. I think she threw baby Inosuke off the cliff, Kocho said. This way at least you'll have a chance. Survive, she sobbed. Now that I think about it, she looks very familiar. I do wonder why. Do I know her? Dalma wondered. Her words are strange. It's like she knows that she's going to be killed, Yubayashiki said. She said something. but it was inaudible. Tears fell down her pale skin. Who are, why you, Inosuke managed to get out. A wave of blood exited from the mouth of the boarhead. Just then rapid footsteps approached. Within the blink of an eye, the father's arm was cut off. Blood spilled from the wound. Inosuke fell to the ground and gagged. Inosuke threw up blood, Zenitsu yelled. Wait, someone cut the demon's arm, Tanjiro said. A wave of relief came upon him. It's probably Tomioka-san or Kacho-san, Rengoku said. What was that? Inosuke wondered. He was able to see Tomioka and the demon's arm that was cut off. Tomioka, thank you for saving Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled brightly. Just doing my job, Tomioka said. Did he actually cut through him? Inosuke said softly, sitting up slowly. Who could possibly do such a thing? What? No. Father isn't going to lose, right? He has to protect me, Rui thought. Just as I suspected. Rui's family is going to die, so he will likely die as well. Damn it, Muzan thought. Heroic music began to play as it zoomed into Tomioka, showing his mismatched Haori. Behind him the demon growled and quickly regrew its arm. The demon quickly charged at Tomioka. Hey, mismatched Haori, I want to fight you, Inosuke yelled. No, Tomioka said. So quick, Inosuke commented. Tomioka turned around, seemingly slowly. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Tomioka jumped up. A river of water flowed from his sword. The demon screeched as Tomioka used his water breathing. As he landed, a ribbon of water flowed around the demon. Once Tomioka landed, the demon was dismembered into several pieces. You're so cool, Tomioka, Tanjiro smiled. I'd say that was pretty flashy. Although, you do look like you're headed for a funeral most of the time, Yusui sighed. Really? I think he looks more like a decorative object, Takedo added. An object, Tomioka repeated in confusion. Amazing, Inosuke said quietly. Tomioka stood up and looked away from Inosuke. I've never seen anyone as incredible as this guy, Inosuke thought. Oh, I guess people do like you, Tomioka-san, Kacho smiled. Thank you for saving Inosuke, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro said. Yeah, Tomioka said. He's ignoring me, Kacho thought. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was dodging several threads that Rui was manipulating. Tanjiro jumped onto a branch, only to have to move a second later. Tanjiro couldn't stay still, as Rui flung the threads towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you have to beat Rui, Zenitsu said. You can, maybe do it. Thanks for your support, Tanjiro sighed. Good. The stench is starting to fade, so now I'm able to detect the scent of the threads. I can take him on now, Tanjiro thought. Damn it. He has his sense of smell back, Rui thought. That's good. I'm glad I have my sense of smell back, Tanjiro thought. He's smarter than I gave him credit for, Rui thought, scoffing. He doesn't shrink back in fear. Not that any of that will matter in the end. Rui has a point. This child doesn't seem to have any fears. He better kill this kid, Kokoshibo thought. Tanjiro stood back up and charged at Rui. Jumping up to avoid the thread, a thread started to be flung towards Tanjiro. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash, Tanjiro thought. He approached the thread, ready to cut it. However, that didn't happen. Rather, his sword snapped close to the base, leaving barely any of the blade. Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. He gasped as the thread went straight for his head, but the screen turned black before the result showed. My sword, Tanjiro gasped. How are you supposed to kill the demon with a broken sword? Sanjiro asked. Good, I'm going to get rid of that annoying brat, Rui thought. Did I cut by that thread? Tanjiro asked frantically. No answer was provided. The screen went back up. Episode 19 Hinakami. It started where it left off. Tanjiro's sword got broken by the thread. His eyes widened and he moved out of the way slightly. The thread cut his face, leaving a strand of blood leaving his face. Tanjiro fell to the ground and groaned in pain. He looked at his broken sword. Oh, thank goodness I moved out of the way, Tanjiro sighed. I don't know if you'll be able to win, Tanjiro-kun. You're already quite injured, Kacho said. Tanjiro, your sword is broken. You should run away, Zenitsu said. No way. My sword, Tanjiro thought. He won't be able to kill me. I'll be fine, Rui thought. I wonder if Rui is going to be able to win, Kokushibo thought. Tanjiro shakily stood up and held his broken sword. Rui seemed annoyed, yet calm. The screen filled with red and then white, showing the title. It showed the Dark Mountain and then the Father Spider. He was crumbling quickly. That's odd. The screen went red and then white. That's different, Nishika noted. Hinokami, does that mean anything to anyone? Amain asked. Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly. Before he spoke, Hinokami is the fire god that my family dedicated the Kagura dance to. That's quite interesting, Rengoku said. Inosuke was panting and had his hand over his throat. He was quite bloody. I'm glad that you're all right, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. Of course I'd be all right, Manjiro. I'm the great Inosuke, Inosuke laughed. Incredible. He's on a whole other level. The force of his strike alone is in a class of its own. He cut through that tough as nails monster like it was tofu. Inosuke thought. Meanwhile, Tomioka was putting his sword back. Amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Who even is this guy? I still have goosebumps. I suppose I can agree that Tomioka was kinda flashy, Yusui said. Wow, Tomioka-san, people do like you, Kocho teased. Tomioka looked at Inosuke, with no expression on his face. Inosuke had little stars about him. Inosuke's swords were on the ground, next to him. It showed Tomioka's face. He seemed unamused and annoyed. He started walking away. Tomioka, your face looks so plain, Yusui sighed. It does, Tomioka asked. Tanjiro chuckled softly as he watched the stars twinkle around Inosuke. Aw, Inosuke, you look so cute, Kenroji squealed. Wait, Tomioka-san, are you being more expressive? Kocho said. I guess so, Tomioka said. Hold on a second, Inosuke yelled, pointing at Tomioka. Tomioka turned around. Fight me, mismatched outfit. You beat that member of the 12 Kazuki. And now, right here I'm gonna beat you. If I can manage that, that'll make me the most powerful of all. I don't think that you could beat Tomioka-san, Tanjiro sighed. What? You're supposed to support me, Manjiro, Inosuke gasped. It's true. Not only are you incredibly injured, but I've been slaying demons way longer than you have, Tomioka said. Perhaps he'd be a better opponent. I can tell that he's a Hashira too, Akaza thought. I got a better idea. Go train more, Tomioka said, coldly. How harsh, Kocho said. For once I agree with Tomioka-san. Boar Boy would be stupid to challenge a Hashira, Iguro sighed. Inosuke grabbed his chest, and he was black and white, in disbelief. Kenroji laughed and quickly covered her face. So sorry. What you say to me? Inosuke screamed. Tomioka pulled out a rope and said, That wasn't one of the 12 Kazuki. Could you not even tell that? Wait, where did you get that rope from, Tomioka-san? Makio asked. I probably had it with me earlier, Tomioka said. Of course I could tell. For your information, it was Tanjiro who was saying it was one of them. I was just repeating what he was saying earlier, Inosuke yelled. I knew that amateur couldn't have been one of those guys. Liar, Enmu thought. Tomioka walked towards Inosuke and tied him up, hanging him from a tree. Tomioka then dusted his hands off as he walked away. What the hell? Why'd you tie me up, Split Haori? Inosuke yelled. You're injured, Tomioka said. That's not a good reason at all, Inosuke yelled. Inosuke, please don't yell at Tomioka-san. He just didn't want you to get more injured, Tanjiro sighed. Inosuke started stammering. What the hell? When did he tie me up? I see it's not just the sword he's quick with. Hey you, get back here. He's quick, Inosuke noted. This is boring. I want him to get killed, Daki thought. If you are not aware of the state your body is in, you shouldn't be fighting, Tomioka said, as he continued to walk away. I'm glad that you're not wanting him to get hurt. However, I don't think tying him to a tree was the best move, Yubayashiki sighed. I agree. What if a demon went his way and he couldn't get out of the ropes? Yorokodaki added. I'm sure he'd be able to get out, Tomioka said. Huh? I can't hear you. Your voice is too soft, and you're walking too fast, Inosuke yelled, kicking his legs. I said hold your horses. Untie these ropes right now. Get me down. Rengoku laughed. I agree with Hashibira-kun. Your voice is quite soft, Tomioka-san. It's hard to hear most of the time. It showed the whole mountain as Inosuke screamed. Then it went back to the floating house. Zenitsu was inhaling sharply, and his eyes were barely open. Zenitsu, I nearly forgot you were poisoned, Tanjiro said. It's all right, Tanjiro-kun. I have the antidote, Kacho smiled. Wait, you do? Akaza said confused. I do. Is that a problem? Kacho asked coldly. No, but how do you have the exact antidote to that particular poison? How did you know that was the poison you needed? Akaza asked. It's a secret, Kacho said firmly, implying she wanted to end the conversation. I said, hello there, Kacho repeated. You can hear me, can't you? Of course I can't. I'm literally nearly dead, Zenitsu thought. Thanks, Gramps, Zenitsu said softly. Are you calling me Gramps? Kacho asked. Well, not intentionally. I'm probably delusional there, Zenitsu said. Are you calling me Gramps? Kacho asked, still standing on her tippy toes. Just now, Gramps showed up and told me not to give up ever, Zenitsu said. It's just like Kacho to make small talk with a dying person, Shinazugawa thought. Could you please hurry up and give me the antidote? Zenitsu huffed. I can't. This is the future after all, Kacho smiled. Ah, your life flashed before your eyes, Kacho said as she sat down. You know, according to one theory, the reason you see images like that just before death is because you're searching for a way to avoid death, by going through all your past experiences and memories. That's such a cool theory, Tanjiro said. I agree, it's oddly comforting, Kenroji said. Kacho grabbed a needle and flicked it as she continued to talk. Truthfully, I can't speak from experience since it's never happened to me. Good, I can tell you slowed the poison by adjusting your breathing. If you weren't able to do that, you already would have turned into a spider. I'll inject you with the antidote now. Show off, Zenitsu thought. Thank you for saving Zenitsu, Kacho-san, Tanjiro smiled. Of course, Tanjiro-kun, Kacho said. Kacho grabbed Zenitsu's shrinking hand and injected the need into him. His hand was small and looked a bit swollen. Zenitsu winced slightly from the pain. Just then he heard a female voice. Oh my goodness, that's what my hands look like. That's horrifying, Zenitsu yelled. At least you didn't turn into a spider completely, Tanjiro sighed. Hurry, this way, over here, the voice said. Zenitsu turned his head and saw several people. They were all wearing the same uniform, and they were trying to get the hanging people down. Huh? Who are those people? Tanjiro asked. Ah, those are the Kakushi. They're the Demon Slayer Corps cleanup and medical crew, Rengoku said. I see. Well, that's good, Tanjiro smiled. Can we get them down? A man asked. Be careful with them, a woman said. Someone was running over to the others with a ladder. The Kakushi were treating the spider people. Good, they're all still alive, the man said. All those hanging people are alive, Zenitsu said in shock. Yeah, and the people who got turned into spiders, this is great, Tanjiro cheered. Damn it. Brother didn't even kill them, he didn't lessen their numbers, Rui thought. Zenitsu slowly closed his eyes. Then the screen went black and it went to Tanjiro. He was panting hard, and he held his broken sword in front of him. Rui seemed rather unbothered. I guess we're going back to my fight, Tanjiro said softly. I guess so. I hope that you're going to be all right, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. My sword's been broken. I can't believe it. Are those threads he's controlling even tougher than that demon whose body I couldn't cut though? Tanjiro wondered. You're a Kodaki, Hagenzuka, forgive me. Even tougher than that demon from before, Zenitsu gasped. It would make sense. This demon is likely a member of the 12 Kazuki. Meaning he's even stronger than any demon you've fought before, Shinazugawa said. You don't have to apologize, Tanjiro, focus on not dying, Urokodaki said. Their images appeared in Tanjiro's mind, and he continued thinking. Thanks to my inexperience, my sword is now shattered. Rui sent a thread towards Tanjiro, but he dodged it. At least you can still dodge, Genya said. Yeah, but I don't think that's impressive, Tanjiro sighed. Huh, what are you talking about? Zenitsu butted in. Rui's clearly toying with me. He said that he wanted to kill me slowly, so of course the attacks aren't going to be too difficult to avoid, Tanjiro said. Now's not the time to feel sorry for yourself. Now's the time to think, Tanjiro thought. Rui sent another thread, but it didn't hit Tanjiro. Tanjiro then headed towards Rui. If I can't cut those threads, then I'll just have to meet him head-on, Tanjiro thought. What a fool. Rui thought. My neck is tougher than any of my threads, as if he's going to be able to cut them. A thread went for Tanjiro again, but Tanjiro dodged. He dodged the next thread too. Rolled out of the way. He stood in front of Rui. 5 threads left Rui, 1 for each finger. Damn it, I can't get close to him. The threads will cut me if I do, Tanjiro thought, biting his fingernail in worry. That Kamado kid isn't going to be able to kill this lower-rank demon. I just know it, Iguro thought. It's like those threads have a life of their own and are refusing to let me get close. Even though he's holding back so as to not kill me, he's overpowering me all the same, Tanjiro thought as he continued to pant. What now? Do you still refuse to take back what you said earlier? Rui said calmly. I'm not going to take back what I said because it's the truth, Tanjiro said firmly. Have it your way, I'll just kill you then, Rui sighed. Rui had the 5 threads attached to his fingers. Tanjiro scowled, not taking back what he said. Rui sighed. You refuse. Fine, I'll put an end to you now, Rui said, releasing a spider web towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro, Zenitsu yelled. You can't dodge that. What are you going to do? Aoi yelled. Tanjiro's eyes were glued on the screen. He was too scared to look away. Tomioka also looked a bit scared. Meanwhile, the bad demons, especially Muzan, looked happy. I can't dodge this, Tanjiro thought fearfully. Is this how I'm going to die? No, I can't die. I haven't even cured Nezuko yet. I can't die, Tanjiro thought. Tears began to form in his eyes. Just then Zenitsu grabbed Tanjiro's hand and smiled at him for reassurance. Nezuko clutched onto Tanjiro tighter, worried he'd get hurt. Inosuke also started leaning on Tanjiro. Tanjiro took his free hand to rub away his tears. Once the web reached Tanjiro, a large splash of blood was shown. Rui gasped at the sight. Tanjiro gasped too. It looked like he was injured. But when it zoomed out it showed Nezuko taking the attack for Tanjiro. There's the blood. I got hit, Tanjiro said, his voice wobbly. Wait, why is Rui gasping? He makes a point. Why am I gasping? I hit him with the webs and he's going to die, right? Rui thought. Nezuko, Tanjiro screamed, when he saw the bloody Nezuko. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled. He grabbed Nezuko as she fell into his arms. A puddle of blood was in front of the siblings. Tanjiro ran off with Nezuko and hid them behind a tree. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled again, holding Nezuko tighter. She protected you, Takedo said. She protected him from death. This isn't the first time she's done that. They have a real genuine bond. It's going to be mine, Rui thought. Nezuko, hang in there, Tanjiro said. You protected me, thank you. The girl emerged from that box and defended him, Sister Demon said in awe. But I'm sure she's one of us. I still can't believe that Nezuko-chan is a good demon, Kenroji said. Is that enough proof that she's good, Shinazugawa-san? Kocho asked. No, show me them fighting an upper moon, and then maybe I'll accept her, Shinazugawa scoffed. As if they could survive a battle with an upper moon, Daki laughed. She then gasped and looked at Rui. Rui's hand began to shake, and his mouth quivered too. What's wrong with him? Genya asked softly. I have a bad feeling, Tanjiro whispered. That girl, is she? Rui asked, pointing at the siblings. Is she your sibling? What does that have to do with anything? Zenitsu asked. It clicked in a few people's head after a second. No, he's going to make Mizuko his sister, Tanjiro whispered. Rui's eye was wide open. His red sclere was very noticeable, and he had veins that looked like they were going to pop on his forehead. And so what if she is? Tanjiro yelled. Tanjiro held Nezuko's arm, which was covered in blood. Nezuko's kimono was bloody too. She's so bloody, Tanjiro whispered, holding Nezuko tighter. The cut is so deep. Her left wrist is about to fall off. Tanjiro noted. At least she's a demon so she can regenerate, Kacho said. Right, I just hope she heals quickly, Tanjiro said. Nezuko groaned in pain. She also had a cut on her eye. Tanjiro's thinking was frantic and panicky. Come on, heal up already. It has to heal. Tanjiro thought frantically. Siblings, his sister's been turned into a demon. Yet he stays by her side, Rui said. He was having an identity crisis. So what if she does? Tanjiro said. I won't let you take Nezuko. You don't have a choice, Rui sighed. Rui, Sister Demon said. She risked her own life to protect him, Rui said, zooming into his eye. That is a genuine bond. It'll be mine. How unflashy, Yusui sighed. Are you really going to abandon the demon that claims to be your sister? Amain asked. She couldn't fill her role, so she's useless to me, Rui said. So you're just going to use someone until they can't live up to your needs and then discard them, Tanjiro said. A hint of anger was in his voice. Rui, hold on a second, Sister Demon said frantically. Please reconsider. I'm your elder sister. You can't abandon me. This whole demon family is confusing me. I miss when demons were just cold-blooded killers that felt nothing, Shinazugawa sighed. I agree, Iguro sighed. Shut up, Rui screamed. He moved his hand, causing the threads to go to his sister. Once they came in contact with her, she was cut into 4 pieces. Blood splattered on the ground as she yelped. As she fell to the ground, several trees fell too. Oh my goodness, you just cut her into like 5 pieces, Zenitsu yelled. She's a demon, that won't kill her, Rui scoffed. How? How can he hurt his family without a second thought? Tanjiro thought angrily. Tanjiro gasped as the dust cleared. Rui looked furious. None of you were ever able to fill the roles you were assigned. Not once in your entire life, Rui said. It showed the sister's head. She was crying softly. Blood was leaking out of her head. Wait, brother. Wasn't I the elder sister you wanted? She asked. Give me another chance. Are you going to give her another chance? Iguro asked. I don't know. Probably, Rui said. Very well then, kill the humans that are wandering all over this mountain. If you do that, I'll forgive you for what just happened, Rui said. I hope that she doesn't kill any more humans, Heimjima sighed. I'll kill her before she can hurt another human, Kacho smiled. All right, Sister Demon said. Yes, I'll do that. How sad. She thinks she has to kill humans so Rui doesn't hurt her, Tanjiro whispered. She picked up her head off the ground and ran off. That's not scary at all, Zenitsu said. Boy, Rui said, let's talk. Just the 2 of us. Come on out. What? You want to talk to me? Why are you being friendly? Tanjiro asked. I'm probably going to make you an offer, Rui said. An offer, Tanjiro repeated in confusion. Why is he being so friendly? Tanjiro wondered. The truth is, what your sister did. I found it genuinely moving to behold. I doubt any words exist that describe exactly how I felt. However, your fate now is death. A disagreeable conclusion for you, no doubt, Rui said. No doubt he's going to make an offer that Kamado won't like, Rengoku said. Now, that's just unflashy, Yusui said. Tanjiro clutched onto Nezuko tighter, listening to Rui. Rui then moved his finger over his mouth. Huh, that's odd, Tanjiro said. What's odd? Zenitsu asked. I could have sworn we've watched Kibutsuji do the same movement, Tanjiro said. That's freaky, Aoi said. So listen close. I'll impart to you how you can escape your fate. It involves your sister. I want you to give her to me, Rui said. If you do so, I will spare you your life. I knew it. I'm never giving Nezuko to you, Tanjiro yelled at Rui. That's all right. I'll just take her after I kill you, Rui said. Tanjiro's eyes widened at Rui's words. I have no idea what you're talking about, Tanjiro said. As of today, instead of being your little sister, she's mine, Rui said calmly. Sick bastard. Taking other people's siblings, Jutaro whispered. I hope that Tomioka-san or Kacho-san get there quickly, Rengoku said. You don't actually think I'd ever agree to that, do you? Tanjiro said angrily. First off, Nezuko's not a thing. She has her own will and feelings. There's no way she'll ever be your sister. It's all right, you don't need to worry. I'm stronger than you. I will create a bond with her. One made of terror. She'll know what happens when I'm defied, Rui said, forcefully. You shouldn't use fear to keep people near you. That's not a true bond until you realize that. You'll never truly get what you want, Tanjiro yelled. You're wrong. I've been getting what I want this whole time. And I'm about to get your sister, Rui said. Tanjiro raised his broken sword at Rui and yelled, I've had enough of you spouting this nonsense. Using fear to keep someone shackled to you isn't the bond of a family. And until you are able to figure that out, you'll never get what it is you desire. You're really brave for yelling at him, Zenitsu said. I'm just telling him the truth, Tanjiro said. So irritating. Would you mind not shouting? Rui said. It's clear we don't agree. Enmu turned to Rui and spoke. You're quite calm. What rank are you? Lower Moon 5, but I could be higher, Rui said. L Lower Moon 5. Can I really beat a Lower Moon? Tanjiro wondered. Oh, that's not bad. Both me and Kacho should be able to kill him, Tomioka thought. It showed the ground, and Tanjiro took off the box, walking to the clearing to fight Rui again. Tanjiro, I don't know if you can kill him, Urokodaki said. Ah, believe in the boy. I have a feeling he'll be able to kill the Lower Moon, Rengoku said. Wait, but if he kills a Lower Moon by himself, won't that make him Hashira level? Genroji asked. Not necessarily. If he kills Lower Moon 5, he does have the ability to become a Hashira. But he wouldn't be as strong or skilled as you all, Yubayashiki said. I'll never hand Nezuko over to you, Tanjiro said firmly. Very well then, I'll just kill you, Rui sighed. Not if I manage to cut off your head first, Tanjiro retorted. I can do this. I have to do this, Tanjiro whispered. Now that's the spirit, Rui chuckled softly, moving his hand to uncover his eye. I would love to see you try it. Let's see if you can take down a being like me, one of the 12 Kazuki. He really is Lower Moon 5er. Tanjiro, you're going to die, Zenitsu said. Thanks for the support, Tanjiro sighed. I think Manjiro can do it, Inosuke laughed. What are they babbling about? That kid can't kill me, Rui thought. Rui revealed the kanji reading Lower 5. Then the screen went dark. Rui started thinking, and it showed each member of his family. In a family, a father has his designated role to fulfill, and the mother has hers in return. The parents protect their eldest children, and the eldest protects the younger ones. This is carried out no matter what, even at the risk of their own lives. That's stupid. You shouldn't do it until you die, Tanjiro thought. While your words hold some truth, you shouldn't kill someone just because they don't fit the box you put them into, Amin said. The screen went white and showed blood splattering. It then showed Rui's eye as he spoke. Blood, that's not good, Hinetsuru said. It's such a shame that he's a demon. His eyes are really pretty, Kinroji thought. The way I see it, if you don't understand your own role in this life, there's no reason on living it to begin with, Rui said. I'll tell you your role. It is to relinquish your younger sister to me and disappear. If you refuse, your only other path is death. For you cannot defeat me. He really likes his role, I see, Kacho commented. Tanjiro grabbed his sword tighter. His eye says Lower 5. As I thought, this power he really is one of the 12. It won't be easy to cut those threads. But what do I do if his neck is even tougher? Not to mention my broken sword. I believe in you, I think, Zenitsu said. Thanks, Tanjiro said. You look very motivated and determined, Genya said. Of course I am. He's threatening to take Nezuko, Tanjiro said. That steely look in your eyes? I don't like it. What are you plotting? Don't tell me, Rui said. You think that you'll be able to defeat me. Why is he still so motivated? I'm a member of the 12 Kazuki, for crying out loud. Why won't he give up? Rui wondered. Rui moved his hand, causing the threads to go over Tanjiro. Tanjiro gasped as Nezuko got pulled towards Rui by the strings. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled, give her back. Why are you yelling at me? This is the future. You still have your sister next to you. Plus your yelling is annoying, Rui said, coldly. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled. Rui held out his hands and caught Nezuko before she hit the ground. Rui wrapped one arm around Nezuko's neck and the other was in front of him. The threads left each finger. At least never mind, he now has her in a chokehold, Kacho said. I'll get her back, I swear, Tanjiro muttered. It's settled. I'll be taking her. You understand your role now, don't you? Rui said coldly. This fight better be entertaining, Akaza hoped. I wonder who's going to win. I wonder if that boy is going to become stronger, Dalma thought. Let her go, Tanjiro yelled, charging at Rui. Do you really want to die? Was my trade not clear? Rui asked. It was, but I don't agree with it, Tanjiro said, firmly. I can't tell if you're incredibly stupid or incredibly brave, Shinazugawa said. Why not both? Rengoku said. Did I not tell you that I'd spare your life in return for your obedience? Rui asked. Nezuko scratched Rui's face, causing blood to splatter. Tanjiro kept running towards Rui, screaming as he moved. Rui moved his free hand to the left, making the threads move too. She scratched me. How rude of her, Rui thought. See, she doesn't want to be your sister. Rui, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro gasped and went to the ground to avoid the threads. He landed further away and looked at Rui. But this time, Nezuko wasn't in his arms. 10 threads were coming out of each of Rui's fingers. You avoided the attack, Tamo said, happily. Wait, where's Nezuko? Tanjiro asked frantically. There's 10 threads instead of 5, Kuina commented. Where'd she go? Tanjiro wondered. Tanjiro held his broken sword in front of him, and just then a stream of blood fell on his sword. Tanjiro looked up and saw Nezuko tangled in the threads. Blood, Suma said softly. Why is it coming from the sky? Tanjiro asked. Unless... Nezuko. Nezuko-chan's in the threads, Kenroji said. Calm down, she's a demon, right? That won't kill her, Shinazugawa said. Nezuko, Tanjiro screamed. Threads were wrapped around her whole body. It zoomed into her arm. Blood was dripping from the wounds. Then her legs, which were held in place by the threads. Her whole body was dripping with blood. Nezuko whimpered in pain. Rui then started healing his face. How gory, Makio frowned. Nezuko, that looks so painful, Kenroji said sadly. Tanjiro was clearly angry, but also worried. Many of the slayers were angry at Rui, but said nothing. Muzan looked happy that Rui was dealing with the Rouge demon. Quiet down. This won't be enough to kill her. She's a demon, but it does appear I'll have to teach her a lesson. I'm going to let her bleed for a while, Rui said, calmly. If she won't learn to be obedient, I'll just leave her like that till daybreak, and then let her burn. How can you say that so calmly? Tanjiro asked angrily. You're too noisy, Rui sighed. I can do it because I know that she'll come around. I won't allow it, Tanjiro yelled, running to Rui. Let her go. Rui flung several threads towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro barely avoided them and ended up falling to the ground. Rui walked up to Tanjiro and kicked him into the air. Tanjiro landed in a bush, coughing up blood. Rui went over to Tanjiro, hitting him away. You avoided the threads, Suma praised. Barely, Iguro added. When they watched Tanjiro get kicked, there were mixed emotions. Many of the demons were happy, while the slayers were worried for Tanjiro as they saw the blood leave his mouth. Tanjiro watched the screen, his eyes stuck on it. Tanjiro, Zenitsu yelled. That wasn't good, he's coughing up blood, Kacho said. Blood flowed from Tanjiro's mouth. He was barely able to stand. He can barely stand, Kenroji said frantically. Tomioka-san, Kacho, please hurry and help him. Tanjiro, you're going to be all right, right? Zenitsu asked. I don't know, Tanjiro admitted. Now, I may be mistaken here, but you think that if you get close enough to me, you can chop my head off, don't you? Rui said, walking over to Tanjiro. What are you doing? Shinazugawa asked. The demon is probably toying with Tanjiro, Iguro guessed. You're letting me cut your head off? Tanjiro asked, skeptically. Of course not. I'm just giving you a shot, Rui said, because I know you can't do it. What? Tanjiro said. Here, give it a shot, Rui said, clearly teasing Tanjiro. I won't be able to do it. He's teasing me, Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro grunted and swung his sword at Rui. Rui easily dodged the attack and punched the back of Tanjiro's head. Then the front, blood fell from Tanjiro's mouth. Tanjiro turned around and went back to attack Rui's neck. But once his broken sword touched Rui's neck, he gasped. That's not good either, Kacho said. He's toying with me, Tanjiro mumbled. Many of them didn't know how to react to Tanjiro getting beat up by a lower moon. They just sat there awkwardly. Why am I gasping? Tanjiro asked. You're not going to be able to cut through the demon's neck, Iguro said. The blade, it won't go through, Tanjiro thought. I'm not strong enough, Tanjiro whispered. This isn't going to end well, Yushiro said. Tanjiro's hand shook as he tried to decapitate Rui, but Rui stood there, unbothered. Didn't I tell you? You have no chance against me, Rui said. His face went dark, and then he kicked Tanjiro. You got kicked again, Zenitsu said. Damn it, Tanjiro whispered. Tanjiro flew back once Rui kicked him. Tanjiro's back hit the ground a few times before he crashed into a hill. Rui's going to kill this brat, at least he better, Muzan thought. You got kicking into a hill, that has to hurt, Genya said. My body is more durable than any of the threads I can manipulate. If you can't even cut those threads, then you'll never be able to cut my neck, Rui said. Tanjiro's eyes widened at this new information. His face went pale. He didn't know if he could do it. Nezuko grunted, trying to escape the threads. Blood was dripping down her body. She moved her limbs, trying to get out so she could help Tanjiro. Once the dust cleared, Tanjiro coughed loudly. A visible impact was made. Nezuko is still tangled, Yusui said. She's so bloody, Tanjiro whispered. You don't look too injured from that kick, Suma said, happily. He's incredibly strong. His strength is beyond any demon I've fought so far. So this is the might of the 12 Kazuki. The power of a demon, closely related to Kibutsuji, Tanjiro thought. He still kicked me across the forest, Tanjiro frowned. I still think that you'll be able to kill him, Yubayashiki said. Nezuko struggled against the threads, trying to free herself. Rui turned around. You're noisy. If you don't quiet down, Rui threatened. He tightened the threads, causing Nezuko to shriek in pain. Blood splattered out of where the threads were cutting her skin. Stop that, Tanjiro yelled. Nezuko-chan, Kenroji screamed. No, stop that, Tanjiro screamed. As of today, I'm her elder brother, and I command her to cease that noise, Rui said. Breathe. You're playing into his hands, Tanjiro thought. I hope Tanjiro can keep his cool. That might be the only way he can kill Lower Moon 5, Yubayashiki thought. Tanjiro grabbed his arm and thought. Calm down. Don't get emotional. If you do, you'll play right into his hands. Good, you're gaining control of your emotions. That'll help you, Kocho said. Nezuko closed her eyes and began to sleep. Rui was confused. Good, Nezuko's sleeping. That means she'll heal faster, Tanjiro said. That's good, Kenroji said. Huh? What happened to her? Did she pass out? This demon has a unique aura. I haven't seen anything quite like it. Fascinating, Rui said. It makes sense that Nezuko has an unique aura. She doesn't eat humans, Tamio said. Lady Tamio is so smart, Yushiro thought. Concentrate, control your breathing, unleash the most precise final form, total concentration. Tanjiro thought, charging at Rui. A trail of water followed him. What are you doing? Can't you see that fighting back is futile, Rui said. Maybe so, but I refuse to give up, Tanjiro said. The 10th form. If Tanjiro gets in enough rotations, he probably could cut the threads, Tomioka thought. The trail of water is such a flashy touch, Yusui said. Don't you see this is futile, Rui asked. Rui crossed his arms, making the threads cross too. The screen went black for a moment, then a flow of water went across it. It then showed Tanjiro charging at Rui, but this time he could cut the threads. I did it! I cut the threads, Tanjiro cheered. You did it, Zenitsu said. Don't celebrate until the demon's decapitated, Tomioka said. He cut through the threads. What's different? Just a few minutes ago he couldn't cut them, Rui thought. I have a feeling the Rui's going to be killed, Kokushibo thought. Huh, Rui said in confusion. Water breathing. 10th form, constant flux, Tanjiro thought. As he got closer to Rui, he kept cutting the threads. Once he said the form, a water dragon was formed, and it roared. Tanjiro struck down, cutting the threads again with the dragon. Wah, there's a water dragon, Kenroji said. That's so flashy, Yusui exclaimed. Tanjiro, you're cutting through the threads, Zenitsu cheered. Tomioka looked at the screen in awe at the water dragon. Meanwhile, the bad demons seemed annoyed, except for Akaza, who looked excited. I did it. I cut the threads, Tanjiro thought. It's fine. It's not like the threads are at full strength, Rui thought. Something is worrying me, Tamio said. Huh, what are you talking about, Lady Tamio? Yushiro asked. I don't think the threads are at their full strength. Tanjiro is going to have to work harder to get enough rotations in, Tamio said. Gathering force with each rotation, this could be worrisome, Rui thought. If I can keep closing the distance between us, I can defeat him, Tanjiro thought as he cut some of the threads. As Tanjiro continued to run towards Rui, the water dragon roared and followed him. That water dragon is so cool, Inosuke said. How did you get that? I'm certain it's just Shiro-san and Shiro-san's special effects. Although, I agree the dragon is quite cool, Tanjiro said. Boy, you don't think these threads are at maximum strength, do you? Rui said. Tanjiro's face dropped, and several of the Hashiras sighed. Rui smirked at his future actions. Rui's hands turned red, and so did the threads. Rui pulled his hands behind him. The threads are turning red. What does that mean? Kenroji asked. I think he's infusing the threads with his blood, Aguro guessed. Blood demon art, cutting thread cage, Rui said. Several threads, in the shape of a spider web, start heading for Tanjiro, surrounding Tanjiro effortlessly. Fear filled Tanjiro's face as he watched the threads surround his future self. Am I going to die? Tanjiro whispered. No, you're not going to die. Surely Tomioka-san or Kacho-san are going to save you, Zenitsu said. I have no more use for you, Rui said, pulling the threads closed. Farewell. The threads seemed to lit up the area. Each one is blood red. As they closed in on Tanjiro, the dragon shrieked. Fear filled Tanjiro's face. That's so unflashy, Yusui sighed. You can get enough rotations, right Tanjiro? Zenitsu whispered. I don't know, Tanjiro said. Not good. I can't get in enough rotations to cut these threads. They're giving off a totally different scent than the other ones. This can't be how it ends, can it? Am I really going to die here? Tanjiro wondered. It zoomed into his eye. Am I? What? You can't get enough rotations. Does that mean that you're going to get cut to shreds? Zenitsu asked, his voice shaky. The new scent is probably the added blood, Aoi said. It zoomed out, showing hundreds of his memories. His life was flashing before his eyes. The memories were from his whole life, but mainly after Tomioka found him. Just then the screen went white. The sound of children laughing was heard. My life is flashing before my eyes, Tanjiro said. You need to ignore it and find a way to kill the demon, Takedo said. Huh? Is that children laughing? Hajime asked. It showed a baby Tanjiro and a baby Nezuko. They were holding instruments and Tanjiro was dancing. Their father was watching the siblings from the porch. Lord Tenjin, look at them, they're so cute, Suma smiled. I agree, Suma, Yusui said. Is that your father Kamado-kun? Amain asked. Yeah, that's him, Tanjiro smiled. His name was Tanjiro. Father, Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro, you're breathing. Master your command over it and then become more like Hinakami, Tanjiro said. Huh? What is your father talking about, Tanjiro-kun? Kenroji asked. Isn't Hinakami a fire god? Yubayashiki asked. Yeah, but why this memory? Why is this what I'm seeing before I'm going to die? Tanjiro asked softly. Back in the present, Tanjiro's eyes widened, and his heartbeat was loud. It went back to a memory. A bright fire was shown. It was snowing, and a woman began singing softly. Several torches were lit in a circle. A baby Tanjiro was sitting with his mother. What is the fire in a circle for? Urokodaki asked. It's my father's Kagura dance, Tanjiro said, still confused. Baby Tanjiro is so adorable. Kenroji thought. Look Tanjiro, that is your father's Kagura dance. Our family works with fire, so to ward off injuries and disasters, we offer this dance to Hinakami, along with our prayers at the start of each year, Kai said softly. What a lovely tradition, Kacho said. Did your family do that every year? Urokodaki asked. He did, even when he was sick. Up until he passed, he always did the Kagura dance, Tanjiro smiled softly. Tanjiro was doing the Kagura dance elegantly. Bells rattled as he did this. Whoa, the dance is so pretty, Aoi said. Pretty, Kanao thought. Mommy, Tanjiro said. Kai said. A baby Nezuko was on her back. Is that a baby Nezuko? Kenroji squealed. It is, Tanjiro said. Father's always been pretty sick, right? So how can he be out in the snow and still keep dancing and dancing? Tanjiro asked, his breath showing up in the cold. If that were me, I bet my lungs would freeze. Your father was sick even when you were young, Hajime asked. He was. I also thought the fact that he could dance even when he was sick was the coolest thing, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro continued to dance, and then it changed to a different memory. There exists a breathing technique, one that will prevent you from ever exhausting yourself, Tanjiro said as he stroked Tanjiro's hair. Is there really a breathing technique like that? That sounds so useful, Rengoku said. I had forgotten about this memory, Tanjiro whispered. Do you know anything about this breathing technique? Tanjiro-kun, Kocho asked. It was something passed down in my family. I know that much, Tanjiro said. Really? Tanjiro said. Yes, if you can master the correct way to breathe, you'll be able to dance forever too, Tanjiro said, as everyone else did laundry. Even the cold won't bother you. Tanjiro, this ceremonial dance and pair of earrings, I wish for them to be passed down to you. This is my gift. Your father gave you the earrings and entrusted the dance with you. That's so cool, Zenitsu said. His father has the earrings. No, he can't have son breathing, right, Muzan thought. The screen went black. It went back to the present. Tanjiro's face changed, now showing determination. The woman started singing again, and Tanjiro inhaled sharply. Just then the water dragon turned into one of the sun. Wait, did that memory unlock something? I look more determined, Tanjiro said. You're inhaling sharply. Are you going to cut the threads? Rengoku asked. No, there's no way, Rui thought. Just then all of the Slayers' eyes widened as they watched the water turn to flame. Meanwhile, the Muzan and Kokushibo had fear on their faces. What the hell? Shinazugawa yelled. Did you just change breathing techniques mid-fight? I guess I did, Tanjiro said in disbelief. You have two breathing styles, Amain said. While it's not unheard of, it's quite rare. Sun breathing, Muzan and Kokushibo thought. Hinakami Kagura, Tanjiro thought. You turned a dance into a breathing style. That's so flashy, Yusui said loudly. But how? All breathing styles are derived from one of the main five. So this breathing style would have to be taken from flame breathing. But that makes no sense. Tanjiro-kun learned water breathing, Tomioka said. The flames flowed in the air and around Tanjiro's sword. Tanjiro struck down and cut through the toughest threads. Tanjiro, you're using your new breathing style and it's cutting through the threads, Zenitsu exclaimed. I knew you could do it, Gonpakairo, Inosuke said. The thread. How? How is he cutting through them? Rui wondered, frantically. Dance, Tanjiro thought. My threads, Rui thought. He pulled them, making them go around. Tanjiro continued charging for Rui, his sword still covered in the flames. Tanjiro got cut by some of the threads, one on his shoulder and one on his head. That's so flamboyant. I'm sure you'll become a flashy Hashira one day, Yusui said. You're still getting cut by some of the threads, Takedo said. Tanjiro was speechless. Meanwhile, Muzan looked like he was going to burst into flames. Sun breathing. How does he have it? Does he not know that he's wielding the most powerful breathing style? Muzan wondered. Don't stop, keep running. If you hesitate and switch between breathing techniques, there'll be repercussions. If that happens, I'll be rendered immobile for a time, Tanjiro thought. Does this mean that Tanjiro isn't going to use water breathing anymore? Tomioka wondered. You're such a badass, Yusui said. Language, Yusui-san, Haimjana said. Hey, I made my own breathing style too, Inosuke yelled. The threads were scattered by Rui, and Tanjiro kept heading his way. The flame followed Tanjiro too. The breathing style is so pretty, Kenroji said in awe. I have to get Nezuko back, and now that I have Hinokami Kagura, I have a chance, Tanjiro said. No. This can't be happening. I have to have some kind of a plan. I can't get killed by him, Rui thought. That's why I need to keep pressing on. Run. You have to protect Nezuko, Tanjiro thought. It showed Nezuko. She was still covered in blood and sleeping. Tanjiro yelled as he kept heading for Rui. He seemingly glided across the ground, cutting any thread in his way. The flames flew across the screen. He got really close to Rui. You can do it, Tanjiro. Save Nezuko, Tanjiro whispered to himself. Your movement is quite good, Kamado-kun, Rengoku praised. Ah, thank you, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro smiled. It seems I'll have to add both beast breathing and Hinokami Kagura to the official list of breathing styles, Yubayashiki said. That breathing style looks so familiar. God, why can't I piece it together? It's on the tip of my tongue, Shinjiro thought. How? Rui wondered as he jumped back. Your overpowering lower moon 5. Were you always this powerful, Tanjiro? Zenitsu asked. I guess so. All I needed was to almost die to unlock Hinokami Kagura, Tanjiro chuckled. Rui moved the red threads as he jumped back. But Tanjiro didn't yield, he continued to go to Rui. Tanjiro cut through the main threads, spinning in circles, and Rui tried to move further back. He kept closing the distance, not giving Rui the chance to attack. Just then, Tanjiro saw the opening thread. If you behead the demon, that means you've met the qualifications of becoming a Hashira, Iguro said. That's true, Iguro-san. It's that so cool. Wait, would that make Tanjiro-kun the Hinokami Kagura Hashira? That's a bit of a mouthful, Kenroji said. If I did become a Hashira, I think I'd shorten it to the Hinokami Hashira, Tanjiro chuckled. But I'm nowhere near as powerful as you all, so I don't think that's something I should worry about right now. I see it. The opening thread, Tanjiro thought, as Rui launched some threads. You have to take him down now, even if it means getting slashed in the process. The opening thread. No, is this how I die? Rui thought. Damn it, all of these lower moons are useless, Muzan thought. Nezuko, Kai said. Nezuko, wake up, Nezuko. Mother? She's trying to wake up Nezuko, Tanjiro said softly. I don't think I said this before, but your mom is very pretty, Kenroji smiled. Ah, thank you, Tanjiro smiled back. Her hands were on Nezuko's sleeping head. You need to save your brother. You're capable of doing so. I know you are, Kai said. She began crying. Nezuko, help him. Your brother will be killed if you don't. Do you think that Nezuko is going to wake up? Suma asked. I do think so, Tanjiro said. Just then Nezuko woke up. Her pupils were slits, and she began to growl. Her hand began to glow. Huh, her hand is glowing, Takedo said. Her pupils are slits, Makio said. Blood demon art, exploding blood, Nezuko thought. Nezuko's voice, Tanjiro said in shock. Exploding blood, Tomioka repeated in confusion. Her blood started turning pink, and once she closed her hand, all of her blood burst into flames. The flames started going down the threads. Rui's face was filled with fear. Her blood is bursting into flames, Rui said softly. Is that her blood demon art? Suma asked. Of course it is, Makio said to Suma. What a cool blood demon art, Tanjiro said. The flames went between Rui and Tanjiro. Then Tanjiro emerged from the flames. Tanjiro started swinging his sword at Rui's neck. Rui seemed scared at this action. The flames were beautiful. Yes, you're going to cut off the demon's head, Zenitsu cheered. Am I actually going to do it? Tanjiro whispered. No, no, no. The threads were burned away. Impossible, Rui thought. Impossible, the threads were burned away, Rui thought. The bond between Nezuko and I cannot be severed, not by anyone, Tanjiro yelled. Oh fuck yeah, you're a badass, Makio yelled. Ah, thank you, Tanjiro said. He was embarrassed at Makio's praise. A bit of Nezuko's blood was on Tanjiro's sword, and it burst into flames as Rui's head was cut off in a circle. A ring of pink and red flames surrounded Rui and Tanjiro. Rui's head flew off, and Tanjiro had a look of pure determination. The screen then faded to black. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Tanjiro cut off Rui's head. Several of the slayers cheered for Tanjiro. No way, you cut off the lower moon's head, Iguro said in disbelief. Doesn't that mean that he's eligible to become a Hashira? Zenitsu said. It does, Amane said. I did it, Tanjiro said in awe. No, I'm sure that's not real, Rui thought. All right, let's continue, Shira said. Episode 20 Pretend Family. Once the screen lit back up, it showed a recap, ending with Tanjiro seemingly beheading Rui. The title screen showed up. Sparks flew across the screen, looking like fireworks. As Rui's head went into the air, Tanjiro's face was filled with determination and anger. Once the move was done, the fire began to stop. I still can't believe you did it, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. That was such a flashy move, Yusui said. Ah, thank you, Tanjiro said, blushing from embarrassment. Rui's head fell on the ground, his body following after. Tanjiro collapsed as well. The threads that were attached to Nezuko burned away, and she fell to the ground. Most of her wounds were healed. No, that can't be the end. That just can't be, Rui thought, panicking. Oh, thank goodness, Tanjiro sighed in relief. Nezuko's wounds look nearly healed. Something feels off. Tanjiro is strong, but did he actually behead the lower moon? Yubayashiki wondered. Nezuko, Tanjiro strained. Nezuko, I won. I did it. The screen faded to white, and then it showed Tanjiro's father watching baby Tanjiro. As Tanjiro thought, he went through the memories. I still find it amazing that you turned a dance into a breathing style, Uzui said. If I had to guess, I think that Hinakami Kagura would be derived from flame breathing. Don't you think, Rengoku-san? Kenroji asked. I can see that being the case. Although it's quite odd that Kamado-san was able to make a breathing style that is derived from flame. Without ever learning flame breathing, Rengoku said. My father saved me. Our family's Kagura, which has been passed down through generations, somehow manifested into a technique and helped me defeat that demon. Tanjiro managed to get onto his knees. His face had scratches on it, and parts of his haori were torn. Just then, as he looked at Nezuko, his vision began to blur. Your adrenaline is starting to wear off, and now you're feeling the pain, Aoi said. That's all right. I already killed the demon, so there's nothing I have to worry about, Tanjiro said. Not quite, there's still the sister demon, Genya pointed out. She might come back and attack you. Huh? My vision's blurry. Is it because I took too many breaths too fast? Tanjiro thought. Just then there was a ringing in his ears. He fell down and clutched his chest. He groaned in pain. His ears are ringing. That can't be good, Makio commented. It's all right. Tomioka saved Inosuke, so I don't have to worry about them. But my future self doesn't know that, Tanjiro thought. This ringing in my ears is absolutely agonizing. My whole body is throbbing with pain. Tanjiro thought. He grabbed his sword and started crawling to Nezuko. I need to catch my second wind and press on. The fight's not over, not yet. I still need to save Inosuke, as soon as I can. That's not good at all, Kacho said. You need to rest. I have to get to Nezuko. You're there, and you don't know that Nezuko is a good demon. I don't want you to hurt her, Tanjiro said. That's fair, Kacho said. Something feels off, Tomioka muttered. Huh? Did you say something, Tomioka? Your voice is so quiet, Rengoku said. As Tanjiro crawled, waves of a red scent trail went to him. Tanjiro gasped in fear. Huh? Why are you gasping? Nakheim muttered. The demon isn't dead, Tanjiro whispered. What? But we saw you beheaded, Zenitsu said. The scent of blood just got stronger, and it didn't give off the smell of ash like usual. Tanjiro thought as he remembered the times he killed a demon. Don't tell me. The demon isn't dead, Kenroji yelled. But how? It has threads, Kenroji-san. It probably beheaded itself, Iguro sighed. Oh, what a surprise. I was sure that the boy defeated Lower Moon 5. Dalma thought. Once Tanjiro was done thinking about the several other demons he had killed, it showed Rui walking up to him from behind. None of Rui's body showed signs of decay. What? What the hell? How is the bastard still alive? Inosuke yelled. I agree. We all saw Tanjiro beheaded, Zenitsu said. Could he have survived that? Tanjiro said. Rui pulled some strings, lowered his head, and then spoke. You thought you'd defeated me? How sad for you. Did your delusion bring you a brief moment of joy? I cut my head off myself using my own thread, before you were able to do the job yourself. Damn it, how am I going to kill him? Tanjiro muttered. How cruel, Hantengu sighed. Good. I'm not dead, I can still kill that brat, Rui thought. Damn bastard, Shinazugawa said. Tomioka-san or Kacho-san, you better go kill that demon. Tanjiro continued to crawl towards Nezuko. Rui's head had been lowered from a tree branch. That idea was quite clever though, Nishika sighed, cutting off its head before Tanjiro could. Such an underhanded tactic, Hanjima said sadly. Enough struggling, I'm going to kill both you and your sister. I haven't been this incensed in a long time, Rui said. Get up, Tanjiro, Zenitsu whispered. I have to use recovery breathing, Tanjiro said. I don't think you can get up in time, Aoi said, clearly scared. Get up. Get on your feet. You need to control your breathing. Hurry, there's no time, Tanjiro thought as he continued to crawl. I wonder why you weren't burned to cinders earlier in that explosion, Rui said, as he reattached his head. Me and my threads were the only things set ablaze. I don't know if it relates to your sister's power, but it has enraged me all the same. That is quite interesting. It's as if Nezuko's blood demon art only affects demons, Yubayashiki said. That could be troubling, Kokushibo thought. I'm surprised that Nezuko has a blood demon art, Yurikodaki said. I thought that she won't get one because she had never eaten a human. Wasn't Nezuko's demon art cool, Iguro-san? Kenroji smiled. Yeah, it was cool, Iguro said. Rui was clearly angry. He had several veins on his face that were prominent. Rui put his hands together, making 5 red threads appear. It zoomed into his eye again. It still reads, lower 5. Now I'm going to carve you up without regret, Rui said. He's going to cut you into pieces, Zenitsu yelled. What can I do? I don't have enough strength to fight him again, Tanjiro muttered to himself. You have to do something, Yurikodaki said. Tanjiro's hand was shaking. He got lost in thought. If I use the correct breathing technique, it doesn't matter how exhausted I am. Rui pulled his hands apart and said, Blood demon art, murderous eye basket. Murderous eye basket, Sumer repeated in fear. That's a different blood demon art, Hinetsuru said. Several threads were on Rui's hands, making it look like a spiderweb. Just then a circle of red formed around Tanjiro, and several threads began to rise up and formed a dome. The threads are surrounding you, Zenitsu said. I can't cut those. The only reason I was able to cut the red threads was because I was using Hinakami Kagura, Tanjiro said. He won't be able to move once the threads are circling him, Rui thought. Don't let your breathing be disrupted, Tanjiro. Calm down. Just stay calm. Tanjiro thought. The threads around him moved. I can't raise my arm. The pain is hitting you. It's going to take a while before you can move normally, Kacho said. I see, Tanjiro said. That's fine. I'm sure that Tomioka-san or you are going to get there. He's so optimistic. Why won't he give up? Jutaro wondered. Rui sent the threads to Tanjiro. They cut his hands. Blood and bits of his Haori were flung into the air. Just then it cut to Tomioka, who was running. He had his thumb on his sword, ready to draw it at the right time. He leaped forward. A string of water flowed from his sword. Tomioka-san, Tanjiro yelled. You're cutting the timing quite close, Tomioka-san, Kocho smiled. I made it on time though, Tomioka said. The water breathing effects are somewhat flashy. Although, I bet my breathing style will be even more flashy, Yusui said. He brought his sword down, and the background was water. His face was covered by his hair. The red threads that were around Tanjiro were getting cut. Well, now that Tomioka-san is there, the lower moon is going to be killed quickly, Iguro said. You have nothing to fret now, Rengoku smiled. No way, he can't be that powerful. I'm going to cut him into pieces, Rui thought. I swear if Rui gets killed, Muzan thought. Somebody's here. Is it Zenitsu? Tanjiro wondered, his mouth opening slightly. Tomioka landed behind Tanjiro, but in front of Rui. The threads that were around Tanjiro were gone. You're so cool, Mismatch Haori. We should fight, Inosuke said. No, Tomioka responded. Thank you, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro smiled. You did a good job holding out until I got here, Tomioka said, facing Rui. It then zoomed into his face as he spoke again. Leave the rest to me. Surely that confidence is just a bluff. There's no way he can cut off my head, Rui thought. How are you going to kill the demon? Aoi asked. With water breathing, Tomioka responded bluntly. Tanjiro looked back at Tomioka. Fear was on Tanjiro's face. You're like an endless torrent of insignificant insects constantly getting in my way, Rui said. Several threads began to appear behind him. Blood demon art. I wonder if Rui can kill a Hashira. Either way, there's going to be blood, Enmu thought. I really wish that you demons would stop using the word insect as an insult. I'm starting to get offended, Kocho said. Rui began to move the threads, leaving a small circle in the middle. A giant ring of threads was behind him too. The red threads lit up the area slightly. Wow, that actually looks quite pretty, Kenroji whispered. Cutting thread rotation, Rui said. It zoomed into Tomioka after Rui sent the threads his way. Just then the entire ground turned into water. The trees were gone, and it was a darker blue behind Tomioka. As he spoke, it continued to zoom into him. That's the move he used earlier, Kacho commented. Wait, the whole ground turned into water, Shinazugawa yelled, in shock. What happened to the forest and how the hell is Tomioka standing on water? Calm down, Shinazugawa-san, Hajime said. I'm sure that's just the special effects that the twins made. You would be correct, Hajime-san, Shira said. Total concentration. Water breathing, 11th form, Tomioka said. It then showed him from behind, dead calm. 11th form, Tanjiro said in shock. But there's no 11th form. Oh, is this a form you made all by yourself? Kacho asked. It is, Tomioka responded. After Tomioka said that, the raging water between him and Rui settled quickly. The threads lit up Tanjiro's face. What an interesting form. I wonder how it works, Dalma thought. Who cares about his 11th form? He can't cut off my head, Rui yelled, louder than he wanted to. Shut up, unless you want me to go over there and shut you up myself, Shinazugawa threatened. The 11th form, Tanjiro said in shock. It doesn't matter what technique you use on me, Rui said angrily. He sent every thread to Tomioka. However, not a single thread injured or even reached Tomioka. Tomioka seemingly was standing still. Rui's eyes widened in shock and anger. What? Not even one thread reached you, Tanjiro said in awe. How is that possible? Inosuke yelled. I want to do that. No, 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 Rui thought. Not a single thread hit him. What did he do? What? Rui said. Tomioka put his sword to the water, and the small ripple appeared. Every single thread that Rui sent towards Tomioka was falling to the ground. That form is quite useful, Kacho said. That's true. I've used it numerous times to get out of sticky situations, Tomioka said. The second the threads touched him, they scattered, Rui thought. What's going on? What did he do? The instant they touch him, the threads scattered. Not even one of them reached him. The strongest threads of all were destroyed. That cannot be, Rui said, putting out his hands ready to attack again. I'll try it again. I was right. Rui is going to get killed. Muzan thought. Damn lower moons are all so useless. All of the threads were quickly cut. How interesting. Kokushibo thought. During Rui's panic, Tomioka casually walked over to Rui. Rui blinked and Tomioka was no longer in front of him. Rather, his sword was. Within the blink of an eye, Tomioka's sword sliced through Rui's neck. Good job, you killed the lower moon, Yubayashiki smiled. And good riddance, Shinazugawa said. And no, this can't be happening. Rui thought. Lord Muzan is going to be furious. Rui's head slid forward, while Tomioka kept walking, swiping the sword to get the blood off. Rui's head then fell to the floor. It cut to the sister demon. She was running through the forest. Her breathing was heavy too. How cold of you, Kocho said. You didn't give that demon another glance. Oh, how intriguing. It seems like we're going to watch the sister demon, Yubayashiki said. Why are we going to watch this demon? Iguro scowled. I messed up. I really messed up. This whole time we were pretending to be a family. I was the only one who had a perfect track record until now. Sister Demon thought. Her hands covered her ears. Huh? What is she talking about? Suma asked. I have to say, her running away like that is quite unflashy, Yusui sighed. It's so odd to see demons showing so many emotions, Aoi said. It showed a flashback. Someone in a green kimono was running through the same woods. Once it showed her face, it was clear she was a demon. Her sclere was black. The same was her short hair. Wait, who is that? Hajime asked. It's clear she's a demon. Her sclere is black, Kacho said. I have a feeling that she's the sister demon, but that only makes me have more questions, Shinjiro sighed angrily. It showed her from the front. She was running away from a group of demon slayers. She nearly tripped over her feet, but she continued running, falling down in front of a house. Oh, she's running away from demon slayers, Takedo said. She tripped, Tanjiro said. We finally cornered her, Demon Slayer 1 said. Hey look, Demon Slayer 2 said. Huh, Demon Slayer 1 said. All 5 of the demon slayers looked up. Rui was standing on the roof of the abandoned house. It zoomed into him. His kimono looked slightly different from the present. It's Rui, Tanjiro said. Don't tell me. You killed those demon slayers, Iguro scowled. I hope he did, Jutaro thought. A demon, Demon Slayer 2 said. It's just a runt, Demon Slayer 1 said. But even if it looks like a kid, it's still a threat. If we let it go, it'll devour humans. I hope they aren't dead, Kenroji sighed. Me too, it'd be a shame to lose more of my children, Yubayashiki said softly. You there, Rui said. Tell me, do you want me to save you? Huh? Save, Urokodaki said. You are going to save her, Kocho asked. What? She asked. I will do so, if you'll do whatever I ask, Rui said. That's fishy, Tanjiro said. I agree, there's probably some cruel task it's thinking of, Kocho sighed. Yes, I accept. I'll do whatever you want, just save me, she yelled. So then, you'll become part of my family, Rui clarified. I see, you collected weak demons and had them become your family, Yusui said. That's unflashy. Shut up, Rui said. They chose to be a part of my family. No, that's not true. They chose to be saved, Tanjiro said. They didn't agree to get abused by you and your fake bond. This damn kid. If there wasn't a barrier between our sides, I'd kill him. Rui thought angrily. Yes, just help me, she yelled again. What are they talking about? Demon Slayer 1 asked, stepping towards the demon. All right, it's over for you. They should have just killed the demon. There's no time for hesitation, Takedo said. I agree, they're only wasting time, Shinazugawa said. Rui then sent out 10 threads at the demon slayers, breaking their swords into several pieces, then dismembering them all. She stood up and looked at the bloody bodies of the broken demon slayers. All of the demon slayers stared at the screen in horror. Several of them looked like they were about to vomit from the amount of gore, while others looked away, trying to respect those who had died. Hanjimo was praying for the victims. Meanwhile, several of the demons looked pleased with Rui's actions. Stopping was heard behind the demon. She turned around and saw 7 demons that all looked similar, including the demons the trio had killed. It zoomed in, showing each of the demons. Wait, there's 7 demons, Hinaki said. Does that mean that there are more demons on the mountain? I see what you mean. We've only seen 3 of those demons killed, Rengoku said. I hope you are wrong, Zenitsu said. Ah, she said. Rui walked behind her and grabbed her hand. His eyes still read lower 5. Welcome home, Rui said. Starting today, you will also be part of my family. She doesn't look like the others. Is there something that he's going to do? Yubayashiki wondered. It showed the hallway of the abandoned house. Then it showed Rui, the new demon, and another demon. They were sitting in a room, lit by a candle. Between Rui and the demon was a small bowl. Rui put a thread in his mouth, pulled it tight, and pricked his thumb. Rui put the drop of blood into the bowl, changing the water red. The female spider demon picked up the bowl and handed it to the other demon girl. Why did you put your blood into the bowl? Tanjiro asked, worried. So she could officially become part of my family, Rui said, annoyed. What an odd thing, Kacho thought. Drink this, she said. This drink that exists in our family is all thanks to Rui. And since all of us were quite weak, Rui shared his power with us. He is a favorite of a certain someone, and because of that, he has permission to do this. Oh, you shared your power with them. Damn demons, Shinazugawa said. That makes sense. Kibutsuji doesn't like when demons work together, so I'm not surprised that you're one of his favorites, Tameo sighed. A lower moon is Lord Musen's favorite, Jayako thought in shock. The demon looked at the bowl. She was a bit confused, but she drank it anyway. After a second or two, her eyes widened and she started gagging. Her body began to shake and she dropped the bowl. What the hell? Why is she reacting like that? Shinazugawa asked. Probably because Rui has more of Kibutsuji's blood, so once more of his blood entered her, she began to react, Kacho guessed. That makes sense, Kenroji said. Do you feel it? Rui asked. There's no need to fear those demon slayers any longer. Now then, time for the finishing touches. Finishing touches, Tanjiro repeated. His tone was full of worry. That can't mean anything good, Aoi whispered. She was foaming at the mouth, and tears were forming in her eyes. The veins in her face started looking like they were going to burst. Then, Rui put his hand on her face and started ripping the skin off her face. She looks like she's in pain, Kenroji said. She does, Rengoku agreed. What the fuck? Are you ripping off her skin? Iguro yelled. What the hell? Zenitsu said. I think I'm going to be sick. You better not vomit on me, Genya yelled, shakily. I'm just finishing the process. She's a demon. She won't die, Rui said. She screamed in pain. It panned down to her greenish kimono. Blood was splattering on it. After a bit, it showed the floor. She was panting, trying to calm down. It moved over to her. Her brown hair was on the ground. It was replaced with snow-white hair. That's fucking brutal, Akaza said angrily. I'm really glad we don't have to see her face getting torn off more, Kenroji sighed. Her brown hair is on the floor, Suma commented. Her hand was over her face. It had blood on it too. Her sclera was no longer black, it was white. Her appearance matched every other member of Rui's family. Rui was standing above her, while the other female demon sat next to her with a smile. So that's how you got her to fit into your picture-perfect family, Aoi said. How? How can that demon sit there with a smile on her face? Kenroji asked. That's demons for you, Shinazugawa sighed. Good, you can look now, Rui said. She moved her hand. Blood was splattered on her white skin. Her eyelashes were teal, and her eyes were spider-like. Her base appearance was just like every other spider demon in Rui's fake family. Congratulations, Rui said. You're truly part of the family. How awful, Rengoku said. That whole process seemed like torture, Kenroji said. Why do they care? It's my family, Rui thought. It cut to the dining hall. All of the spider demons were sitting down. They all looked nearly identical. Except for Father Spider, his skin was darker and his face was odd. It showed each member of the family. They had bowls in front of them, but there was nothing in them. Huh? They're all eating together, Tanjiro said in confusion. There's nothing in their bowls, Hinatsuru said. I suppose that's a good thing, seeing as how demons don't eat anything other than humans, Makio said. We're only playing house, female demon 1 said. She's the demon who gave the other demon the bowl, Kenroji said. She seems unhappy, Haimjima said. What? Sister demon said. There's no blood relation. We're just a band of strangers, female demon 1 said. That's true. They really are just a group of saved demons, Kocho said. How sad. That's not true. We aren't strangers. We are a family, Rui thought. She looked outside. A voice was apologizing. I'm so sorry, the female voice said. I'll do better. Rui, I'll work harder to keep it from happening. Promise. HM? Who is that? Rengoku asked. She doesn't look like the rest of the family, Iguro noticed. It moved outside, giving them a better sight at what was happening. A seemingly young demon was begging to Rui. She had dark hair, pale skin, green eyes, and black face markings. But the weirdest thing was that she was wearing Mother Spider's kimono. What a waste of beauty, Kacho sighed. I wonder why she looks different, Tanjiro said. Kanao flipped her coin and said, She's wearing the Mother Spider's kimono. I didn't mean to revert to this form. It just happens by accident sometimes, she tried to explain. Wait, revert? There's no way, right, Zenitsu said in shock. She's the mother demon, Tomioka said. Rui moved his hand to the side, pulling a string that was attached to her neck. She gagged, and blood spilled from the wound. After enough gagging, Rui let go of the thread. You're choking her. She already said it was an accident, Tanjiro said. She was making up excuses, Rui said firmly. She needed to play the role I assigned her. I don't want your excuses, Mother, Rui said firmly. Just then, the small girl demon morphed back into the mother demon, her back hair turning white again. That's so fucked up, Shinazugawa thought. I swear I'm going to kill every last demon. Oh, how interesting, Dalma thought. You will play your assigned role, Rui said. I understand, Rui, Mother Spider said. Rui walked away from the demon, and female demon 1 continued talking. We were so scared of the demon slayers and sought companionship. But this charade, I don't think that's what any of us had in mind when we agreed to this. But at the end of the day, those who disappoint him are punished. They get carved up, get their intellect taken, or are forced to burn in the sunlight. I can't take it any longer, she said. She seems calm and scared, Tanjiro said. She seems rather peaceful, Kenroji said. Wait, if they mess up they get carved up, or are forced to burn. That's so cruel, Tanjiro yelled. I agree, it is quite cruel. It's a good thing Tomioka-sen killed that demon, Kacho sighed. I'll pretend I never heard that. Instead, Sister Demon sighed. I can tell you're not like the others. You're much more enlightened. Let's run away together, she said. I wouldn't say this to anyone but you. You're the one person I truly think of as my younger sister. They were planning to run away. I hope it works out for them, Kenroji said. It likely didn't, Iguro sighed. Huh? What makes you say that? Kenroji asked. Even if they managed to escape, they would probably be killed by a demon slayer, Iguro responded. She extended her hand, and Sister Demon took it. The two of them held hands as they ran through the forest. It's so odd seeing demons look so peaceful, Kacho said. Tomorrow, Rui will be summoned by that man and descend the mountain. That will be our chance to escape, she said to Sister Demon earlier. This is so sad, Zenitsu said. I agree, they were fleeing. But I think something is going to go wrong, Tanjiro sighed. The two of them ran down a path, however Rui stood in the path. She gasped, and Sister Demon let go of her hand and walked over to Rui. She knew what this meant. She was going to get punished. Sister Demon didn't even look at her, while Rui looked angry. Wait, the Sister Demon sold them out, Kenroji said, sadly. She likely knew that they wouldn't escape, so she chose to save herself, Kacho sighed. How sad, Heimjima said. It skipped forward, showing her all bloody. Hung up on the roof, just waiting for the sun to rise. She looked down, the blood stood out on her white body and kimono. What the hell? She's getting pinned to the roof, Tanjiro whispered. That's so sad, Kenroji said. Being forced to burn. What a cruel fate, Tameo sighed. What a shame. She was pretty, too, Daki said. How disappointing, Rui said, as he started to head inside. Sister Demon took one glance at her and followed Rui. The sun began to rise over the mountains. She began to tear up, as she became engulfed in flames and burned alive. Well, that was brutal, Dauma thought. Being forced to burn, how sad. Daki looked away from the flames on the screen. Jutaro held his sister tighter. They were all fools, but I'm not like them, and yet I still messed up, Sister Demon thought. She went through another memory. Rui. Mother's been killed, and our elder brother too. What now? The demon slayers aren't far behind us. Rui, shouldn't we make a run for it? Sister Demon asked, her eyes reverting slightly. HM? Oh, I think this was before you showed up, Tanjiro, Urokodaki said. I think so too, Tanjiro said. She looks so frantic, Tanjiro said. Her eyes are reverting back, Kenroji said. Rui looked at her and started walking towards her. She began to back up in fear. Rui had the threads in his hand, ready to scrape her. You started attacking her because of her eyes, Tanjiro yelled. I really hate when her eyes revert like that, Rui said. No, she said, fearfully. She sounds so scared, Zenitsu said. It's odd, hearing a demon sound so scared, Genya said. She screamed in pain as blood spilled on the ground. Rui's threads were dripping blood. I've told you before, I really hate it when your face changes back like that, Rui said, firmly. No, Shinobu, we don't feel bad for demons, Kacho thought. How cruel, Heimjima thought. I'll pray that she finds peace in the afterlife. She was sobbing on the ground. Then it showed Tanjiro, who was behind the tree. She was staring at the ground. What are you looking at? Rui asked. This isn't a play, you know. It went back to the present. She was still running. I only got my face slashed. I got off easy, she thought. Got it off easy, Sanjuro said softly. The abuse she went through happened so much that she thinks that getting her face cut is getting off easy, Tanjiro said angrily. Why? Why does he care so much about her? Rui wondered. As she kept running, she ran into a demon slayer. It was Murata. A demon, Murata shouted. Murata-san, Tanjiro yelled. She released something from her hand. It surrounded Murata in a cocoon. She ran forward. Murata was encased in it. What the hell is that? Inosuke yelled. It looks like a cocoon, Tanjiro said. Finally another fight. Although this fight will be boring, Akaza thought. What the? Murata said. He tried to stab at it, but it wasn't working. It's no use, that won't work, Sister Demon said. My ball of yarn may feel soft, but it's also quite durable. Just his luck, Shinazugawa scoffed. I hope that Kacho-sen helps him. I'll do my best, Kacho smiled. Murata began to scream as a green slime began to fill the ball of yarn. Ah, what the hell is that green stuff? Zenitsu yelled. First the solvent will melt your clothes down to nothing. And then it'll be your turn, Sister Demon explained. After you're reduced to a pulp, I'll feed on your remains. That's gruesome, Hinatsu said. At least there isn't blood, Suma said, trying to think positive. You're so stupid, Suma. Both scenarios make him die, Makio yelled. Wow, that's incredible, Kocho's voice said. Whoa, Kocho-san, you're so fast, Tanjiro praised. Why, thank you, Kacho smiled. She's so pretty, Zenitsu thought, but not as pretty as Nezuko-chan. It showed the side. Kacho's hand was on Sister Demon's shoulder. Her eyes were widened in shock and worry. Do you release those threads from the palms of your hands? Kocho asked. Good evening. The moon's quite lovely tonight, isn't it? You're making small talk with a demon, Genya asked. I am, Kocho said. God, she really is sticking to her acting. She's pretending to be canny, Shinazugawa thought. Sister Demon moved away from Kacho. Facing her, she released the yarn from her hands, aiming it at Kacho. However, Kacho leaped into the air and moved like a butterfly. Avoiding each attack, she jumped after the demon. Kacho kicked the demon, making her land on her back. Kacho was on top of her. You're so elegant, Shinobu, Kenroji smiled. Thank you very much, Kocho smiled back. You look like a butterfly, not a swallow. Huh, Takedo said bluntly. She looks like someone. I do wonder who, Dalma thought. I can see that you have no intention of being my friend, now do you? Kocho asked. Wait, you want to be friends with demons? Iguro asked. Well, if I was to come across a good demon, I would love to be friends with them, Kacho said. She's smiling, but I'm picking up the scent of rage. I wonder why, Tanjiro thought. No, wait, let me explain. Someone's forcing me to do all of this. If I don't, I'll be torn to pieces, Sister Demon explained. Huh? Is she giving up? Shinazugawa asked. She's giving up? Rui wondered. Kocho gasped. Her tone was both friendly and creepy. Oh my, is that really true? That does sound tragic. I'll save you. So let's be friends. Eh? Now she's being creepy, Zenitsu thought. Are you really going to save her, Kacho-san? Tanjiro asked. Of course. After I penalize her for each life she's took, Kocho smiled. Penalize? Tanjiro wondered. Why you're going to save me? Sister Demon asked in disbelief. Of course, but in order for us to be friends, I must ask you a few questions first, Kacho said. Then her expression was more creepy. Tell me, my sweet child, how many have you been responsible for killing? You look a little creepy, Shinobu, Kenroji admitted. Oh, I do? I didn't realize, Kacho said. Her expression is something. Huh, Akaza thought. 5 humans, Sister Demon said, as she started to cry. But I was ordered to. I didn't have a choice. What a pity. She's clearly lying, Kacho frowned. She's lying, Zenitsu repeated, in confusion. Now, there's no need to lie about it, Kocho said. I know the truth. That spell you casted to send one of our men into a cocoon was most impressive. It showed the cocoon that Murata was in, and Murata was yelling for help. Maybe somebody should let him out of there before he dies, Suma chuckled softly. Don't worry, pardon, I don't know your name, Kacho said. It's Suma Yuzui, Suma smiled, but you can just call me Suma. Well, Suma, I'm sure I know that the cocoon won't work too quickly, so it'll be all right, Kocho smiled. You've eaten at least 80 humans, Kocho continued. I don't know what you're saying. I've only killed those 5, Sister Demon tried to reason. She's still lying. Doesn't she know that I can't be friends with a liar? Kocho sighed. She's a bit creepy. But why? Why is she creepy? Rui wondered. I happened to come to this place from the west, you know? I saw things differently, Kacho said, showing several cocoons. It was there that I witnessed hordes of cocoons hanging from the trees. The human captives inside had been liquefied. All massacred. In that spot alone, I counted at least 14 cocoons. 14 humans, all dead and gone. I'll pray for each of the lost lives, Heimjima said. 14 humans, Tanjiro whispered. Oh, don't mistake me for being angry. I'm just checking if the death toll is an accurate one, Kacho added. You're not angry, Tanjiro asked. Of course not. I just want to make sure all of her victims get justice, Kacho smiled. What good does it do for you to confirm that? Sister Spider asked. So I can see you receive the proper penalty and be reborn, Kacho said. Penalty? Sister Spider asked. Yes, so that you and I can become friends. If you go unpunished after having taken all those lives, your victims will never receive justice, Kacho said. Kacho pulled at the skin by Sister Spider's eyes, widening them. The demon gasped. Kacho was still on top of the demon, pinning her down with her body. Why are you pulling on her skin? Zenitsu asked. So I can determine her punishment, Kacho said. Don't tell me that you're actually going to let her live, Iguro muttered. I could gouge out your eyeballs, or perhaps slash your stomach and rip out your organs. For every life you've taken, I'll exact the same amount of pain on you. And after you've suffered through all that agony required, your sins will be forgiven, Kacho said creepily. Let's both give it our all. What the hell? Genya muttered. You're just going to torture her, Tanjiro said, clutching his stomach. I suppose, but I need her victims to be able to rest easy, Kacho said. This girl might be insane. Rui thought. I'm glad she wasn't the one who killed me. Sister Demon's breathing was heavy. She was terrified at Kacho's words. Don't worry, my dear, you are a demon after all, so none of this will kill you or leave any lingering effects, Kacho smiled. You're terrifying, Kocho-sen, Iguro said. Thank you, Kacho smiled. Who do you think you're kidding? Sister Demon yelled, pushing Kacho off of her. Die, you damn witch. Aw, we can't be friends. What a shame, Kacho sighed. You're going to kill her, right? Shinazugawa asked. I suppose I'll have to since we aren't friends, Kacho said. Kacho went into the air. As the demon expelled the yarn from her hands, the demon rolled on the ground and the yarn had been cut. Kacho landed behind her. I must admit her swordsmanship is really good, Tanjiro thought. I can see that we'll never be friends after all. Aw, what a pity, Kacho sighed, pulling out her sword. Does she actually want to be friends with demons? A Hashira wanting to be friends with demons, Senjiro thought. I love your sword hilt, Shinobu, Kenroji smiled. Ah, thank you, Mitsuri, Kacho smiled back. Sister Demon turned around and prepared to attack. But her eyes widened in shock because Kacho was nowhere to be found. She looked around, trying to find her opponent. Kacho was in the air. A wave of butterflies followed her. Kacho began to head towards the demon. Whoa, I want to disappear like that, Inazuki cheered. I didn't disappear, I jumped into the sky, Kacho said. There's a wave of butterflies behind you, Shinobu, Kenroji said in awe. Ah, this must be my breathing style's special effects, Kacho said. How flashy, Yusui said. It zoomed into Kacho's eye, and then everything turned purple. The butterflies were purple and white, and they flew around the sister demon. Once they all passed her, she looked back. A single butterfly flew to her. She put out her finger and the butterfly landed. Whoa, everything went purple, Zenitsu said. That's purple. It looks blue, Shinazugawa thought. All the butterflies are flying past her, Aoi said in awe. Wait, one landed on her finger, Tanjiro said. For a moment it all seemed peaceful, until the butterfly started turning blood red, and the background got darker too. The blood dripped onto the demon's finger, and then it showed her face. Blood was dripping from her forehead, and she gasped. Blood started spreading on her kimono too. What's happening to the butterfly? Tanjiro asked. It's turning blood red, Zenitsu yelled. Wait, there's blood on her forehead and kimono, Senjiro said. The screen went black, and then a whoosh was heard. Within the blink of an eye, Kacho had struck the demon a few times. Insect breathing, butterfly dance and caprice, Kacho said. It showed the blood leaving the demon's wounds. Wait, her head is still on, Makio said, so she's still alive. Your attack missed. She won't be alive for long, Kacho smiled. What do you mean by that? Tanjiro asked. Sister Demon quickly grabbed her neck, before realizing it was still attached. She turned to Kacho. My head, it hasn't been cut off, she thought. It then zoomed into Kacho's katana. It was like a hook. It looked like part of the sword was missing. The hilt resembled a butterfly. Wow, your katana looks so cool, Inazuki yelled. Thank you, Inazuki-kun, Kacho smiled. But how are you supposed to decapitate a demon when your sword looks like that? Genya asked. I have my own methods, Kacho said. That's the sword she's using. I see, she's too tiny and has no arm strength, so she can't behead me. Her life is mine, Sister Spider thought, moving her hand forward. Huh, she's not strong enough to behead demons, so how does she kill them? Akaza wondered. Just then the screen flashed purple, and there was a loud heartbeat. The demon grunted in pain. The veins on her hand looked like they were about to burst. She quivered in fear. The heart beat again. Wait, what's happening? Tanjiro asked. Her veins look like they're about to burst. That heartbeat, the sound was so loud, Zenitsu said. And she quickly covered her mouth. She stumbled backwards as blood spilled from her mouth. Her whole body was shaking as she screamed. She held her neck and head. Parts of her face and lands were purple. There were bumps too. She fell to the ground and Kacho finally turned around. She's coughing up blood, Genya said. But why? Her body is purple. That looks like the poison that was used on me, Zenitsu said. That's right, I used poison, Kacho smiled. How gruesome. That might be more painful than breathing styles, Rui thought. Just because you haven't been beheaded, don't think that you're safe from harm. There are those like me who use poison in their swordsmanship, Kocho said. She began twirling her sword in her hand and over her head, before holding it by the hilt. The background turned purple, with butterflies. Whoa, I want to do that, Inazuki yelled. I don't know if you can do that with your blades, but if you can, I'd love to teach you, Kocho smiled. Oh, the background is changing again, Emane said. Demon Slayer Core, Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kacho, Kocho said. I may be the only one among the Hashira who is unable to decapitate demons, but creating a poison that is lethal to them. That's quite impressive, don't you think? You created the poison, Tanjiro said in awe. I did, Kacho said. That's somewhat impressive, Kokushibo thought. It then showed the demon. Her sandal was off and she was covered in poison and blood. Her face still looked like it was screaming, like a camera had took a picture of a crime scene. Oh my, that's quite a scene, Amane said. It's like she's frozen in time, Tanjiro said. It's a bit creepy. That's terrifying, Zenitsu thought. Oh, pardon me. I guess you can't hear me if you're dead, Kocho said, bumping her head. Silly me. That's a bit rude, Kacho-san, Hajime said. My bad, Hajime-san, Kacho apologized. Then ripping sounds were heard and Murata slid out of the cocoon. The green slime was covering part of him, and his clothes were dissolved. He groaned and coughed. Kacho-san, are his clothes dissolved? Iguro asked. So it seems, Kacho said. Are you all right, sir? Kacho asked, standing next to Murata. I'm glad that Murata is all right, Tomioka thought. I'm glad he's all right, Tanjiro thought. Just barely, Murata groaned. What happened to the demon? Boring. I was hoping he would die. Enmu thought. It zoomed into the demon. Her face was frozen in fear, and blood was dripping down her face. The purple poison stood out against her white skin. Shouldn't you finish it off or something? Murata asked, standing up. I infected her with wisteria poison. She's already dead. We can leave her to rot, Kocho said, turning to Murata. If you were curious, I'm an expert in pharmaceutics. Your clothes were dissolved, but your body is more or less unscathed. I'm so glad. Wisteria poison? That's so smart, Kacho-san, Tanjiro praised. Thank you, Tanjiro-san, Kocho said. Murata groaned and then covered his body with his hands. He whimpered and then inched away from Kacho, who was still looking at him. Kacho looked forward once more. Several people looked away from the screen, just in case. Now then, to find the whereabouts of the demon she mentioned who was forcing her to do its bidding. Though I wonder if Tomioka has already finished the job, Kacho said. It went back to Tanjiro. He was still crawling towards Nezuko. Parts of his Haori were torn off. My Haori, it's torn, Tanjiro frowned. Be glad it isn't your body, Zenitsu said. Yeah, I know, Tanjiro chuckled softly. Nezuko, I'm coming, Tanjiro strained. I'm going to kill them, Rui thought. Tomioka had sliced off Rui's head, and Tanjiro was nearly at Nezuko. Rui's head and body started falling to the ground. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. I'll kill that brother and sister, no matter the cost, Rui thought angrily. What? No. Don't tell me he has another trick, Tanjiro whispered. The screen went black, and then Mother Demon appeared. It was snowing behind her. Her thoughts played in Rui's mind. Mother. Why is she in my mind? Rui wondered. What is it that you want, Rui? Mother Demon asked. What do you mean by family? I'm not sure. I have no memories of when I was human, you see, Rui thought. Right, I forgot that most demons lose their memories when they turn, Tanjiro said. That's so sad, Kenroji said. Is that why you made us pretend to be your family? Mother Demon asked. The other members of his fake family appeared. What is she implying? Rui muttered. I thought that if I could feel a family bond, my memories would come back. It showed Tanjiro and Nezuko, huddled together as Rui thought. The bond of a real family. He made a family because he wanted his memories back. Tanjiro thought, that's sad. How sad, Kenroji said. You shouldn't excuse the demon's behavior, Kenroji, Rengoku said. I'm not, Rengoku. It's just sad, Kenroji sighed. Rui looked down from his porch at the siblings. Tanjiro's broken sword was next to him, and he was laying on top of Nezuko. Protecting her, Nezuko was still asleep. Snow fell down as Rui kept thinking. Oh good, I met Nezuko, Tanjiro sighed. That's right. I remember, Rui thought. I remember? What do I remember? Rui muttered. It went back to reality. Rui's head was on the ground looking at the siblings. Nezuko, Tanjiro said. Then the screen faded to black. You all may take a 15-minute break. Once that is over, we will continue, Shiro said, and a reminder, no violence is allowed anywhere in this building. Chapter 22 Against Core Rules. Several people got up to do things. Some went to the bathroom, while others went to the kitchen to grab a snack. Tanjiro was getting up to go to the bathroom as he walked over there. Shiro walked up to him. Tanjiro, after you're done going to the bathroom, I need to tell you something, Shiro said. Oh, all right, Tanjiro said. Kenroji was in the kitchen looking for some food, smiling when she found some mochi. Once Tanjiro was out of the bathroom, he walked back over to Shiro. She was standing in a corner. She watched as Tanjiro approached her. So, what did you need to talk to me about? Tanjiro asked. His guard was up just in case. I wanted to inform you that in the next few episodes several of the Hashira may be rude towards Nezuko. Please don't take this personally, as in this future they don't know that Nezuko is a good demon. I just wanted to tell you that, Shiro said. Oh, I see. Well, it's all right. I understand that they're just doing their jobs, Tanjiro said. But they aren't going to kill Nezuko, right? No, they won't, Shiro said. Shiro then walked back into the recording room. Shiro was finishing up the little preparations. Meanwhile, Muzin was fuming, but he knew he couldn't kill anyone. And that made him even angrier. Kenroji was showing the microwave to Rengoku. They were both in awe of the technology. All right, everyone, the 15 minutes are over. Please return to your seats, Shira said through the intercom. She then turned to Shiro, turning off the intercom. Why did you tell Tanjiro that they don't kill Nezuko? I didn't feel like putting a 15-year-old child through unnecessary worry. Is that so wrong? Shiro asked. Not at all, Shira said, just curious. Once everyone returned to their seats, the videos began once again. The scene opened up at the ground. It was covered in snow, and there were a few snowballs too. A hand picked up one of the snowballs and chuckled. The boy had a buzz cut and wore a blue haori. He threw the snowball at a kid, but the kid moved out of the way, forcing a third child to get hit instead. It's a bunch of kids, Dauma said. Why are we watching a couple of brats now? Shinosugawa asked. But look at them. They're having a snowball fight, Kenroji said. We should all have a snowball fight when winter comes. That sounds like a lovely idea, Kenroji, Rengoku agreed. The second child tried to throw a snowball at the first, but he dodged. The second kid started running as the first picked up a snowball. The three boys were laughing as they played in the snow. It then zoomed out, showing the back of another child. They had a dull red haori and a white kimono. They look like they're having fun. It reminds me of winter with my family, Tanjiro thought. Monjiro, what are those kids doing? Inosuke asked. They're having a snowball fight, Tanjiro smiled softly. But none of them are getting injured. So how is that a fight? Inosuke asked. It's play fighting. They're not trying to hurt each other, Zenitsu sighed. Oh, there's a fourth child, Hinetsuru commented. Gotcha, one of the boys chuckled. They look so happy, Tanjiro thought. I'm glad. Ah, they're so cute, Kenroji said. Why are they playing? Don't they have better things to do? Takedo asked. It showed the boy's face. He had pale skin and blue eyes. His hair was exactly like Rui's. He watched the boys play in the snow. They kept throwing snowballs at each other, giggling loudly at the fun. I see no reason to force kids to grow up, Tameo said. I'm glad that these kids can just be kids. I'm glad they aren't worrying about demons, Rengoku said. That kid's hair looks like yours, Rui, Aoi said. It does. That was probably me when I was a human, Rui sighed. Nice one, another boy chuckled. Rui started walking towards the boys, but he ended up tripping over his feet. He fell face first into the snow. He began coughing, his breathing heavier. He turned onto his side and sighed. He then rolled onto his back, looking at the sky. The birds were chirping, and footsteps were approaching. Were you sick when you were a human? Kacho asked. I guess so, Rui said. That's so sad, Kenroji said. At least you rolled back over. He was sick, not like that excuses his actions, Rengoku thought. Rui, a woman called out. Who does that voice belong to? Suma asked. It's obviously his mother, Suma. Are you dumb? Who else would it be? Makio said. Wah, Hina, Makio's being mean to me, Suma whined. Girls, please don't fight, Hinatsu sighed. She quickly rushed over to Rui. She wore a blue kimono and an indigo haori. Her hair was wrapped in a bun. The odd thing was, she didn't seem to have eyes. Her face was covered. She bent down to Rui's side. She looks yummy, doesn't she, Akaza? Dama said. Shut up, Akaza said coldly. Why doesn't she have eyes? Suma asked. My guess is that it's because this is a flashback and the demon doesn't remember exactly what his family looks like, Amain suggested. I agree with that guess, Lady Amain, Kacho smiled. Rui, she said, shaking her son, what are you doing? You know you're not supposed to be outside. Not allowed outside, Rengoku repeated in confusion. Yes, there are some illnesses that affect the immune system and things like that, Kacho said. I see, Rengoku said. That must be so sad. I can't imagine not being able to go outside at all, Hinaki thought. The angle changed to a bird's eye view, showing Rui looking at the clouds as his mother spoke worriedly. The screen then went to black, then to white, filling with the black ink again. Once the ink was over, the title was shown on a green and red background. There were also 4 blue butterflies. Your mother seemed like a nice person, Tanjiro said. Hey, that background looks like mismatched Haori's Haori, Inosuke pointed. Wow, you're right about that, Zenitsu said. There are also butterflies. Then it went back to the show. It was late at night, and it was snowing. Rui sat up on his futon. The doors were open. It's not a smart idea to sleep with the doors open, Zenitsu said. This is the past. There's nothing that can be changed, Kokushibo said. I know that, Zenitsu whispered. Since the day I was born, I've always been very frail. Rui thought. It zoomed into his room. I couldn't run. Even just walking was a struggle for me. That's so sad, Kenroji whispered. How unfortunate, Haimjima said, before praying. Rui looked outside and gasped softly. A white jacket was swinging in the wind. It then moved angles, showing the person in a white pants and a black top. It appeared to be a suit. Huh, who's that? Aoi asked. It's Lord Muzan, obviously, Chayako yelled. That is, until Master Muzan appeared, Rui thought. It zoomed into Muzan's head, his eyes closed, and he had short hair. When he opened his eyes, they were blood red. His pupils were cat-like. He looks way better now. That slicked back hair is not a good look, Dauma thought. Dauma, Muzan said angrily. What, am I wrong? You look better now, Dauma said. Dauma's just digging himself a grave, Kokushibo thought. You poor thing. I'll save you from this harsh life, Muzan said. You're not saving him. You're just manipulating him, using his illness as a motivation, Tanjiro muttered. Kibutsuji truly is evil. Manipulating a child into becoming a demon, Rengoku thought. I swear I'm going to kill him, Shinazugawa thought angrily. It zoomed out, showing Muzan standing on the floor in front of Rui. Rui sat up, looking at Muzan. Then the screen went red. Rui's faceless parents were shown, their bodies tinted red. My parents weren't happy about it. Rui though. Whose parents would be happy about this? Kuina whispered. The screen showed a drop of blood, falling into a pool of blood. The screen went black, the red drop splashing in the black void. That's kinda cool looking, Tamio said. I agree. The splash going into the darkness looks very pretty, Lady Tama, Yusho said. Since I had acquired a strong body, I could never expose myself to sunlight and of course, I had to devour humans, Rui thought. That's awful, Kenroji said. Well, he did get turned into a demon. Of course he'd eat humans, Shinazugawa scoffed. We might be friends, but don't talk to Kenroji-san like that, Iguro said firmly. Oh, sorry. Or whatever, Shinazugawa sighed. The screen filled with red, and then it showed a dead body. There was a giant pool of blood underneath it. A door was opened, and some light went into the room, showing the dead body. That poor person, Kacho frowned. I'll pray that they are doing well in the afterlife, Hanjima said. I'll look at the blood, it's so pretty, Enmu thought. What have you done? Rui's father yelled. What on earth have you done, Rui? Answer me. Wait, you didn't kill your parents right after you turned, Tomioka asked in disbelief. That's quite impressive. Most demons can't contain the urge to eat their family, Yubayashiki said. Not that I'm praising him. His poor father, Suma said softly. Rui's father was standing, and his wife was on the floor weeping. Rui was standing too. The other thing separating him and his father was the corpse on the ground. It shifted, showing Rui's face. There was only one difference, there was no kanji in his eye. Yet he looked almost sad. Around Rui, it went to black. His parents must be so distraught, Kenroji said. Rui looks the same, just without the kanji, Zenitsu said. I disagree, he looks, I dunno, sad, Tanjiro said, if that makes sense. I can see it, but why is he sad? Kocho asked. He is a demon after all. Long ago, I heard a wonderful story, Rui thought. Huh? A story? Iguro said in confusion. Great, Shinazugawa said, rolling his eyes. The entire screen went black, and it went to a river. This time, everything was in shades of gray. There was once a father who died trying to save his drowning child. Rui continued to think. That's quite sad, Nishika said. I agree, although it's kind of sweet, Tanjiro said. He was willing to risk his life for his child. It panned over to the family. The woman was shocked, and the men around her were trying to resuscitate the man. But most of all was the child. He was sobbing. His hands were on his father's chest. Hanjima started crying at the sad scene and prayed. Several of the other humans looked away in respect. All Dalma was thinking about was how tasty the woman looked. I was deeply moved. Such astounding display of parental love, a true bond. Rui thought it showed the river again. The father's shoe was still in the river. This father who had drowned had fulfilled his role as a guardian wonderfully. You were moved by the story, Zenitsu asked. It was a display of love, Hinaki said. A sad display of love. Look, his shoe was still in the river, Urokodaki commented. This story is so sad, Kenroji said. His wording is quite creepy, Kacho thought, sighing softly. It went back to Rui's house. It was dark out, the stars lit up the sky. But I wasn't bestowed the same kind of devotion, Rui thought. What does that mean? Suma asked softly. I have a bad feeling about this, Kacho sighed. I wonder if his parents are going to try to kill him, Dalma wondered. Rui's father was crying as Rui slept. His father raised a knife, and tears fell from his eyes. What? His father's going to try to kill him, Genya yelled in shock. It's not that big of a surprise. He is a demon after all, Iguro sighed. But Iguro, that's so sad, Kenroji said. He's even crying. When it came to my own parents, they tried to kill me. All my mother did was cry, never lifting a finger to protect me, Rui thought. They're probably going to attempt to kill Rui because he took a life, Hanjima said. His poor mother and father, Tanjiro whispered. They had to make such a hard choice. It's not like the knife could kill him, only our blades or the sun can kill demons, Shinazugawa scoffed. Why are they defending them? They tried to kill me, they weren't my parents, Rui thought. It showed Rui's mother sobbing over a blue background. Then a shadow covered Rui's sleeping face. Rui quickly opened his eyes, and the screen turned black. Squelching was heard. Once the screen returned to normal, there was a big blood stain. Blood began to flow, and then it showed the full moon. His father actually tried to kill him, Amane said. How sad. Ah, he woke up, Zenitsu yelled. Demons don't sleep, so it's not that surprising, Nishika said. I don't like that sound, Kanao said, after flipping the coin. There's a giant blood stain, Kanata said, and now blood is flowing. He killed his parents, Genya said. They must have been imposters, Rui thought. Imposters, Kinroji repeated in confusion. Rui was looking at the moon. Behind him was his parents. They were both on the floor, blood seeping out of their bodies. His father was still in the house, while his mother was partly on the porch. How can you just sit there? You killed your parents, Tanjiro asked. Heimjima began to pray for Rui's parents. Those poor people, Sumo whispered sadly. Our bond wasn't a genuine one at all, I thought. Rui thought. That's not true. Your family loved you, Tanjiro said. His mother began to speak softly. I'm sorry. She's apologizing, Shinazugawa said in confusion. What for? She's apologizing? Rui thought. Rui looked at his mother and thought. She's saying something. I thought she was dead. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you a strong, healthy body, Rui's mother said softly. What? She's apologizing for that, Tanjiro said in disbelief. She feels responsible, Kocho said. She blames herself. But why? Zenitsu asked. She thinks that if she was able to give Rui a stronger body while she was pregnant, none of this would have happened, Amane sighed sadly. But you can't really control that, can you? Tanjiro asked. No, Amane sighed. His mother was crying, and Rui's eyes widened at her words. Then she passed away. She felt responsible for me becoming a demon. That doesn't make sense. She still didn't protect me, Rui thought, trying to make sense of it all. Those were the last words my mother ever spoke to me. She was dead, Rui thought, still glancing at his mother. A memory played. Those were her last words, but that's so sad, Kenroji said loudly. She blamed herself until the end. How sad, Heimjima frowned. I'll pray for her soul again. Rui, listen. We're going to die with you, his father said, while holding the knife. So that was their plan. They were going to kill Rui and then themselves, Kacho said. That's so sad, Tanjiro whispered. I was so enraged he had tried to kill me. The meaning of his words escaped me. But I came to realize soon after he intended to atone on my behalf for my sin of having killed someone. In the form of taking his own life, Rui thought. That was their plan. That was a genuine bond. I broke it by killing them. Rui thought. Tears started to well up in his eyes. If Nezuko killed a human, that's what I'd have to do. So to think that Rui's family did that for their son is so sad, Tanjiro thought. The screen went black, and a white rope was shone. It was zooming away from the rope, making it appear to shrink. Then it snapped. Different pieces of the rope went different ways. A rope, Inasu asked. Probably showing the bond that the demon loved to talk about, Shinazugawa sighed. It was a genuine bond. Rui thought it showed him in a reddish hue, and that night I had severed it with my own 2 hands. After all that, however, Master Muzan gave me words of encouragement. That's quite unfortunate, Kacho sighed. Wait, Kibutsuji gave him encouragement, Tameo said skeptically. That can't mean anything good, Yushiro said. Muzan landed on the porch, standing in his suit. He was looking down at Rui, who was staring at his dead parents. It zoomed into Muzan's face as he spoke. He looked sad. It's still odd seeing demons show emotions, Genya thought. He must be overwhelmed with grief, Tanjiro thought. It was all your parents' fault for refusing to accept you for who you are. Take pride in your own power, Muzan said. What the hell, Shinazugawa said. You're just using his fears to manipulate him, Kiria said. Don't yell at Lord Muzan, Daki said. I had no other choice but to see it that way. I couldn't bear the weight of what I'd done, Rui thought. You ran away from your responsibilities, Yusho said. It showed the side of his head. He looked sad. His hands began to tremble, and he covered his ears with them, screaming from the actions he made. It then showed the full moon. Rui, he looks sad again, Tanjiro said. Are you yelling because you killed your parents? Tanjiro asked. I guess so, Rui mumbled. I knew I only had myself to blame, Rui thought, going back to the present. He's overwhelmed by the grief, isn't he? Tanjiro said softly. That's so sad, Kenroji said. Rui's head hit the ground and bounced a bit. It then rolled around, his crumbling hand began to reach out. Then it showed his entire body walking towards something. Good, I'm glad that the demon is crumbling, Shinazugawa mumbled. What is its body heading towards? Kuina asked. Every single day, I missed my parents so much that I could barely stand it. Even after crafting a family of my own, that emptiness remained. Because I was the strongest, I couldn't depend on anyone to protect me. No one, Rui thought. Crafting a family left you empty because you forged a bond, Tanjiro said. That's actually kind of sad, Hinetsuru said. As Rui thought, it showed the two siblings holding each other. Rui's crumbling body was walking towards Tanjiro and Nezuko. They both had their eyes closed. Tomioka then looked back, seeing Rui's body move. He's moving toward you, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said frantically. You have to get up, Aoi said. Don't worry, Tanjiro smiled softly. The more powerful I became, the more distant my memories of being a human became as well. I began losing sight of what it was I wanted in the first place, Rui thought, as he continued to walk. What a terrible thing, Tanjiro said. That's the way that Kibutsuji is able to manipulate the demons easier, Temu said. That's not true, Daki thought. Lord Muzin isn't like that. He kept walking and then tripped not even a few feet away from the siblings. Tanjiro was on top of Nezuko, protecting her. Rui's body hit the ground, and he tried to move his hand. His body was slowly crumbling. He's still walking towards you, Inosuke said. You're still protecting Nezuko-chan. Good, Zenitsu said. He fell, Tanjiro whispered. I sought out a bond that I was never able to claim for myself. Not in my old life, nor in the new one I created, Rui thought. That's quite sad, Tanjiro thought. I'm not going to feel pity for him. His fate was caused by his actions, Shinazugawa thought. He wasn't able to reach the siblings, just then it zoomed into them. Tanjiro moved his head, his eyes opening partly. Rui tried to touch the siblings, but he didn't have the strength. You're going to cut the demon, right? Inosuke asked. What is he going to do? Rui wondered. This body is giving off a scent, one of grief too overwhelming for him to bear, Tanjiro thought as he began to tear up. There you go, feeling pity for the demons again. I don't understand you, Shinazugawa huffed. How can you feel sorry for demons when they killed your family? Aguro asked. I don't know, I guess I just don't see a point in being cruel, Tanjiro whispered. Tanjiro set down his broken sword and moved his hand over Rui's body. Rui's eyes widened at Tanjiro's action. Tanjiro put his hand on Rui's upper back, gently. Rui's head was crumbling quickly. You're resting your hand on his back, Nishika said. Only Tanjiro could be this kind to a demon who hurt his sister, Zenitsu chuckled softly. He's being kind to me, but I hurt him and his sister. How can he still have kindness for me? Rui wondered, tearing up softly. So warm, hands as gentle as sunbeams, Rui thought. I hope my actions make him feel better, Tanjiro thought. This kid is so weird. He's being kind to a lower moon who's killed hundreds of people, Iguro thought. It did a wide shot, panning over to show the siblings and Rui's crumbling head. I remember now clear as day. I had wanted to apologize. Rui thought it showed his parents. I'm sorry. I was to blame for everything. I hope you can forgive me. I've killed so many people though. Surely I'm going to hell, aren't I? Father, Mother, I can't go to the same place as you, can I? Wait, no, I'm going to cry, Kenroji said, fighting tears. I wanted to apologize, Rui whispered. He sounds so sad, I'm gonna cry, Zenitsu mumbled. How pathetic. If Rui died, I see no point in the other lower moons, Muzin thought. Rui's head was close to fully gone. It went up and showed the sky. Just then it showed Rui's face. His eyes were closed. They opened once he heard his father's voice. That's not true, Rui's father said, his hand on Rui's back. We'll be together, no matter where you go. What? They're going to go to hell with me, Rui whispered, now crying softly. They're willing to go to hell, just so they can be with their son, Tanjiro said, trying not to cry. Rui gasped and his eyes shook in disbelief. He then looked away in shame before looking at his father. It finally showed his father's face. He had a warm smile and brown eyes. It's finally showing his family's face, Kocho said. This is so sweet. I'm glad that he's going to rest in the afterlife, Yubayashiki thought, smiling softly. Rui, his father said. It zoomed out a bit. Both of his parents were there, on each side of Rui. They had warm smiles and they were gentle too. Mother and father. Why are they going with me? I killed so many people, I'm a monster, Rui thought. His parents look so happy, their son is a killer. Why are they smiling? Iguro wondered. Oh, father, Rui said, before turning to his mother, and mother. She nodded. Darling, we'll be with you always. Several people had stopped holding back their tears. Shiro left the recording room and gave several people tissue boxes. They were wiping their eyes, and so much happiness was radiating from the right side. Meanwhile, the evil demons didn't care, except Rui. He was a crying mess. Rui's eyes were back to how they were when he was a human, and as his mother spoke his eyes shook. Then his hair changed from white back to black. He looked sad yet happy. The markings began to disappear too, and Rui started to cry. Wait, he's turning back into a human now that he's dead, Suma said. That's already happened before, Suma. Remember the hand demon from Final Selection, Makio said. Oh, I had already forgotten about that, Suma admitted. Look at the boy, Shira said in the recording studio. Rui sobbed, and his parents hugged him tightly. His clothes changed to what he wore when he was a human. The background was a pale yellow. I'm happy that you are with your parents again, Tanjiro smiled. You are? Rui asked, wiping his eyes. I am. I'm glad you can rest easy, Tanjiro said. He's happy that a demon can rest easy. How odd, Takedo thought. It was my fault. All of it was my fault. I'm so sorry, Rui sobbed. It zoomed out, showing a red background. The family was in a small circle of light as Rui continued to apologize. Then it faded out, showing red flames that flickered. It transitioned to showing the ashes of Rui. Rui's body was gone too, yet his kimono remained, as did Tanjiro's hand on Rui's body. Your parents are in the light, yet surrounded by hell. How sad, Haimjima said. Fire, Daki thought. His kimono stayed there, Hinetsuru said. It wasn't part of my flesh, that's why, Rui sighed. Tanjiro sighed in relief, and then a foot stomping was heard. It then showed Tomioka's sandals on Rui's kimono. Tomioka stood on it and looked down at Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked up at Tomioka in shock. It zoomed into his face. What, Tomioka, are you standing on his kimono? Tanjiro asked softly. I guess I am, Tomioka said. Why do you look so shocked? You shouldn't be sparing sympathy to demons that kill people. Don't waste your sympathy. It was a demon. The fact it looked like a child makes no difference. It lived for decades terrorizing our people, Tomioka said. Tomioka isn't wrong, Kacho said. I know that. But still, I refuse to trample on the lives of others. No matter what they've done, Tanjiro said. That leniency is going to get him killed, Shinizugawa thought. If it's for the sake of avenging those who were killed, to make sure there are no more victims, Tanjiro spoke, grabbing the fabric. I won't hesitate to bring my blade down on any demon's neck. You're very determined and strong-minded, Tanjiro, Yubayashiki said. Ah, you think so? Tanjiro asks. I do. It's a quality that is important in demon slayers, Yubayashiki said. But when it comes down to those who felt despair and regret from their actions as a demon, I will never disrespect them, Tanjiro said clearly, because one time or another, they were human, no different from me, so please don't step on his remains. He's really defending me, Rui thought, even after I crumbled away. That brat is actually defending a demon. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Shinizugawa thought. How flashy, talking back to a Hashira like that. You've got guts, Yusui said. They're not hideous monsters at all. Instead, demons are hopeless creatures. They're tragic creatures, Tanjiro said. I just realized most of the demons that you've killed have died crying, Kocho said. Huh, I guess so, Tanjiro smiled. He's so kind. Why isn't he angry and spiteful? It doesn't make sense, Jutaro thought. It showed the demons that Tanjiro had killed as he continued speaking. Tanjiro looked as if he was about to cry. Tomioka looked at Nezuko and his eyes widened. Tomioka played the memory of when he met the siblings. "Oh, Tomioka, you're getting more expressive. It's nice," Kacho said. "Now all you need to do is smile." "Isn't she?" Tomioka thought. Just then Tomioka raised his head. What looked like blue butterflies appeared to be around him. Then someone quickly ran through the forest towards the three. Tomioka bent down slightly, quickly drawing his sword. It was Kacho. She ran up to them. Tomioka moved a leg over the siblings, protecting them from Kacho. "Huh? Blue butterflies? They look fake," Tanjiro said. "Ah, another effect," Shira said. "I see," Kacho said. "Oh, it's me. I'm running to you three." "Tomioka, you're protecting us," Tanjiro said. "Of course I am," Tomioka said. Tanjiro put his hands around Nezuko's head, hoping that would help. Tomioka used his sword to block Kacho. She did a flip over the three, not hitting any of them. Yet she was still smiling. "Thank you for protecting Nezuko and me," Tanjiro smiled. "You're still smiling?" Genya asked. "Why not? I'm not mad," Kacho smiled. "Oh my," Kacho said. Kacho landed on her feet, spinning back. She ended up facing away from the three. Tomioka put his hand on Tanjiro's back gently. Tanjiro raised head slightly, trying to see what was going on. "Tomioka's very kind. He's my favorite demon slayer, aside from Zenitsu and Inosuke," Tanjiro thought. "Why would you get in my way, Tomioka? And after you told me, we could never be friends with demons. I have to say, this kind of thing is exactly why no one likes you," Kocho said, smiling. "Shinobu, that's a bit harsh," Yubayashiki said. "Apologies, master. It's just some light banter, that's all," Kacho smiled. "People like me, right?" Tomioka wondered. As Kacho talked, it mainly showed Tomioka, until Kacho insulted him. It then changed scenes. A needle was getting pushed and a light green liquid was in it. It then showed a demon slayer. Their skin was reverting back to normal as the antidote was given to them. They had almost no hair, but their breathing was normal. "Oh, it's the medicine that cured Zenitsu," Tanjiro said. "I assume they're curing the other demon slayers," Aoi said. "That antidote is so cool, it healed that demon slayer quickly," Sanjuro praised. "I'd expect nothing less from Kacho-san. She's amazing with medicine," Rengoku said. "Thank you, Rengoku-san," Kacho smiled. "That demon slayer looks so ugly. It doesn't have any hair. I wish they died," Daki thought. "Incredible. This antidote of Lady Kacho's is very effective, isn't it?" Goto said, as he looked at the needle. "Indeed, and she prepared it after a mere glance at the situation," the female Kakushi said, as she wrapped the slayer in bandages. "She's truly amazing." As is he. "Wait, you created that medicine on a whim," Tanjiro said in awe. "I did. What did you think? I just magically carried the medicine that would cure this?" Kocho chuckled softly. "I don't know. I guess I never thought about it," Tanjiro admitted. "That's actually quite impressive," Kokushibo thought. "Wait, are those Kakushi calling me amazing?" Zenitsu said in shock. Several Kakushi were on the roof of the house, lowering a cot, while a few were waiting on the ground. Zenitsu was getting slowly lowered from the roof of the house. His eyes were shut, and blood was dripping from his nose. "I'm glad you got lowered from the house, Zenitsu," Tanjiro smiled. "Me too," Zenitsu sighed. "That boy? How so?" Goto asked. "He defeated that demon, which in turn slowed the circulation of the poison just a bit," the female Kakushi said. "I agree with that, Kakushi. It's quite impressive," Rengoku said. "Ah, thank you," Zenitsu said. "All right, this should do it," Goto said, as he put a paper on the wrapped-up slayers. "We're in good shape. Looks like they'll all pull through." "They look like they're in a cocoon," Genya said softly. "I'm glad that they are going to live," Yubayashiki smiled. "That's good. I'd like to wrap things up as quickly as possible and leave this place." "Wouldn't you?" the female Kakushi said. "No arguments here," Goto said. "This mountain has a really hideous stench to it." The two of them walked towards the floating house. Then it showed a blade. It panned across, showing the hook on the end. Tanjiro was confused, and Tomioka was still protecting them. His hand was in front of Tanjiro's face. Kacho was standing far away. "Your blade is really cool, Shinobu," Kenroji said. As is yours, Mitsuri. The amount of effort your swordsmith must put in your sword is incredible, Kacho replied. He's still protecting us, Tanjiro thought. Now then, Tomioka, would you please move, Kocho asked. I don't think I'm disliked, Tomioka said. Well, newsflash, you are, Shinazugawa said. I don't dislike Tomioka-san, Tanjiro said. Little flowers and stars went near Tomioka's head as Tanjiro spoke. Seimi, please don't talk about the other demon slayers like that, Yubayashiki said. Sorry, master, Shinazugawa said. Tanjiro's face went funny as a white line and explosion showed on the black background. The same thing happened to Kacho, and there was a little noise, although only the back of Kacho was shown, giving a close-up with her butterfly clip. Kenroji giggled softly and quickly apologized. Kacho-san, your hairpin is really pretty, Tanjiro said. Thank you, Tanjiro-san, Kacho smiled. Oh dear, I do apologize. You're only just now hearing about this, then? I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to find out this way, Kacho said. You two banter like siblings, Kenroji said. Oh, you think so? Kacho asked. Kacho's wrong. People do like me, Tomioka thought. Doesn't Kacho enjoy hanging around Tomioka-san though? Hanjima wondered. The white line and explosion went to Tomioka, and then Tanjiro again. Tanjiro's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were smaller. Your expression is quite funny, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. I suppose it is, Tanjiro said, chuckling softly. Boy, Kacho said. Why, yes ma'am, Tanjiro replied. What you're protecting there is actually a demon, so please move away before you get hurt, Kacho said. So this is what Shiro-san meant by the Hashiras being rude to Nezuko. It's all right though, she said they won't kill Nezuko. Tanjiro thought. Her hand was covering one side of her cheek as if she was trying to whisper. Tanjiro sat up a bit, still holding Nezuko. And no, you're mistaken. Well, you're not mistaken, but she's my little sister. She's my sister and that's why, Tanjiro tried to reason, but he fumbled over his words. You're not going to be able to reason with Kacho-san if you keep fumbling over your words, Iguro said. Plus, it's against the rules to not kill a demon we see, Shinazugawa added. I know, Tanjiro whispered. I wonder if she's going to kill the demon girl. Probably not, Kokushibo thought. Kacho covered her mouth and said, Oh my, is that really true? You poor thing. In that case, so she won't suffer, I'll use a gentle toxin to kill her. A gentle toxin? You raised your sword when you said that, Tanjiro said. Do you even have a gentle toxin? I don't, at least not likely, Kocho said. Sorry for lying to you in the future. Kacho smiled as she said that, and Tanjiro gasped softly. Tomioka was still in front of the siblings. How dare she smile while talking about killing Nezuko-chan, Zenitsu thought. Can you move? Tomioka asked. Tanjiro looked at Tomioka and gasped softly. Is he going to create an opening for me to run with Nezuko? Tanjiro wondered. Even if it's difficult, you need to go. Take your sister and run, Tomioka said. I can't believe that you're just going to let them go free, Iguro sighed. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. He let them go 2 years ago too, Shinazugawa said. Tomioka, Tanjiro said slowly as he grabbed his sister. Thank you. I appreciate this. Thank you so much, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro smiled. Yeah, Tomioka said. Tanjiro took his sister and ran. Tomioka kept his hand where the siblings were, just in case. Kocho kept smiling, but this time she showed a hint of anger. Kocho looks scary when she's angry, Kenroji thought. It's quite odd that a demon slayer is sparing a demon. Then again, Yoriichi spared Tamo all those years ago, didn't he? Kokushibo thought. Did you just break the rules of the Corps? Kacho asked. Tomioka looked deadpan as Tanjiro ran with Nezuko. Tanjiro was panting hard as he continued to carry Nezuko. He avoided the trees. Once he ran past her box, he grabbed the strap. I hate his expression. He always looks so unhappy. It's so irritating, Iguro thought. Tanjiro, you got Nezuko's box. That's good, Zenitsu said. It is, Tanjiro smiled softly. My whole body is aching so much, I want to scream. But I have to keep going and endure it, Tanjiro thought as he tried to calm his breathing. Oh Tanjiro, Zenitsu whispered, if only I was there to help. Don't beat yourself up. You had your own battle, no need to worry about me, Tanjiro said. It went to first-person point of view as Tanjiro ran. He kept thinking of the word endure as he ran. Nezuko began to slowly open her pink eyes. Tanjiro's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were closed. All that running surely can't be good for his injuries, Aoi thought. Nezuko's awake, Tanjiro sighed happily. You shouldn't be closing your eyes while you're running, Yubayashiki said. Right, Tanjiro said. Does this mean I'm going to have to leave the Demon Slayer Corps? Even if she's my sister, there's no way they'd let one of their swordsmen travel with a demon, Tanjiro thought. No, Tanjiro, you can't leave me. You my only friend on this cruel planet, Zenitsu said. Calm down, I'm not planning on leaving, Tanjiro reassured Zenitsu. Just then, someone landed on the branch and jumped after Tanjiro. Back with Kacho and Tomioka, their swords clashed together. They slid away from each other, and Kacho's expression was frustration. Wait, someone just landed on that branch, Genya said. They did, Tanjiro asked. Shinobu, Juwu fighting is still against the rules, Yubayashiki said. Sorry, they said in unison. I see you're dead serious about this. Who would have thought a Hashira would defend a demon, Kacho said. Exactly, Iguro scoffed. Tomioka stood there and said nothing. Kacho put on a smile once again. Come on, Tomioka, don't ignore me, Kocho said. Whatever your intentions are, I don't feel like playing this game of stalling for time. And so, good day to you, Kocho said. Kacho then jumped into the air. Tomioka's eyes widened slightly. He gasped and looked for Kacho. She had just landed on a branch behind Tomioka. It was quite high up in the air. She then jumped to a different branch. Tomioka quickly started chasing after her. She was jumping through the trees. Whoa, you jumped so high, Tanjiro said in awe. I want to do that, Inosuke yelled. I'm sure that with enough practice you all can do that, Kacho smiled. Kacho was doing acrobatics as she jumped. She turned upside down as she spoke to Tomioka, who was still on the ground. You're so agile, Shinobu, Tenroji praised. Thank you, Mitsuri, Kacho smiled. Is that you attempt at catching up with me? Kacho asked in a teasing tone. Kacho giggled softly. As she jumped quite high up, she was above all the trees before falling back down. I don't have any objections to you trying to stop me, Kacho said, but don't forget there's someone else to watch out for. There's someone else that we have to worry about, Zenitsu asked. It's probably the person Genya saw land on the branch, Tanjiro said. Hey, we're not friends, don't call me by my first name, Genya said. Tomioka grunted and then launched himself in the air, following Kacho. Kacho's eyes widened in surprise. Back with Tanjiro, he was still running. He had managed to put the box on his back, and Nezuko was still in his arms. Whoa, mismatched Haori can jump that high too. I want to do that, Inosuke yelled. You got the box on your back, you just have to run, Zenitsu said. Don't stop running, keep on moving. You gotta run as far away as you can, Tanjiro thought. Just then there was a girl who fell from the skies. She landed on Tanjiro's back, basically knocking the wind out of him. Tanjiro fell to the ground and the box wasn't on his back anymore. You're the girl from Final Selection, Tanjiro commented. Oh, she just kicked your back, Zenitsu said. Damn it. What just happened? I wasn't aware of my surroundings. Nezuko, Tanjiro thought. You have to be aware of your surroundings more, Tomioka said. Sorry, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro apologized. You're lucky she wasn't a demon, Iguro said. Nezuko had landed on the ground. She was asleep, and the girl landed in front of Tanjiro, next to Nezuko. Her little cape went up, revealing the kanji that was on her uniform. Wait, I just noticed. She isn't wearing sandals, she's wearing boots, Makio commented. A demon slayer, Tanjiro thought. The girl raised her sword. She was smiling. She went to attack Nezuko, whose eyes opened at that moment. Tanjiro grabbed Kanao's cape and yanked it back, making her land on top of Tanjiro. Get out of here, Nezuko. Run away as fast as you can. Don't get caught no matter what. Hurry, Tanjiro yelled. I'm sure that Nezuko can run away, Zenitsu said. Kanao brought down her leg, kicking Tanjiro's head into the ground. Tanjiro passed out, and Kanao quickly started chasing Nezuko. Kanao swung her sword at Nezuko, but she turned into a child. Shrinking to avoid the blade, Kanao was surprised at this. Oh, that looked painful, Aoi said. I passed out from that, Tanjiro said. She kicked me so hard. She's not defending herself at all. Why? Kanao wondered. I know that she doesn't hurt humans, but she's not even defending herself. How pathetic, Enmu thought. Ah, look Aguro-san, it's little Nezuko-chan again, Kenroji said happily. Did she just shrink into a child? Kanao wondered. Your voice is very pretty. I don't think we got your name, Tanjiro smiled. Kanao flipped the coin and began to speak. Tsuyuri Kanao. You can call me Kanao. It's nice to formally meet you, Kanao, Tanjiro smiled brightly. Damn it, Tanjiro, I see how it is. You're trying to get married before me, Zenitsu thought. Kanao stood still trying to process what had happened. Meanwhile, Nezuko was continuing to run, jumping over tree roots. Kanao continued to chase Nezuko. She swung her sword several times, but each time Nezuko either jumped or dodged. Why am I standing still? I was likely given the order to slay her. Kanao wondered. She's jumping and dodging, how boring. Dalma thought. But they do both look delicious. She's just running away without even throwing out an attack. Why? Kanao wondered. Nezuko panted as she continued to run. Her haori and kimono were both too big for her, so they moved in the wind. She's so adorable, Kenroji said. Look at her little run. Keep going, Nezuko, Zenitsu thought. Well, it doesn't matter. My orders are to slay this demon, Kanao thought. What an odd way to phrase that, Tanjiro thought. Meanwhile, with Kacho and Tomioka. Tomioka had a firm grip on Kacho. You put me in a headlock, Kacho asked, firmly. Tomioka, there's something I want to say. Since the purpose of my attack was to slay a demon, it certainly wouldn't be construed as a violation of the core. But what you're doing is clearly against the rules. You're preventing me from slaying a demon. What are your intentions here? Kacho said. That is true, Shinobu, Yubayashiki said, although I don't like you fighting. Of course, master. I do apologize, Kacho said. Tomioka's arm was around Kacho's head. Kacho's hand was between his arm and her head. Tomioka's eyes widened. His face looked annoyed or maybe deep in thought. As he made this face, there was a small sound effect. Kenroji laughed at Tomioka's face, while Aguro and Shinazugawa looked surprised. That's a funny face, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro chuckled softly. It is, Tomioka asked. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? This will be your final warning. At least give me some sort of reason, Kacho said, her tone annoyed. Don't ignore me again, Tomioka-san, Kacho said. At that moment a crow landed on a branch, next to another crow. Tomioka kept making that face before looking up slightly. As I recall, it was 2 years ago, Tomioka said. Are you about to go into a long-winded story from the past? Just to spite me? It's because of what I said to you earlier, is that it? Kacho asked. Huh? Why would I spite you? Tomioka asked. Tomioka's face became expressive. His eyes seemed to be all white as the line and explosion appeared against the black background. It changed angles. Tomioka was looking at Kacho. Her head was still stuck in his headlock. Why aren't you that expressive all the time, Tomioka-san? Kacho asked. You still have her in a headlock, Yusoi said. Just then Kacho released a blade from her shoe. Tomioka's eyes widened, and Kacho brought her leg up to Tomioka's face. However, before she could do anything, a crow loudly cawed. You have a blade in your shoe, Tameo said, curiously. Lady Tameo looks beautiful, Yushiro thought. You never know when it could come in handy, Kacho smiled. Message. I have a message from headquarters. Tanjiro and the demon Nezuko are to be taken into custody and brought back to headquarters, the crow cawed. Taken into custody, Zenitsu said. At least Nezuko won't be killed, Tanjiro said. Both Tomioka and Kacho seemed surprised by that request. It then showed Kanao and Nezuko. Nezuko was sitting on the ground. Thank you for not killing Nezuko, Kanao, Tanjiro smiled. Yeah, if you killed Nezuko-chan, I would have been mad, Zenitsu piped in. Tanjiro, dressed in a checkered haori, with a scar on his forehead. Nezuko, a demon girl with a bamboo muzzle. Bring them back, another crow cawed. Are you Nezuko? Kanao asked, leaning into Nezuko's face. Talk about switching on a dime, Zenitsu said. My orders changed, so I changed my task, Kanao said, after flipping her coin. Tomioka put his sword away, and so did Kacho. They began walking. Bring them back, the crow cawed. Tanjiro, dressed in a checkered haori, with a scar on his forehead. Nezuko, a demon girl with a bamboo muzzle. Bring them back, bring them back. Tanjiro was still passed out, and the two Kakushi were talking above him. I'm still passed out, Tanjiro said softly. He does have a scar, the female Kakushi said. All right, let's bring him in, Goto said. Look, his jawbone seems to be broken, doesn't it? The female Kakushi asked. My jaw, it's broken, Tanjiro sighed sadly. Of course it is. That girl kicked you into the ground, Zenitsu yelled. Goto sighed. I feel bad about tying him up. I'm passed out. Why are they tying me up? Tanjiro asked. Because you broke the rules, obviously, Shinjiro scoffed. Just then, two other Kakushi encountered Inosuke. Inosuke was still tied up, hanging from the tree. Oh, Inosuke, I'm glad the Kakushi found you, Tanjiro said. Oh, please, I would have been fine, Inosuke said. Who the hell is this? He asked. I don't know. A demon? No, it couldn't be, the other said. A demon? What? Do they have a screw loose? Inosuke yelled. Maybe it's the boar head, Genya muttered. Is it human? He asked, poking Inosuke with a stick. Of course I'm a human. Who do those people think they are? Inosuke huffed. Well, to be fair, you are wearing a pig head, Zenitsu said. He's wearing our uniform trousers, the other said. That reminds me, Inosuke, where is your uniform shirt? Yubayashiki asked. I dunno, Inosuke said. I probably got rid of it. Those poor tailors, their hard work gone to waste, Heimjima thought. The Kakushi moved the mask, partially revealing Inosuke's head. Oh wait, this is a mask. He is human, he said. All right, let's bring him in, the other said. It showed their feet as they looked at Inosuke's injuries. This guy's been beaten up really bad, he said. I'm really glad they got to you on time, Tanjiro smiled. The Kakushi are all such nice people, Kenroji said. Why is he strung up like this? The other asked. Inosuke was put over the Kakushi's shoulder, and they started walking. There was nothing I could do. On my own, I couldn't bring down even a single demon. You know what? Maybe I'm not that strong. Inosuke thought. Inosuke, don't think like that, Tanjiro said. Just because you needed help doesn't mean that you're weak. I agree, and if you keep training you'll get even stronger, Kocho said. As if I would ever think I'm weak, Inosuke laughed. Moron, Zenitsu muttered. Then it went to Zenitsu. He was thoroughly wrapped up. As if it was a cocoon, Chuntaro was on his head chirping. He had a sigh that said treated. There were several other wrapped up people near him. What? They even put bandages over my mouth, Zenitsu yelled. What if I need to talk? Calm down, Zenitsu. You'll be all right, Tanjiro sighed. Look at all those people, Kenroji said. I'm so glad they're all going to be all right. They wrapped us all up, huh, Zenitsu said, muffled. Who are all these people? They seem to be cleaning this place up really efficiently. And that girl there, isn't she the girl from Final Selection? She has the same kind of hair ornament as the lady who wrapped us up. Zenitsu thought. Kanao was instructing all the Kakushi, and there were several wrapped-up people near them. A man who was holding a person who got turned into a spider started talking. You're directing the Kakushi. That's so cool, Tanjiro said. Ah, that dude is holding a baby spider person, Zenitsu yelled. Should we bring them as well? He asked. Yes, go to the butterfly mansion. I'll be hunting down the demons here, so you can rest easy, Kanao said, walking away. Thank you for helping them with cleanup, Kanao, Kacho said. Of course, Kanao said. She's pretty, but not as pretty as Nezuko-chan, Zenitsu thought. I think I've heard of these guys. They're called the Kakushi, the clean up the aftermath of the Korra's battles with demons. I heard that most of their members are people whose sword skills aren't as polished, Zenitsu thought. It's amazing that people who don't have great sword skills can still be helpful, Shinjiro smiled. I agree, brother. It's amazing to see people helping us, Rengoku said. Chuntaro began to chirp, and the sunlight began to show through the trees. It's daybreak, Zenitsu said, still muffled. I still can't believe I have to talk muffled because of the bandages, Zenitsu thought. Tomioka was walking through the dimly lit forests. His face was still expressionless. Kacho followed behind him, glancing back. Kanao was looking up, presumably at the sky. Tanjiro was being carried by a Kakushi, and Nezuko was in her box being carried by another. Tomioka, you look so angry when you're walking, Kacho said. I do? Tomioka wondered. I'm glad they put Nezuko back into her box and didn't leave her to burn, Tanjiro sighed happily. Me too, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro was still passed out and the sun lit up the mountain. It then showed a small creek. There were rocks lining it and a small bridge was there. A larger river was shown. Then the beautiful purple wisteria. Then it zoomed out from Tanjiro's face. That scenery is lovely, Tanjiro said. It really is, Kenroji agreed. Oh, that's my face, Tanjiro chuckled softly. Wake up, Goru said. I said, wake up, you gotta hey, do you even hear me? Come on, get up. Are you gonna sleep all day? Wake the hell up, will ya? Why is he yelling at me? Tanjiro asked. You're probably on trial, Tanjiro-kun, Kacho said. We'll make sure that it's a fair trial, Rengoku said. Tanjiro's eyes fluttered open, and then he gasped. It zoomed out a bit, showing that Tanjiro's arms were tied. Then it showed what Tanjiro was looking at, the Hashiras. My arms are still tied up, Tanjiro said. Of course they are. We don't want you to try anything, Iguro said. You're in the presence of the Hashira, Goru said. It continued to zoom out, showing 6 of the Hashira. Hanjima was likely praying. Rengoku's arms were crossed. Yuzui had a hand on his hip. While the other 3 were just standing there, looking at Tanjiro. The screen then went black. Look, it's us, Kenroji smiled brightly. I'm standing there flamboyantly, as always, Yuzui said. Huh? Where's Shinazugawa-san, Iguro-san, and Tomioka-san? Kojo asked. They're there. Now let's start the next episode, Shiro said. Chapter 23, Master of the Mansion. There was a recap, showing the scenery, and then Goto yelling at Tanjiro. It zoomed into one of the Hashira. I can't believe you're going on trial, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. What's a trial? Inosuke asked. A trial is when a group of people decide what to do to a person who has committed a crime, Hinetsuru explained. I heard he was a demon slayer with a demon in tow, so I was expecting someone with more flair, but it's just some ordinary-looking kid. Too bad, Yusui said. Ouch, Tanjiro said softly. Look, it's Lord Tenjin, Suma smiled. Finally, I was waiting for my flashy appearance, Yusui said. Hanjima was praying. His face wasn't shown, however the red beads around his hands were. It then showed Rengoku's hair. We must see that this boy here is put on trial to be judged, Rengoku said. So it shall be. I hope nothing bad happens while he's on trial, Kenroji said. We will do our best to make sure the trial is fair, Kamado-kun, Rengoku said. I'm sure we'll find a way to prove that the demon brat will kill humans. There's no way she can deny blood. I'll show them, Shinazugawa thought. Up next was Takedo. He was looking at some clouds. Only the back of him was shown. Then it showed Kenroji. Her eyes weren't visible, however. To think that he's been protecting his sister, who's now a demon. What a brave and beautiful display of sibling love, Kenroji thought. Sibling love, Genya thought. Why does he get it, and I don't? Thank you for your kindness, Kenroji-san, Tanjiro smiled. Of course, I was only telling the truth, Kenroji smiled back. This brat, I'm gonna kill him, Iguro thought. What? Who are these people? Tanjiro asked, slowly. Goto pushed Tanjiro's head down and spoke firmly. Don't open your mouth until you're told. Do you know who you're in the presence of? These are the Hashira. These are all the Hashiras, huh? I'll remember their faces so I can make my lovely art when we leave, Jayako thought. They all look so scary, Hantingu thought. It showed 5 of the Hashira. Then it went back to Tanjiro. I wonder why Tomioka-san, Iguro-san, and Shinazugawa-san aren't standing with us, Kacho said. I'm probably sitting in the tree, Iguro sighed. Damn it. I can't tell where their headquarters are. There are no distinguishing features that I can see, Muzan thought angrily. Hashira? What is that? I have no idea. Who are all these people? Tanjiro wondered. Where even am I? This is the Demon Slayer's headquarters. You are here because you, Tanjiro Kamado, are to be put on trial, Kocho said. The headquarters is quite pretty, Tanjiro smiled. I wish I wasn't there because of a trial though. It's been so long since I've been able to look at the gardens. It looks so beautiful. Yubayashiki said happily. Dear, is it wise to have our headquarters shown to the Demon King? Amane asked. There's no defining features, so we should be fine. But to be safe, we should move the headquarters, Yubayashiki said. The screen filled with the black ink and the title was shown. Behind it was some wisteria. It went back to the normal screen, and birds were chirping in the background. Before we begin the trial, why don't you explain the crime you have been accused? Kacho began to say. There's no need for a trial, Rengoku interrupted. Rengoku, you interrupted me, Kacho sighed, slightly angry. Ah, my apologies, Kacho, Rengoku said. What do you mean there's no need for a trial? Of course there is, Kanata asked. Well, if I had to guess, it's probably because we already know that he's committed the crime, Rengoku explained. Kacho looked over at Rengoku. Huh? It then zoomed over, showing Rengoku's head. He was smiling, and there was a twinkling star. Next to his head was his name and title. Huh, what's that? Yushiro asked. It's my full name and title, but that's so odd. Words can't do that, Rengoku said in confusion. Ah, allow me to explain. Consider this an introduction card. It just says your name and title. It's there so everyone knows who's who, Shiro explained. Each Hashira gets one. I see, Kacho said. Protecting a demon is a clear violation. We can deal with this on our own. We shall execute them both, Rengoku said loudly. Execute them both. You can't do that, Zenitsu said, grabbing onto Tanjiro. I won't let you kill my only friend in this harsh world. They're going to execute me. Shiro-san said that Nezuko doesn't die, but she didn't say anything about me. Tanjiro thought, fearfully. Wow, a bunch of demon slayers are going to kill him for me. How thoughtful of them, Muzan thought. I don't think we should act without Oyakata-sama's permission, Kenroji said softly. It then went to Yuzui. He looked unbothered. His white hair was tied in a ponytail, and his hand was on his face. Then his name and title appeared next to his head. In that case, I'll decapitate them with style. I'll show you the most dramatic spray of blood ever. It'll be a spectacle, Yuzui said. It doesn't matter, just execute them, Shinazugawa sighed angrily. Seimi, I don't want them to be killed, Yubayashiki said. But, Master, he's carrying a demon. I don't want to house a demon. Has all the deaths of our brethren been for nothing? Shinazugawa asked. We know that she will not harm humans. I want you to treat her like any other demon slayer, Yubayashiki said. Next it went to Kenroji. Her hand was near her mouth, and her cheeks had blush on them. Her name and title was shown as well. Look, Aguro-san, it's me, Kenroji smiled. You look nice, Aguro said softly. She looks tasty, Dalma thought, smiling. No way. You'd really kill such an adorable child as him? Such a thought fills my heart with sorrow, Kenroji thought. She's so pretty. No, not as pretty as Nezuko-chan though, Zenitsu thought. It went to Hajime next. His hands were together, and tears were streaming down his face. It was clear that he was blind. His name and title was shown too. It's Hajime-sensei, Genya thought. Alas, to see such a pitiful creature as this. I grieve for him. Perhaps it would have been better if he hadn't been born, Hajime said. That's harsh, Aoi said softly. Hajime's always been quite blunt, Kacho thought. Next it went to Takedo. His eyes were dull, and he was looking off in the distance. His name and title appeared next to him. What was the shape of that cloud again? What was it called? Takedo wondered. Are you zoning out during a Hashira meeting? Shinazugawa asked. I guess so, Takedo responded bluntly. Right, where's Nezuko? Tanjiro wondered as he tried to look around. Hey you, the Hashira are speaking. What are you looking at? Goto asked. You eyes should be over there. These are the 9 highest-ranking swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder if mismatched Haori is a part of those, Inasuke yelled. I want to be there too. Tomioka-san is a Hashira, Kocho smiled. That's the Hashira, Tanjiro asked softly. Let's end his misery, Hajime said. I can't believe they're trying to kill you, Zenitsu said softly. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. They're the highest ranking, and I doubt they'd take me carrying a demon lightly, Tanjiro sighed. Right, Rengoku loudly agreed. And let's do so with flair, Yusui said. Are they really talking about executing a child? and using the word flare in the same sentence, Aoi asked. Am I the only one concerned about this? Tanjiro was looking for his friends. His head was just off the rocky ground. He looked scared. Hey, Goto yelled. Nezuko, where did you take her? Tanjiro asked, sitting up slightly. Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Murata. You're shouting for us? Zenitsu asked in disbelief. Of course I am. I'm worried about you all, Tanjiro chuckled softly. He's such a good person, Rui thought. Tanjiro's vision was slightly blurry. He then looked at the legs of the Hashiras. Then it zoomed into an albino snake, with red eyes. Your vision is blurry. That can't be good, Aoi said. It's probably from when Kanao kicked him and the fight with the lower moon, Kocho said. Iguro-san, look, it's Kabaramaru, Kenroji said. It is, so I'm probably next, Iguro said. Never mind this boy. What will we do with Tomioka? Iguro asked. Me? What is he talking about? Tomioka wondered. Ah, I almost forgot about you, Tomioka-san. You also broke the rules, Kacho said. Tanjiro gasped softly and looked to see where the voice was coming from. It zoomed out, showing Iguro in a striped haori. Seeing him there without any restraints is making me feel ill, Iguro said, pointing at Tomioka. Based on what Kacho told us, he's just as guilty of breaking the core rules. Tomioka. He's in this mess because of me, Tanjiro thought. Oh right, I did do that, Tomioka thought. He was sitting in a tree. A mask made of bandages was covering his mouth. The snake was wrapped around his neck. His eyes were 2 different colors too, and his name and title showed up next to him. Whoa, you have 2 different eye colors, Tanjiro said. Why didn't I notice that sooner? Whatever, Iguro said. The snake and mask are so creepy, Zenitsu thought. Ah, there's my introduction card. I still think it was stupid, but whatever, Iguro thought. How should we make him take responsibility? What kind of lesson should we teach him? Iguro asked, still pointing at him. What do you have to say for yourself, Tomioka? I agree. Tomioka-san should be put on trial as well, Shinazugawa said. You're only saying that because you don't like him, Kacho thought. You better not ignore my question, Tomioka-san, Iguro said coldly. Tanjiro looked over and saw Tomioka standing by himself. He's in this situation because of me, Tanjiro thought. Huh? Does he really think that? I protected him and Nezuko because I could and I wanted to, Tomioka thought. Tanjiro, you shouldn't blame yourself. Tomioka-san did it because he wanted to, Zenitsu said. Ah, you're right, Tanjiro said softly. You, friendship, Enmu thought. Iguro, you're as sharp-tongued as ever I see. I love that side of you, Kenroji thought. A little heart flew from her. Iguro blushed heavily and Kenroji covered her face from embarrassment. Does she really think that? Iguro wondered. He really does love her. It's almost painful. I'm blind, and yet I can see their love for each other, Hajime thought, sighing softly. It then panned up Tomioka's body. He wasn't saying anything yet, but everyone was looking at him. It then zoomed into Kenroji. Tomioka's all by himself, all stoic-like. What a cutie, Kenroji thought. Kenroji-san is nice, Tomioka thought. Little flowers floated near his head to show happiness. Tomioka-san, I swear I'm going to kill you. Kenroji-san is too perfect for you, Iguro thought. It went back to Tomioka, this time showing the patterned side of his haori. His name and title showed up. Oh, I think it's fine. He did come here without resisting, Kocho said, then went to her. Let's come up with a penalty later. That is true. We should focus on the Kamado siblings, Rengoku said. Kacho closed her eyes, and her name and title showed up next to her. Hajime was standing behind her, and she was barely as tall as his waist. It then zoomed out, showing all the people who were there at the time. Ah, there's my title, Kacho smiled. She looked so small compared to the man behind her, Neikime thought. What I'm more interested in is hearing this boy's story, Kacho said. He's been traveling with a demon alongside him despite being a demon slayer himself. I suppose hearing my story won't be that interesting anymore, Tanjiro chuckled softly. I hope we don't have to hear it again, Takedo said. Tanjiro began to sit up, and then it zoomed into the standing Hashiras. I wish to hear why, straight from the boy's mouth, Kacho continued. What he's done is unquestionably against the Demon Slayer core rules. You are aware of that, aren't you? This is all kinda useless now that you already have the answer, Akaza sighed. Is there any information that's going to be useful to us? Takedo asked. Perhaps, Shira said. That's a stupid answer, Shinazugawa thought. Tanjiro gasped softly. He groaned softly, and Kacho kept talking. Tanjiro Kamado, why are you traveling with a demon as a fellow demon slayer? Kacho asked. Yusui grabbed his sword and spoke. Who cares why? Yusui-sen better not hurt Tanjiro-kun. I didn't put my job on the line for him to be killed, Tomioka thought. Wait, you have 2 swords, Tanjiro said. I have to have 2 swords. It's part of my breathing technique, Yusui said. Isn't it flashy? You can take your time, just answer the question, Kacho said. Tanjiro took a moment and then spoke. She's my young. Tanjiro began coughing loudly from pain. Kacho opened a bottle and walked towards Tanjiro. She bent down. Tanjiro, why are you coughing so much? Zenitsu asked. The Kakushi said earlier that I broke my jaw. That's probably it, Tanjiro guessed. That's an interesting shaped bottle, Shinjiro commented. It looks like you need some water, Kacho said, holding the bottle out. Ah, thank you, Kacho-san, Tanjiro said. Of course, it's the least I could do, Kacho smiled. Tanjiro grabbed the bottle with his mouth and began to gulp the water. You couldn't have untied him so he could drink the water, Zenitsu asked. Of course not. He could have tried to run away, Iguro said. I can tell you've injured your jaw, so please drink slowly. I added an anesthetic to the water to help, Kacho said. Tanjiro began to pant heavily. Kacho moved the water bottle away from his face. Tanjiro had some water spilled on his face. It dripped on the ground, and Tanjiro groaned, trying to recollect his thoughts. This feels a little humiliating, Tanjiro thought. Since your wounds are healing, you shouldn't push yourself, Aoi said. Well, I have to explain myself so they don't kill Nezuko, Tanjiro sighed. Meanwhile, in the recording studio, Shiro was organizing some files. This feels kinda messed up, Shiro said. Huh, how so? Shira asked. Well, just last night he nearly died while fighting a lower moon, then by a Hashira, and finally he got pummeled by Kanao. Then the next morning, he woke up on a bunch of rocks to go on trial. That seems kinda fucked up, Shiro chuckled softly. Well, this is the 1900s. But I agree it is quite sad, Shira said. Your wounds are still healing, so you shouldn't push yourself too much, Kacho said. Are you ready to tell us your story, Tanjiro? Tanjiro was breathing heavily, and then he said, That demon is my little sister. My family was attacked by a demon while I was gone, and I lost almost everyone. My sister was turned into a demon, but she's never hurt anyone. She never has, and never will. That's not going to convince us, Iguro sighed. Huh? Why not? Tanjiro asked. Of course you'd want to cover your sister, so even if she killed someone, you wouldn't tell us, so your story is unreliable, Iguro said. It showed some of Tanjiro's memories with Nezuko, like when they were helping Kazumi, and when they were with Tama. She'll never harm a human being no matter what, Tanjiro said loudly. Enough, spare us these absurd ramblings, Iguro said, pointing at Tanjiro. If she's family, it's no wonder you're defending her. I can't trust a single word you're spouting. I don't believe you for a moment. It's not absurd rambling, Zenitsu said. He's trying to defend Nezuko. Zenitsu. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. I knew you were a good person. Iguro-san, that's so mean, Kenroji said. Ah, sorry Kenroji-san. I'm just trying to be realistic, Iguro said. So sad, Hajime said, as he began to cry. He's been possessed by a demon. Let us end this child's life and free him from this accursed existence. No, you can't kill Manjiro, Inazuki said. No one is going to kill me, Tanjiro said. I apologize, I was being a bit harsh, Hajime said. Please believe me. I became a swordsman in hopes of finding a cure for her, Tanjiro said, trying to explain himself. It has been 2 whole years since Nezuko became a demon. She's never devoured anyone in that time. There you go with your pipe dream. There is no cure. Sure, that demon lady is working on one, but that might never be finished, Shinazugawa said. Don't talk to Lady Tameo like that, Yushiro yelled. Yushiro, it's fine. I'm sure he has a good reason not to fully trust us. And I'm fine with that, Tamio said. Now, Shinazugawa-san, I'm doing everything in my power to create this cure. Whether you believe it or not is all right. Why? Why are these demons nice? Why couldn't she be nice? Why did I have to kill her? All these stupid demons are just going to kill someone, Shinazugawa thought. Your storytelling is lacking any vibrate sparks of color. She hasn't devoured anyone, and she's not going to. If you're going to plead your case, at least spice it up a bit, Yusui said. Well, what do you want him to say? Zenitsu asked. He's telling you the truth about Nezuko-chan. Takedo was staring at the sky. His dull eyes were watching a bird fly in circles. Is that really what interests kids these days? Hantingu wondered. What's that bird called again? Was it? Takedo asked softly. There he goes, zoning out again, Iguro thought, sighing softly. Excuse me, Kenroji said. It then showed her. Something about this concerns me. I find it hard to believe the master would have been unaware of this situation. Ah, that is true. Surely you knew about this, master, Rengoku said. Before we came here, I didn't know about them. So I suppose that someone's crow likely informed me, Yubayashiki said. Yusui and Rengoku said in sync. Rengoku smiled at Kenroji, while Yusui looked annoyed. Rengoku's arms were crossed and Yusui had his hand on his hip. I look so flamboyant, Yusui thought. This is useless, Muzan thought. I don't think we should act without his permission, Kenroji said. Yusui and Rengoku grunted, and then it showed Tanjiro's face. Kacho was still sitting in front of him as he looked around. Maybe it's best if we wait to act until he arrives, Kenroji said. That sounds like a good idea. Oyakata-sama should make the decision, Rengoku said. I'm glad that they're going to listen to me, Tanjiro thought. Let my sister fight by my side. I know she can fight as a demon slayer to protect humans, so please, Tanjiro yelled. As if we're going to believe that. I mean, right now we've seen it with our own eyes. However, in this future, you're just some random 15-year-old, Iguro sighed. I know, but I believe that Nezuko can fight along with me, Tanjiro said. Well, I, for one, am not going to believe that, Shinazugawa thought. Just then it showed someone's sandals, then their back. They wore a white haori with the word kill on it. Oh, it's Shinazugawa-san. You're finally there, Kocho said. I guess so, he replied. Well, what kind of fun do we have brewing here? Shinazugawa asked. It showed Tomioka's face, which had nearly no emotion on it. Then it showed Shinazugawa. He had white hair and his body was covered in scars. But the most noticeable thing was that he was holding Nezuko's box. What? Why did it show Tomioka-san's face? Shinazugawa asked. I don't know, Tomioka said. Wait, you're holding Nezuko's box, Tanjiro yelled. Oh, well, I'm not surprised. I'm not going to believe your bullshit, Shinazugawa said. Is that the moron who brought a demon along with him? Shinazugawa asked. It zoomed into the box, and Tanjiro groaned. His face was still injured. It zoomed into Shinazugawa's face. She had no eyebrows, and 2 large scars on his face. It showed his name and title. What the hell do you think you're trying to pull here, exactly? Shinazugawa asked. Those new scars make Shinazugawa look even more handsome, Kenroji thought, as hearts flew from her. Shinazugawa said. I'm so sorry, Kenroji said. Shinazugawa better stay far away from Kenroji-san. He might be my best friend, but I'm not above killing him, Iguro thought. I don't even like her, Shinazugawa thought. Please, Master Shinazugawa, I must ask you to put down that box, Akakushi said. I'm surprised he hasn't just opened up the box, Kacho thought. Kacho stood up. Wow, even when she's angry Shinobu still looks as cool as ever, Kenroji thought. Thank you Kenroji, Kacho said. Of course, Kenroji smiled. Shinazugawa, please don't act out of line, Kacho said. Excuse me, Shinazugawa said. You heard me? You shouldn't act out of line, Kacho said, coldly. Run that by me again, kid, Shinazugawa said. She can fight as a demon slayer to protect humans. Was that it? You know what we call that? Completely impossible, you idiot. At least now you know it isn't impossible, right? Tanjiro asked. Whatever, Shinazugawa scoffed. Shinazugawa drew his blade and pointed it at the box. He stabbed through the box, stabbing Nezuko's shoulder. Nezuko grunted in pain as the blade pierced through the other side. Blood was on his sword. "Nezuko," Tanjiro yelled. "It'll be all right, he didn't cut off her head," Tameo said softly. "Poor Nezuko-chan," Kenroji. "Well, that wasn't what I expected," Kuina said. Tanjiro gasped and ran towards Shinazugawa. There was a tear in his uniform above the knee. "Don't tell me that you're going to try to attack me," Shinazugawa laughed. "You'd be foolish to try." "You hurt Nezuko. I'm not letting that slide," Tanjiro said angrily. "Oh, a fight. No, I don't think it's going to be a fight," Akaza thought. "Anyone who harms my sister answers to me," Tanjiro shouted. "I don't give a damn if you're one of the Hashira." "How flashy. You've stood up to 2 Hashira now. That has to be a new record," Yuzui said. "You little brat," Shinazugawa yelled. "Go Tanjiro. Beat that scary guy," Inosuke thought. Shinazugawa laughed as he pulled his sword out of the box. The blood splattered on the ground. He swung his sword, knocking off the extra blood. "I'm surprised the sunlight isn't going through the wood after he stabbed it," Aoi said. "I'm just glad it isn't," Tanjiro said. "Well, how very nice for you," Shinazugawa said. Tanjiro yelled at Shinazugawa and charged at him. "Seize this," Tomioka said loudly. "The master will be arriving shortly." "What the hell, Tomioka-san, you interrupted my concentration," Shinazugawa yelled. "Wait, did you just yell, Tomioka-san? That might be one of the first times I've ever heard you yell," Kacho said. "You're normally so quiet," Rengoku said. "Like an object," Takedo added. Shinazugawa gasped as Tanjiro continued to charge at him. He moved back slightly. Before swinging his sword, Tanjiro jumped in the air, avoiding the attack. Shinazugawa looked up at Tanjiro. "You're charging at a Hashira. How bold," Rengoku said. "It's not bold, it's foolish. I'm not like Tomioka. I won't get overpowered by some brat," Shinazugawa said. "Oh, he jumped, avoiding your attack," Takedo said calmly. Most of the Hashiras gasped at Tanjiro's bravery. Tanjiro then brought down his head as he was falling, headbutting Shinazugawa hard. Shinazugawa gasped as blood fell from his nose. Both of them fell to the ground. "Did you just headbutt Shinazugawa?" Iguro asked. "He just caught me off guard, that's all," Shinazugawa said, trying to defend himself. "You're bleeding," Takedo said. "What the hell, that's one powerful headbutt," Makio said. Tomioka gasped softly, and everyone looked at the sight. Shinazugawa's hands were trembling as he tried to sit up. He groaned and Kenroji sniggered. Everyone looked at her as she covered her face. "You actually injured a Hashira," Kuina said softly. "Good job, Kentaro," Inosuke said loudly. "He's trembling," Zenitsu said. "That brat," Shinazugawa thought. "Ah, I'm sorry I laughed," Kenroji quickly apologized. "Pardon me," Kenroji said. Tanjiro ran in front of Nezuko's box, waiting to see if Shinazugawa would do anything. However, Shinazugawa was still trembling on the ground. Iguro was watching the sight from the tree. "I'm glad you protected Nezuko-chan," Zenitsu said. "I'm sorry I headbutted you," Tanjiro said. "However, I will not apologize for protecting my sister." "Whatever," Shinazugawa scoffed. He was slightly humiliated. "Damn you," Shinazugawa said, as he held his nose. "He seems quite strong. How could he let a child attack him like that?" Akaza wondered. Tomioka's outburst must have been a distraction, but that boy still managed to get a blow in, Iguro thought. "I have to admit, landing a blow on Shinazugawa-san is quite impressive," Rengoku said. "He hurt my brother," Genya thought. "If you can't tell the difference between good demons and bad ones, then you shouldn't be a Hashira," Tanjiro yelled. "Ouch, that's brutal," Nekheim said. "What the hell, you think you can tell me that shit and get away with it?" Shinazugawa yelled. "I'm gonna kill you." "There is no violence in the reaction room. Please sit down," Shiro said. Shinazugawa sat down angrily. Tanjiro looked at the ground, slightly embarrassed that he caused a disturbance. Shinazugawa raised his head, and blood was coming out of his nose. "You no good little," Shinazugawa said, as he grabbed his sword and stood up. "I'll destroy you." Shinazugawa put the flat end of his sword to Tanjiro's neck. However, Tanjiro didn't move. "You're so brave, Tanjiro, you're not even flinching," Zenitsu said. "Headbutt him again," Inosuke yelled. "The master of the mansion has returned," two of the sisters said in unison. Everyone looked over at the building, gasping slightly. A man began walking out of the building, onto the porch. He wore a black kimono and a white patterned haori. "You look like you're in good health, master," Tomioka said. "Yubayashiki," Muzan thought angrily. "My beloved children," Yubayashiki said calmly. "Do you call all of the demon slayers your children?" Tanjiro asked. "I do," Yubayashiki said, smiling softly. Tanjiro watched in awe, and then it panned up, showing the man's face. The upper half of his face was purple and textured. His eyes were a light purple, so it was clear he was blind. "He looks injured, or maybe sick. I wonder what's wrong," Tanjiro thought. "Why do his eyes look like that?" Inosuke asked bluntly. "Inosuke, you can't just ask that," Zenitsu said in a hushed voice. "I thank you for coming here on this day," Yubayashiki continued. "The master of the mansion has returned," the sisters said in sync. "Wait, didn't they say that already?" Kokushibo asked. "That is quite odd," Yushiro said. "It's like time reversed." "There's probably no point in worrying about it. It's probably something we can't understand," Kocho said. He walked out again, this time all the way out. The two sisters crawled behind him and shut the doors. Shinazugawa had put his sword back in its sheath. Yubayashiki held out his hand, and Hinaki grabbed it gently. His other arm was put around Nishika's shoulder. The two girls guided their father forward. They looked different from the two children at the final selection. Tanjiro thought, "I wonder if they're all siblings." "Thank you for helping me, Nishika and Hinaki," Yubayashiki said kindly. "Of course, father," they said in sync. They lead him to the edge so he can feel the warmth of the sun on his face. The birds were chirping, and he tilted his head up, sighing at the feeling. "Good morning to you all. The weather is strikingly nice today," Yubayashiki said, "perhaps with a blue sky. Finding ourselves here at the semi-annual gathering of the same faces, it brings me joy." So he really is blind. I wonder if it has to do with the purple thing on his face. Tanjiro wondered. "I'm so happy that I can see the sky again," Yubayashiki smiled. "So this is the master. He looks wounded. No, sick maybe," Tanjiro thought. "That's such a rude thought," Shinazugawa said, "and you're not bowing." "It's all right, Seimi. No need to be rude," Yubayashiki said. Just then, Shinazugawa put his hand on Tanjiro's head and shoved it into the ground. Shinazugawa bowed in the process. "That can't have felt good," Aoi said, "especially since you're still healing." "He was so quick, I couldn't ever react," Tanjiro thought. "Shinazugawa, please don't treat other people that way," Yubayashiki said. "I apologize, master," Shinazugawa said softly. "So quick, I couldn't even react. What is he?" Tanjiro thought. What changed? A few minutes ago, he easily dodged his attack. Sanjuro wondered. "Good, I still have an amazing reaction time. That headbutt was just a fluke," Shinazugawa thought. Tanjiro then looked to the side and all of the Hashiras were bowing down. It then showed the back of all of the Hashiras and the front of the Yubayashiki family that was there. "I am pleased to see you in good health as well, master," Shinazugawa said calmly. "I fervently pray for your continued good fortune." "What? I wanted to greet the master," Kenroji said softly. "I'm sure you'll be able to do it next time, Kenroji-san," Iguro said. "You're right, Iguro-san," Kenroji smiled. "I thank you, Seimi," Yubayashiki said. It then zoomed over to Kenroji, who was looking sad. "Awa, I wanted to be the one to welcome the master," Kenroji thought. "If I may, master, before we start this meeting, would you kindly enlighten us about this young swordsman right here, who it would appear has been accompanied by a demon?" Shinazugawa said formally. "What? You're speaking so formally," Zenitsu said. "Of course I am. I'm speaking to Oyakata-sama. I don't want to be rude," Shinazugawa said. Well, he didn't seem to mind being rude to Tanjiro, Zenitsu thought. He didn't seem to have any social graces before, but now he's speaking so formally, Tanjiro thought. "What? Of course I have social graces. You just weren't worth them," Shinazugawa said, slightly offended. How dare he say something so rude about my brother, Genya thought. But of course, I apologize for any confusion. Tanjiro and Nezuko have both been sanctioned, Yubayashiki said kindly. "What? They've been sanctioned? But why?" Shinazugawa asked. "Well, that was easy," Zenitsu said. "That doesn't make sense. We were sanctioned," Tanjiro muttered. It was probably the letter I was planning to make, Urokodaki said. Letter, Tanjiro repeated in confusion. It showed all of the Hashiras. They each seemed quite surprised. I would appreciate it if you'd all accept this condition, Yubayashiki said. I can't bring myself to accept it, Shinazugawa said. We don't know for sure that she'll never hurt humans. Why is he so stubborn and scary? Zenitsu wondered. Haimjima pressed his hands together, began crying and spoke, Master, even though it is something you have requested, I cannot bring myself to do it. I don't know if I agree with my future self. I have seen her protect humans, but still, Haimjima said. He's crying, Akaza thought. Who is that? Takedo wondered. He looks like a bear. I am also opposed to this. A slayer traveling with a demon is unacceptable, Yusui said, pointing at himself. There I am, flamboyantly opposing, Yusui said. I love your nail polish, Lord Tenjin. Do you think I did it? Suma asked. What? It's clear I did them, Makio said. As for myself, I shall do whatever it is you wish, Master, Kenroji said, clasping her hands together. I'll forget anyway, so I'm fine either way, Takedo said. Forget? Do you have memory problems, Takedo-kun? Tanjiro asked. I don't know, Takedo responded. Takedo. That name seems familiar in a way, Kokushibo thought. Kacho didn't speak, she just looked at the ground. Tomioka didn't speak either. I won't trust them, absolutely not. First of all, I loathe demons, Iguro said. You loathe demons? What harsh words, Dalma said dramatically. Shut up, you bastard, Iguro said. I wonder what happened to Iguro-san to make him hate demons so much, Tanjiro thought. Although I respect you with all my heart, Master, I cannot abide by this. I'm fully against it, Rengoku said loudly. The way they talk to their master is so odd. They're voicing their opinions rather than just following what he said. Why aren't they getting punished? Rui wondered. They're just talking like that. That makes no sense, Akaza thought. Hey Rengoku-san, if you don't mind me asking. Why do you talk so loud? Tanjiro asked. It's not that interesting of a story, but when I was on my way to becoming a Hashira, I battled Lower Moon too. In that fight, the demon managed to burst my eardrums. Although my hearing has mostly returned, I still talk quite loudly by accident, Rengoku explained. The core mission is to annihilate demons. I ask that you punish Kamado and Tomioka, Shinazugawa said. Shinazugawa-san isn't wrong. The mission of the core is to kill all demons, Shinjiro said. While that's true, it's been proven that Nezuko will not harm humans, Urokodaki said. Yubayashiki stood and listened to everyone's opinions. The letter, Yubayashiki said to Hinaki. The letter? What letter? Jotaro asked. Yes, sir, Hinaki said, as she pulled a letter from her kimono. A former Hashira, Mr. Urokodaki sent along a letter to us with a request. I shall read to you an abridged version. You sent them a letter, Urokodaki, Tanjiro said. I did. I presume this is the letter I was planning on writing, Urokodaki said. I wonder what the letter says, Aoi thought. What's a letter? Inosuke wondered. I ask you to allow Tanjiro and his sister to accompany each other. Because of her resilient mental fortitude, Hinaki's voice faded into Urokodaki's. Because of her resilient mental fortitude, Nezuko has not lost her human reason, Urokodaki said, showing him near his house. Even when starved, she has never devoured a human, and that is true more than 2 years later. Although the situation sounds outlandish, it is in fact reality. In the event that Nezuko does assault another human being, myself as well as... You really wrote that letter? Thank you so much, Urokodaki, Tanjiro smiled brightly. Of course, it's the least I could do, Urokodaki said. Your relationship reminds me of me and Gramps, Zenitsu said. So what if that's true? She was asleep for all that time, she could still harm humans. Shinazugawa thought. It's impossible. It's impossible. It went back to Hinaki's voice. Tanjiro Kamado and Jiwu Tomioka will atone by committing seppuku. Why, you're staking your life too, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro said in disbelief. Tomioka-san, you're putting your life on the line, Kacho said. I guess I am, Tomioka said. Who cares how they die? That still can't give a human's life back, Shinazugawa said. Tanjiro gasped softly. His head was still on the ground. Then it showed Tomioka. He had seemingly no emotion on his face. Tanjiro began to cry. It then zoomed out, showing all the Hashiras that were lined up. Iguro looked at Shinazugawa, who was looking at the ground. Tomioka is putting his life on the line for me. How can I ever repay him? Tanjiro thought. I'm glad that I'm helping Tanjiro, Tomioka thought. Who cares how they choose to end their lives? Shinazugawa asked, before speaking louder. Fire, hanging, it's all the same. It doesn't guarantee our safety. Shinazugawa is right. If she kills a human, we can't turn back the clock. That person will be lost forever, Rengoku agreed. That is true. However, we know that Nezuko will not harm humans, Yubayashiki said. That's true, Master, Rengoku said. I refuse to believe it. If there are demons that won't eat humans, then why? Why couldn't she be one of them? Shinazugawa wondered. You do have a point, Yubayashiki said. So then, Shinazugawa said impatiently. What do you wish, Master? Rengoku asked. We can't guarantee she won't attack humans. We can't prove it. That said, we also cannot be certain she will attack humans, Yubayashiki said. And by watching this, we know that Nezuko will not attack humans, Yubayashiki said. So as I have said, please accept her. Show me them killing an upper moon, maybe then I'll accept her, Shinazugawa muttered. As if a bottom-feeder demon and a useless swordsman could kill us, Daki chuckled. It went away from his face and showed a few of the Hashira. They all looked very surprised. Shinazugawa gasped and grit his teeth. Here is what we do know about her for certain. She has been abstinent for over 2 years, and there are 3 people who would vouch for her with their lives. If this evidence is rejected, one in turn must offer in turn an even more convincing argument, Yubayashiki said calmly. I still can't believe that Tomioka-san and Yurakodaki are vouching for Nezuko, Tanjiro said. I'd vouch for Nezuko-chan too, Zenitsu said. You don't have to do that, Zenitsu, Tanjiro smiled softly. I want to. How am I supposed to marry her if she's dead? Zenitsu asked. I'm sorry, Tanjiro said. He was caught off guard. Shinazugawa growled from anger as Yubayashiki continued to speak. Are any of you able to do so? Yubayashiki asked. Thank you for sparing Nezuko and me, Tanjiro said. Of course, Yubayashiki said. I'm glad that we have another good demon on our side. None of us can come up with a counter-argument. I hate this, Shinazugawa thought. Rengoku looked slightly frustrated, but he grunted in agreement. Also, there is another thing I would like to relay to you, my children. Tanjiro has met Kibutsuji face to face, Yubayashiki said. Oh right, I almost forgot about that terrifying moment, Kenroji said. How could you forget such a flashy moment? Yusui asked. That moment was scary, Zenitsu said. I thought Tanjiro was going to die. Everyone's expression changed as they gasped. It took a moment for the information to set in, and Yuzui was the first to speak. That's impossible. Not even a Hashira has crossed paths with him, Yusui said loudly. Nearly everyone turned to look at Tanjiro, and Yuzui bumped into Kenroji, making her fall. Which one of you bumped into Kenroji? Iguro asked, scarily. I don't know, Yusui said, laughing awkwardly. Why didn't I help her up? She's the nice one, Tomioka thought. Did you really? Yusui asked in disbelief. What he look like? What are his powers? Where did you see him? Did you fight? Takedo asked calmly. What was Kibutsuji doing? Did you find his stronghold? Shinazugawa asked, as he grabbed Tanjiro's hair. Answer me. Oh, why are you pulling my hair? Tanjiro asked. Shut up, Shinazugawa said. Shut up. I asked him first, Yusui said. Come on, tell us the powers Kibutsuji has. I suppose that's a good thing about watching the future. We already have all the answers to the questions, Kocho said. Tanjiro nodded. Yeah, that's true. It showed the back of Yubayashiki. Then he put his finger over his mouth, signaling them all to be quiet. Once they saw this, they all returned to the bowing position and put their heads down. He moved his hand down and spoke up. Whoa, that was so cool. Everyone just went silent, Inosuke said. I want to do that. That's what happens when people have a lot of respect for someone, Amain said. That's so odd. They were acting out, but they're not getting punished, Rui thought. Speaking of that man, we know he has sent pursuers after Tanjiro. While his goal might be to simply silence Tanjiro, now that he has finally revealed himself, I wish to seize on this opportunity. I also believe something is happening to Nezuko that Kibutsuji never saw coming, Yubayashiki said. I wonder if that was his whole reason. I have a feeling there was more to it, Kacho muttered. It's probably not a good thing that Kibutsuji is listening to this conversation, Yubayashiki thought. They want to seize that opportunity? Well, two can play that game, Muzan thought. Tanjiro was looking up and Yubayashiki, gasping softly. It then showed behind all the Hashira. Do you agree with me now? Yubayashiki asked. They all bowed in silence until Shinazugawa began speaking. They looked over at him. I'm afraid I don't, Master. If it were human, it'd be no question we'd spare it. But after what we've gone through, after losing countless of our brethren, you're asking us to house a demon. It's unacceptable, Shinazugawa said loudly. His words were full of passion. Why is he being stubborn? Inosuke asked. I kinda get where he's coming from. I'm sure he's lost so many people to demons, and here I am, asking them to just take my word and accept Nezuko, Tanjiro said softly. I wonder if he's talking about Kani. I think he liked her, Kanao thought. None of us care about your sob story, Daki thought. Yubayashiki grunted softly, and then Shinazugawa pulled his sword out. He slit his arm, causing it to bleed. Tanjiro gasped at the sight, as did Kenroji. What are you doing? Kenroji asked frantically. You cut your arm. Why did you do that? Zenitsu asked. I have Merchai blood, so I'm sure that demon won't be able to resist. I'll show you the true nature of a demon, Shinazugawa said. What is he doing? What is he doing? Not all over the garden, Kenroji thought frantically. Shinazugawa's blood dripped onto the rocks, and he put his bloody arm up. The garden, Kenroji said softly. Shinazugawa, you shouldn't hurt yourself to prove a point, Tanjiro said. Shut up, Shinazugawa said. Hear me, master, the depravity of a demon. I will prove it to you here and now, Shinazugawa yelled. How bold of him, Akaza thought. Seimi, Yubayashiki said. Seimi, Yubayashiki said slowly. Shinazugawa took the box and slammed it on the ground. He stepped on it and let his blood drip onto the box. Shinazugawa-san's blood is intoxicating to demons, so if that demon was going to hurt someone this would be a good test, Shinjiro said. I know that Nezuko won't die, but I'm still worried, Tanjiro thought. Hey, demon, it's time for your dinner. Take a bite, Shinazugawa yelled as he smiled. How dare he do that to my Nezuko-chan? He's so creepy, Zenitsu thought. She's not going to leave the box. It's daytime, Iguro sighed. Tanjiro grunted as he watched the blood splatter on the box. Nezuko's hands were shaking, and some of the blood dripped on her hand. Nezuko growled softly, and she was shaking. Nezuko, Tanjiro said softly. I'm worried she won't be able to hold herself back, Yushiro said. She won't, then I'll decapitate her, Shinazugawa said. No need to hold back, Shinazugawa said, still smiling coldly. Just show us your true colors, and then I'll destroy you right here. I hope she can deny Seimi's blood. I would hate for her to be killed, Amain said. I hope that she kills him. That would be lovely. Not as lovely as my artwork, though, Chayako thought. Get away from her, Tanjiro yelled. It's the daytime. It's no good doing this now. It'll only show itself in the shadows, Iguro said. I'm glad he didn't open the box earlier, Amain said. She's going to attack him, then they'll kill her. They're taking care of my problem, Muzan thought. Master, please forgive this discourtesy I am about to commit, Shinazugawa said. Shinazugawa jumped onto the porch. He landed in the shadows behind the Yubayashikis. The box was firmly in his hand, and he threw it to the ground. You shouldn't throw Nezuko's box like that, Tanjiro said. Why not? Doesn't she get shaken around every time you do a flip or any other breathing form? Shinazugawa asked. Well, that's different, Tanjiro said. Shinazugawa bent down and stabbed his sword through the box. Nezuko grunted in pain. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled, stop stabbing her. That won't kill her. She's a demon after all, Rui said. Stop it, Tanjiro yelled. He tried to move forward, but Iguro slammed his elbow into Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro groaned from the pain, and Shinazugawa removed his bloody sword. Iguro-san, he's still injured, Kenroji said frantically. He was trying to intervene, Iguro said, trying to reason his action. Even so, you might have crushed his rib, Kocho said. Come on out, Demon, Shinazugawa said, stabbing the box again. It's the human blood you love so much. He keeps stabbing Nezuko-chan. And he's not even right. Nezuko doesn't love human blood, Zenitsu thought. I can't breathe. I can't move, Tanjiro thought. His mouth was wide open. That's not good. Iguro-san is probably crushing your lungs, Aoi said. He shouldn't have tried to move. I'm just keeping him in line, Iguro said. Still, compressing his lungs isn't a good thing to be doing, Kacho sighed. Shinazugawa kicked the box and unlatched it with his sword. Nezuko growled softly and began to exit her box. Everyone watched as Nezuko grew bigger. It panned over everyone's expression, then to the large bleeding cut on Shinazugawa's arm. Nezuko-chan's exiting her box. I hope she doesn't attack Shinazugawa-san, Kenroji said. Please, Nezuko, you can ignore it, Tanjiro murmured. It's going to be a splash of blood, Enmu thought. That's a lot of blood, Takedo said. Tomioka was watching too. His face seemed blank. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was staring at them. And Nezuko, Tanjiro strained. Nezuko was her full size, and she was breathing heavily. Saliva was dripping down her mouth, and her pupils were slits. But she looked at Shinazugawa regardless. Sweat was dripping down her face. Then the screen went black. Her breathing is heavy, and she's drooling, Iguro said. I don't think she's going to be able to resist Shinazugawa's blood. Oh, her pupils are slits too. This can't be good, Genya said. Oh hell no, don't leave us there. Start the next thing, Shinazugawa said. We will, and after this next viewing there will be a half-an-hour break, Shiro said. Now on to the next video. Chapter 24 Hashira Meeting. When the screen lit back up, there was a recap of Shinazugawa stabbing Nezuko's box and Nezuko leaving the box. The recap ended where the last episode left off. The screen goes black for a moment, then fills with the ink. The background is purple and yellow with clouds and a sun. I still can't believe Nezuko-chan is on trial, Zenitsu sighed. I don't like that she was stabbed, Tanjiro said. I don't think she's going to be able to hold back for much longer, Yushiro said bluntly. Yushiro, that was uncalled for, Tamao scolded. Nezuko was staring at the dripping blood. Her eyes were wide, and her pupils were still slits. Nezuko growled as drool dripped from her mouth. Shinazugawa stood, waiting for Nezuko to attack. It'll only be a matter of time before she attacks the human, Muzan thought. Her pupils are slits. That can't be good, Kenroji said worriedly. I remember when Kamado-chan's pupils went to slits when you two were fighting the temple demon. So, I have faith in her, Rengoku said. What's the matter? Go on. You know you want it, Shinazugawa said, teasingly. Why are you taunting her? Hanjima asked. How am I supposed to know? It's future me that's doing it, Shinazugawa scoffed. It zoomed out, showing all the Hashiras staring at Nezuko's test. Iguro's arm was still firmly pressed against Tanjiro's back. Nezuko was breathing heavily, and Iguro pressed his arm into Tanjiro's back harder. You shouldn't be so hard on him, he's already injured, Kocho said. I'm only doing it because he's trying to escape, Iguro sighed. I'm always getting so injured. I'm surprised I can still function, Tanjiro thought. Headbutt him, Inasuke yelled. Iguro, you're being too rough. Ease up a bit, will you? Kocho said. I'm only doing this because he's trying to escape, Iguro said. Tanjiro groaned as he continued to try to escape. Tanjiro, if you use any breathing techniques while your lungs are squeezed, it's force your veins to burst, Kocho informed Tanjiro. His veins will burst? That sounds cool, Yusui said. I don't think that's a good thing, Yusui-san, Kenroji said. Right. Sorry, Yusui said. His veins will burst, Yusui repeated. It changed the angle. I like it. Sounds dramatic. Come on, show me. Tanjiro, don't burst your veins, Zenitsu yelled. Don't worry, Zenitsu. I'm not going to burst my veins, Tanjiro said reassuringly. Yusui grasped his hand and smiled. Kenroji tilted her head and whimpered. From concern and fear, Hanjima begins crying, and it shows his face. I'm going to stab him for making Kenroji uncomfortable, Iguro thought. Oh, is one of the Hashira crying? Dalma wondered. I wonder why. What a poor soul. My heart goes out to this unfortunate child. Namu Amidabutsu, Hanjima said, as he prayed. Hanjima being blunt as ever. Kacho thought. Who is he? Takedo wondered. he looks like a bear. Some of the Hashira turned their heads to look at Hanjima. It then went back to the porch, showing the blood dripping onto the floor. There was a small puddle, and Nezuko was growling. I think that he's likely the strongest one there. So why is he crying? Kokoshibo wondered. That's a lot of blood from one cut, Sanjuro said. Nezuko's growling, Tanjiro muttered, stay strong. She was breathing heavily, and there was blood on her haori. The veins on her face were prominent, and her eyes were twitching. She had Shinazugawa's blood on her hand, and she gripped her hands tightly. Shinazugawa chuckled, as some of Nezuko's blood dripped to the floor. Where did the blood on her haori come from? Takedo asked. I think it's from when Shinazugawa-san dropped his blood into the box, Kacho answered. She's gripping her hands so hard they're bleeding, Yubayashiki commented. Tanjiro was groaning loudly as Aguro continued to trap him. Tanjiro, Kocho said. Tanjiro opened his mouth wider and yelled, snapping the ropes that were tied around his hands. Aguro gasped, but before he could do anything his wrist was grabbed. Aguro swiftly turned his head to see who did it. It was Tomioka. Tomioka was glaring at Aguro. You just snapped the ropes, Zenitsu said in awe. Who just grabbed my hand? Aguro scowled. Tomioka-san, thank you, Tanjiro said. Damn Tomioka, he thinks he can just do that, Aguro thought, angrily. Tomioka's hand was shaking around Aguro's wrist as Tanjiro got up and ran to the porch. Nezuko, Tanjiro yelled. Nezuko was gasping, and sweat was dripping down her face. Just then everything but Nezuko went black. She seemed to be glowing, and it looked like it was snowing. Nezuko then remembered that day. She was remembering the day Tomioka found them, when she got turned. What's happening to Nezuko-chan? Kenroji asked. I think she's going through her memories, Tanjiro said. How interesting, she's experiencing her memories as if she was a bystander, Kacho said. The siblings were sitting on the snow, while Tomioka looked at them. She's my sister. I was taking her to get help, Tanjiro yelled. I don't know how it happened, but Nezuko is different from the others. It showed Nezuko's eyes, then it went black for a moment, opening up to the house she was raised in. Her father was sitting down, while her mother was making food. It zoomed into the back of Kai, who turned around. Nezuko's eyes are so pretty, Zenitsu thought. Father, mother, Tanjiro said wobbly. She remembers her past. That's not fair, Daki thought. It was inaudible dialogue, though. Then it showed cherry blossom trees. The petals flew off as the birds chirped. It showed Shidru running, holding Nezuko's haori. Rokuta was grabbing on Nezuko's kimono sleeve. And Takeo showed up next. I do think it's so interesting that Nezuko-chan still has her memories from when she was a human, Kocho said. Yes, most demons lose their memories as soon as they turn, Rengoku said. Zenitsu looked at Tanjiro and whispered, Are you all right? I know seeing your deceased family probably isn't that fun. I'll be all right, Zenitsu. Thank you, Tanjiro whispered, smiling softly. I convinced her that all humans are her family, Yorokodaki's voice said. Oh right, the hypnosis, Yushiro sighed. I nearly forgot about that. Hanako appeared next. She was wearing a pale yellow kimono. She waved at Nezuko and ran off. Tanjiro showed up last. His long hair was there. Hanako, Tanjiro said softly. Poor Tanjiro. I hope he's all right. I can't imagine being forced to see dead family on the screen, Zenitsu thought. I told her to protect them, Yorokodaki's voice continued. Tanjiro turned around. His scar was like how it was before final selection. Also, he was wearing the outfit from when his family was attacked. Then the background turned black, and the snow showed up. It zoomed out, showing Tanjiro and Nezuko standing on the snow. Your scar. It looks like how it did before final selection, Tomioka said. It is, and so does my outfit, Tanjiro said. I don't get what the point of this is, Daki thought, sighing loudly. Humans are to be protected and saved. Never hurt them. I will never hurt them, Nezuko thought. Nezuko's thinking that? I'm so glad, Tanjiro said. I love hearing Nezuko's voice, Zenitsu thought. That's what she thinks, Shinazugawa wondered. There you all have it. Nezuko wants to protect humans. She'll never hurt them, Yubayashiki said. The camera turned around, showing Nezuko's face. Her eyes were how they are as a demon. However, she had no bamboo in her mouth. It goes back to the present, Nezuko was gasping, fighting the urge to bite Shinazugawa. Huh? Why doesn't she have the bamboo? I know that she's just thinking this, but I don't understand it, Tanjiro said. Foreshadowing perhaps, Kocho said. I have to commend her for not biting Shinazugawa, Yusui said. I mean, he's a merchai. Nezuko began to shake as she groaned. Hinaki and Nishika looked at Nezuko as well. Tanjiro was holding the porch, hoping his words worked. It then showed Nezuko and Shinazugawa again. Come on, Nezuko, Tanjiro said softly. She's going to try to attack me, then I'll kill her, Shinazugawa thought. I do wonder what's going to happen. This is so exciting, Doma said. After a few seconds, Nezuko turned her body away from Shinazugawa's bloody arm. Shinazugawa gasped in shock, while Tanjiro felt a wave of relief pass over him. Nezuko closed her eyes, and her head was turned to the side. Nezuko was breathing heavily. She turned away, Suma said in disbelief. She denied Shinazugawa's blood, Iguro said, flabbergasted. Isn't your blood supposed to be intoxicating? Takedo asked. Damn right it is. So how the hell? Shinazugawa said. Tell me what happened, Yubayashiki said calmly. The demon girl turned her head away in disgust, Hinaki started. I'm so proud of you, Nezuko, Tanjiro said, as he hugged Nezuko. That doesn't make any sense. How is she able to resist the merchai blood? Shinazugawa wondered. She really is a miracle, Temu thought. Despite Shinazugawa stabbing her 3 times, and then flaunting his bloody arm in front of her face, she restrained herself from biting him, Nishika finished. Now how should I deal with him? He can't get away with stabbing Nezuko-chan, Zenitsu thought. What a strong will that girl has, Kokushibo thought. I can't think of a single demon that wouldn't be affected by the smell of merchai blood. Shinazugawa looked at Nezuko and groaned. He was clearly angry. There it is, undeniable proof that Nezuko won't attack humans, Yubayashiki said calmly. I'm still so happy. We have demons on our side, Kenroji smiled. Isn't this great, Iguro-san? Yeah, it's great, Iguro blindly agreed. Tanjiro gasped and looked up. Iguro finally snatched his arm away from Tomioka. I still can't believe that you grabbed my wrist, Tomioka-san. What is it with you breaking the core rule? Iguro asked. I wanted to help Tanjiro-kun, Tomioka said bluntly. What think you're doing, Tomioka? Iguro said. Tanjiro, Yubayashiki said. Tanjiro gasped and looked at Yubayashiki. Nezuko was still standing in front of Shinazugawa. I'm sure that even after this, there are some who cannot accept Nezuko, Yubayashiki said, showing his face. Work towards changing their minds. Prove to them that Nezuko and you can be helpful towards our cause. By fighting as demon slayers. Of course, we'll do that, I promise, Tanjiro smiled brightly. I know that we've already proved ourselves on the screen, but when we leave Nezuko and I will continue doing our best. That's the spirit, Yubayashiki said. Tanjiro quickly backed up and bowed down. Oh, what's with the sudden respect? Zenitsu asked. I'm not too sure, Tanjiro admitted. What is this I'm feeling? It's like I'm floating. His voice, is it because of this man's voice my body feels light? Tanjiro wondered. Now that you mention it, I hear it too, Zenitsu said. It's odd but soothing, Tanjiro said. Ah, thank you, Yubayashiki said. Go out and defeat a 12 Kazuki, Yubayashiki said. Do that and you will be accepted by all. Your words will carry more weight as a result. Killing a member of the 12 Kazuki, Daki scoffed. As if a weakling like him could kill one of us. Shut up, Shinazugawa said. I don't want to hear you. I'll be sure to kill you later. Tanjiro gasped softly and closed his eyes. He then sat up with a determined look. All right, my sister and I will defeat Kibutsuji, Tanjiro yelled. Rest assured we will strike him down and stop this endless cycle of misery. How bold, Rengoku said. I don't think that we should be relying on a 15-year-old Mizunoto rank to kill Kibutsuji, Shinazugawa said. Ah, that's true, Tanjiro said, blushing from embarrassment. As if a brat like him could kill Muzan, Nakheim thought. It showed the Hashira as Tanjiro declared this. Yubayashiki closed his eyes and smiled slightly. That's a bit ambitious for you too, Yubayashiki said. Let's start with defeating a 12 Kazuki first. Sorry, Tanjiro apologized. No worries, I appreciate your dedication, Yubayashiki smiled. I'm going to kill a member of the 12 Kazuki. I'm going to become a Hashira so I can meet with Aniki, Genya thought. Tanjiro's face turned bright red from embarrassment. Ah, his face is so funny, Kenroji thought as she tried not to laugh. Your face looks so stupid, Manjiro, Inosuke said. Thanks, Inosuke, Tanjiro said, as if he got punched in the gut. Yes, sir, Tanjiro said. Kenroji was holding back a laugh, her body was shaking slightly, and her cheeks were puffed up. Kenroji-sen looks so pretty when she's holding her laughter back, Iguro thought. She looks so ugly like that, Daki thought. Her hair is an odd color too. You mustn't laugh, Mitsuri. Keep it together, Kenroji thought. Kacho laughed softly too, while Takedo seemed indifferent. Several of the other Hashiras softly chuckled as well. They're all laughing at me, Tanjiro thought. This is so embarrassing. It goes without saying that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps have phenomenal skills. They have trained themselves to the brink of death, and have defeated it as well as those of the 12 Kazuki, Yubayashiki said. You've trained yourselves to the brink of death, Zenitsu yelled. We have, Shinazugawa confirmed. I want to do that, Inosuke yelled. Then I'll be the strongest. They all seem quite powerful, Akaza thought. Yes, a noble pursuit, Rengoku said. That is why the Hashira receive respect in favorable treatment. So it would be best to mind your manners when addressing them, Tanjiro, Yubayashiki said. That makes sense, Tanjiro said. Wait, brother, have you trained yourself to the brink of death too? Sanjiro asked. I have, but I'm all right, Rengoku smiled. Ah, I'm sorry for being rude, Tanjiro quickly apologized. Yes, sir, Tanjiro said, sitting on his knees. Also, Seimi, Obanai, don't torment the younger ones too much, Yubayashiki said. As you wish, Iguro said. Nezuko was sitting in her box, grunting as Shinazugawa began to bow down. He set his sword next to him. As you wish, Shinazugawa said. His sword is so pretty, Kenroji thought. As you wish, Shinazugawa responded, fighting back his anger. We have concluded our business with you, Tanjiro. You may step back, Yubayashiki said. Your trial is over, Tanjiro, and you both survived, Zenitsu smiled. Yeah, I'm glad, Tanjiro said. I hope you and Inosuke are doing all right. Kacho raised her hand and began to speak. If that's the case, master, allow me to take Tanjiro into my abode. Your abode, Tanjiro said, confused. Yes, I have the Butterfly Mansion. It's where injured demon slayers can get treated, Kacho said. That's so cool, Tanjiro said. The Butterfly Mansion. That's another location we should find when we're released, Muzan thought. Huh, Tanjiro said softly. Kacho then clapped twice. All right then, take them away please, Kacho said cheerfully. Who are you talking to? Suma asked. The Kakushi, of course, Kacho smiled. They're waiting for instructions. A Kakushi came running to Nezuko's box. She was holding some socks and slippers. Aw, look at Nezuko-chan, Kenroji said. Why is there a person in a box? Takedo asked. What is that person holding? Inosuke asked. Nezuko said. Seeing a demon look so harmless is odd, Kanao thought. The Kakushi flinched back and gasped. Goto ran forward. Pardon me for cutting in front, Goto yelled. Why is he talking like that? Inosuke asked. He's being formal, Zenitsu sighed. It's the respectful thing to do. He dropped to the ground and bowed at Yubayashiki and then to the Hashira. Goto then turned his attention to Tanjiro. He grabbed Tanjiro's shirt and gave him a piggyback ride, running off. Everyone seems to be so genuinely fond of him, it's odd, Rui thought. I lost connection with Rui's mind. I can't read it right now. What the hell is going on? Muzan wondered angrily. Don't tell me. He's broken free. You're getting another piggyback ride, Zenitsu said. I suppose so, Tanjiro said, although they're being quite aggressive. The female Kakushi jumped off the porch and nearly fell. She quickly regained her footing and ran after Goto, carrying Nezuko's box. As their footsteps receded, Yubayashiki smiled. Now then, let us begin the Hashira meeting, Yubayashiki said. I don't think it's a good idea for demons to watch our meeting, Shinazugawa said. I agree, however there isn't much we can do, Yubayashiki said. Hold on just a second if you, Tanjiro interrupted. Tanjiro-kun, what are you doing? Suma asked. I'm not sure, Tanjiro said. Why are you interrupting Okayata-sama? Yusui asked. Come back here, they said in unison. Tanjiro, what are you planning? Yubayashiki asked. I might have an idea, Tanjiro said softly. Tanjiro ran back, and the Kakushis chased after him. Tanjiro then fell down, landing on the rocks. His hands were shaky, and it then showed Shinazugawa who was still bowing. Please allow me to headbutt that man covered in scars, Tanjiro said, as the Kakushi hit him. I need to do it. What the hell? Shinazugawa yelled, as if I'm going to let you headbutt me again. Don't you go trying to hurt him, Genya yelled. Tanjiro, I'm not going to allow you to injure another demon slayer, Yubayashiki said. Quiet, keep your mouth shut, Goto said, as he hit Tanjiro's back. As if I'd let him headbutt me, Shinazugawa thought. One headbutt for every time he stabbed Nezuko. Show me where it says you're not allowed to headbutt another demon slayer, Tanjiro yelled. Tanjiro, you cannot hurt other demon slayers, Yubayashiki said. Yeah, Tantaro. Remember it's taboo for demon slayers to fight, Inosuke said. Even if it wasn't against the rules, you're not in any shape to be fighting, Aoi said. Silence, settle down now, the female Kakushi yelled. Takedo then picked up a rock as the two Kakushis grabbed Tanjiro, trying to take him away. Tanjiro was still fighting them, trying to headbutt Shinazugawa. Takedo-kun, did you pick up a rock? Hinetsuru asked. I don't know, Takedo said. Tanjiro, I would appreciate it if you treated the Kakushi with more respect, Yubayashiki said. Sorry, Tanjiro said. Let go of me, Tanjiro yelled. Cut it out, Goto yelled. Just then Takedo threw the rocks, hitting Tanjiro's pressure point and two other spots. Tanjiro fell to the ground, passed out. How cold, Kocho said. He should know better than to interrupt Oyakata-sama, Takedo said. You're not allowed to interrupt the master. All right, Takedo said, moving a rock in his hand. Muakairo-kun looks so cool, Kenroji thought. Is that me? Takedo wondered. We beg your pardon, Goto said, bowing repeatedly to the Hashira. Yes, please forgive us, the female Kakushi said, bowing at the master repeatedly. Master Takedo. I didn't mean to get them in trouble, Tanjiro whispered. We're very sorry. Our sincerest apologies, Goto said. Kenroji moved forward a bit and thought. Muakairo, what a fine boy, so impressive. Is this girl in love with everyone? I swear, Shinazugawa thought. Pink hearts appeared near her head as she looked at him. Meanwhile, the Kakushi were still begging for forgiveness. Just leave now, Takedo said. Yes, sir, the Kakushi said in unison. Kenroji moved back to her original place in line. Goto threw Tanjiro over his shoulder and ran off with him. The female Kakushi followed behind. The two Yubayashiki siblings looked over at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, give Tameo my regards, Yubayashiki said. Wait, you already knew about Miss Tameo, Tanjiro said in disbelief. I suppose so, Yubayashiki smiled. Tanjiro's eyes widened as Goto continued to carry him. The Kakushi were running quickly, not wanting to disturb the Hashira any longer. The Kakushi went from the rocks to a dirt path. Those poor Kakushi, Sanjiro said. Hold on a second. Did I just hear him mention Miss Tema? Tanjiro asked. Tanjiro then got punched in the face by the female Kakushi. Don't you say another word, she said, punching him repeatedly. We got scolded because of you. Tanjiro, she's punching you, Zenitsu yelled. Women are so scary. Zenitsu, it's fine, Tanjiro sighed. I thought I was going to wet myself, Goto admitted. That's a bit dramatic, right? Kacho asked. That's not flamboyant at all, Yusui sighed. They continued to run, and Tanjiro had tears in his eyes. The female Kakushi grabbed Tanjiro's cheeks and pulled them. Oh, that looked painful, Tanjiro said. You don't know how terrifying the Hashira are, she said. We're not that terrifying. Right, Kenroji asked. I suppose she meant when you're angry, Tameo suggested. Try to read the room next time, Goto said. I will never forgive you, she said, tears forming. Wow, they're really mad at you, Genya said. Yeah, they are, Tanjiro said. Well, I'm not surprised. What you did was uncalled for, Takedo said. Neither will I, Goto agreed. Apologize to us, she yelled. Yeah, apologize, Goto yelled. They continued running. There were trees on either side, and a few huts in the distance. The scenery was lovely. The scenery is pretty. I'm so glad I was given these glasses, Yubayashiki smiled. Not only can I see nature, but also the faces of each demon slayer once again. I'm sorry, Tanjiro said. The scenery then changed, showing a mansion. There was a yellow bamboo fence, and they walked in. Your mansion looks lovely, Kocho-san, Tanjiro smiled. Thank you, Tanjiro-kun, Kocho smiled. Hello, anyone home? The female Kokushi yelled. They walked into the mansion. There was a flower-shaped chandelier and some artwork. They have artwork. It's all right, but nothing compares to my creations. Oh, there's a pot too. It doesn't look like one of mine. What a shame, Jayako thought. Is there anyone here? Is there any? She yelled, then sighed defeatedly. Well, she gave up fast, Takedo said bluntly. No one's coming to the door. Huh, Goto said. Let's go check out the yard, she said. They left the house and began to walk on the dirt path. There were lots of pretty trees and a larger house in the back. Wow, I know it's a mansion, but it's so big. None of the houses in my village even come close, Tanjiro said in awe. Hey, walk on your own 2 feet, Goto groaned. Sorry, Tanjiro said. It's just my whole body is aching up a storm. Is he really expecting an injured person to walk on their injuries? Zenitsu asked. Well, to be fair, I did run earlier, Tanjiro said. Yeah, when you were taking up a Hashira's valuable time, Takedo said. Tanjiro looked over, and I thought the headquarters were big, but this mansion is in a league of its own. Huh. It doesn't look like Kacho-sen changed it after her sister passed, Shinjiro thought. Just then a red and blue butterfly fluttered near Tanjiro. He gasped softly. It changed the angle, showing several more butterflies flying around the mall. I know it's called the Butterfly Mansion, but I wasn't expecting butterflies, Tanjiro smiled. They're all so pretty, Shinjiro said. That's right, wasn't this place called the Butterfly Mansion? Tanjiro thought. I'm a bit surprised it's not called the Insect Mansion, since you use insect breathing, Iguro said. I wasn't the one who named it, Kacho said, but I can see the confusion, even though butterflies are a type of insect. Oh, she wasn't the one who named it? I wonder who did, Tanjiro thought. They turned and some more butterflies were shown. Well, would you look at that? Goto said. There is someone here. Oh? Who is it? Tanjiro asked. It's probably me, Kanao, or another one of the girls, Aoi said. The camera turned around, showing the person. It was Kanao. She was standing next to a small pond. She was allowing a butterfly to sit on her finger. Oh, it's Kanao, Tanjiro thought, smiling. What is he smiling for? Zenitsu wondered. That would be, oh right, the Tsuguko, I believe her name is, the female Kokushi said. What's a Tsuguko? Yushiro asked. A Tsuguko is a demon slayer who is trained by a Hashira, Rengoku said. She's a Tsuguko, so she must be pretty powerful, Akaza thought. A Tsuguko? Tanjiro asked softly. Lady Kanao Tsuyuri, Goto said. Your name is so pretty, Kanao, Tanjiro smiled. Thank you, Kanao said, after flipping her coin. Tanjiro gasped. He then remembered seeing Kanao at final selection. It showed the memory from when she was holding her crow and when she was looking down. Oh, so you can remember the girl who said nothing, but you can't remember me, Zenitsu yelled. I'm sorry, Tanjiro said. How do you even remember her? Zenitsu asked loudly. Sure, I remembered her too, but I also remembered you. Why are they yelling about me? Did I do something wrong? Kanao wondered. It's that girl from final selection, Tanjiro said. From what I was told, she stomped you real good last night. You don't remember that, Goto said, as he looked at Tanjiro. I remember that, Tanjiro groaned. You apparently broke my jaw. I told you, women are mean, Zenitsu whispered. It panned over to Kanao. She had white boots, a longer skirt, and a white cape. Her sword handle was white with pink diamonds. A Tsuguko is a swordsman trained by a Hashira. Only those with impressive skills are chosen. Don't let her being a girl fool you, Goto said. Wow, you got chosen by the insect Hashira? That's so cool, Tanjiro smiled. Being at Tsuguko sounds so cool. It's a lot of hard work. The expectations are higher, Kenroji butted in. Oh, were you at Tsuguko? Kenroji-san, Tanjiro asked. I was Rengoku's Tsuguko, Kenroji smiled. It was tough training, but I wouldn't take it back, ever. The female Kakushi walked up to Kanao and bowed. Please forgive us, Lady Tsuyuri. We were ordered to come here by Lady Kacho, she said as she stood up. Permission to enter the mansion, ma'am. Kanao just stood there smiling. She didn't say a word. The butterfly on her finger flapped its wings gently. After a few seconds, the Kakushi tilted her head in confusion. Aren't you going to say something? Genya asked. Kanao didn't say anything. She just looked at Genya. After a few seconds, she looked back at the screen. Tanjiro seemed confused. If that's all right, she said, still confused. Kanao closed her eyes and kept smiling. Several butterflies were near her head. Goto was still holding Tanjiro, as Kanao said nothing. Is she not going to say something? Rui wondered. I wonder why she won't speak. Is she just ignoring us? Tanjiro wondered. You don't mind, do you? She asked, worried. Who are all of you? Aoi asked. Oh, look, Aoi-san. It's you, Tanjiro smiled. You can just call me Aoi, Aoi said softly. All right, Aoi, you're finally appearing, Tanjiro said. Aoi seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the Kakushi and Tanjiro shrieked. Aoi was wearing the Demon Slayer uniform under an apron. Are you wearing the uniform under that apron? Tanjiro asked. I am. I went to final selection 2 years ago. But I don't fight demons, I just help at the Butterfly Mansion, Aoi said. We're here on behalf of, Goto started. Lady Kacho, the female Kakushi said, waving her arms. That boy is injured, correct? You're the Kakushi, Aoi said, walking away. Please come this way. Thank you for taking care of my only friend, Zenitsu said, fake crying. Hey, what about me? Inasuke yelled. I already know you're okay. But yeah, you're my friend too. Even if you annoy me, Zenitsu said. Why, yes ma'am, the female Kakushi said, following Aoi. Goto followed Aoi as well, commenting on Aoi's speed. Kanao turned around and looked at them. Tanjiro looked back at Kanao as he was carried away. Kanao was still smiling. Wow, Aoi, you walk fast, Tanjiro said. Of course I do. I need to walk fast in case of patience, Aoi said. Kanao looks nice. I like her sword, Tanjiro thought. 5 times, Zenitsu yelled. I gotta take this 5 times a day. Don't tell me that you're going to be a problem, Aoi sighed. I have to take medicine 5 times a day. I bet it's going to taste horrible, Zenitsu whined. It showed the medicine on the nightstand. Then Zenitsu, who was crying, next to him was a young girl with 2 pink bows. Oh, it's Kiyo, Kocho smiled. Kiyo? Who's that? Tamio asked. She's one of the girls who helps around the Butterfly Mansion, Kocho said. And I have to keep taking it for 3 months. It's such a horribly bitter taste, too. I'm not going to want to eat a single thing after taking that, Zenitsu yelled. You're telling me that my arms and legs will be restored just by taking this medicine? Really? I have to take terrible tasting medicine for 3 months. What is this, torture? Zenitsu yelled. It's so cool that you created a medicine to restore Zenitsu's limbs so quickly, Tanjiro praised. Thank you, Tanjiro-kun, Kocho said. Would you please stop shouting, Kiyo said frantically. I wonder where Naho and Sumi are, Kocho said. Is that really true? Explain to me how that's gonna work, Zenitsu shouted. I don't understand at all. Just great. You really are just going to complain the whole time, aren't you? Aoi sighed. I'm just asking questions, don't yell at me, Zenitsu said. Aoi then walked into the room, as Zenitsu kept shouting. Still making a fuss, even now, Aoi said. Goto walked into the room. Tanjiro was on his back. What'll happen if I forget to take it even just 1 time, huh? What'll happen to my arms and legs? Zenitsu continued to yell. If you forget 1 dose, nothing will happen. However, if you miss several doses, your limbs won't grow back, Kacho said. Oh, well that's good, Zenitsu said. I hate children, Muzan thought. Zenitsu, Tanjiro said, opening his eyes. Please lower your voice, Aoi scolded. How many times have we explained it to you now? If you don't stop this, we'll have to restrain you. Restrain me? You wouldn't do that, right? Zenitsu yelled. I will, Aoi threatened. So your future self better be quiet. It's a hospital for goodness sake. Goto was behind Zenitsu, still holding Tanjiro. Kyo was standing back, watching Zenitsu shake and babble. Quit acting like a child, Aoi sighed. Is this really the same one who took out brother? Rui wondered. Oh, for goodness sake, Aoi said, as she walked off. Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. Zenitsu screamed when Tanjiro spoke up. Tanjiro, you should know that you shouldn't scare me, Zenitsu said. Sorry, Zenitsu. I didn't mean to scare you, I'm sure, Tanjiro said. How does that kid make so many friends? It doesn't make sense, Genya thought. What happened? Are you all right? Tanjiro asked. So you came up the mountain after all. Tanjiro, Zenitsu said, as he turned to Tanjiro. Wah, it was so terrible, Tanjiro. Just awful. I got bit by this Ikey spider, and it really hurt. That girl's been yelling at me ever since I arrived at this place also. If we didn't watch your perspective, that sounds horrifying, Sanjuro said. Oh, don't you go blaming me, Aoi said. I'm just trying to help you. You're the one making it more difficult. See Tanjiro, she is being mean, Zenitsu yelled. Zenitsu, please stop, Tanjiro sighed. But I am glad you're all right. Zenitsu sobbed as he rubbed his head on Goto's uniform. Tanjiro looked sympathetic. Hey, stop crying on me, Goto said. I have nothing to do with this. Zenitsu, did you get smaller or something? Tanjiro asked. Right, your limbs shrunk when you were transforming, Tanjiro said. Zenitsu gurgled as he pulled his face away from Goto. A string of snot was connecting the two. Zenitsu's arms were also smaller, making his clothes look big. That's so gross, Nakaim said. The clothes look big on me. This is such a problem, Zenitsu said. And it'd be over faster if you took your medicine, Aoi muttered. I almost got turned into a spider, Zenitsu said. So my arms and legs are really short right now. That sounds genuinely horrifying, Yuzui said. I'm not scared of much, but that sounds so unflashy. I agree, Lord Tenjin. Plus spiders scare me, Suma said. Everything scares you, Suma, Makio said. So that's what happened. And the others? Where are Inosuke and Murata? Tanjiro asked. I don't know about anybody named Murata, but Inosuke's right over there, Zenitsu said, as it panned over to Inosuke. Oh, you're right, Tanjiro exclaimed. So he's been here all this time, and I didn't notice. How could you not notice me, Monjiro? Inosuke yelled. Sorry, Inosuke, Tanjiro said. Is he still wearing his boar mask? Aoi wondered. No, I don't care. I give up. Goto groaned. The snot was still attached to his uniform. Then Tanjiro fell onto the floor. Tanjiro went up to Zenitsu's bed. Inosuke, I'm glad you're safe, Tanjiro smiled, recalling the events earlier. I'm so relieved. Sorry I couldn't rescue you. Thank you for saving him, Tomioka-san, Tanjiro smiled. Huh, you already thanked me, Tomioka said. I know, but I want to thank you again, Tanjiro said. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Inosuke said. His voice was very hoarse, and his boar head was still on. What happened to my voice? Inosuke asked. Don't you remember? Your throat got crushed, so your voice box probably got damaged too, Zenitsu said. What's a voice box? Inosuke asked. Help, I need a handkerchief or something, Goto yelled. Your voice? Is that really you? Tanjiro asked. Help, someone get it off. Is anybody listening to me? Goto yelled. Why isn't anybody listening to me? That poor Kikuchi, Sanjuro thought. I heard he mangled his throat or something, Zenitsu said. I don't know all the details, but I heard he got hit in the neck and when he yelled at the top of his lungs the time after. That's what pushed him off the edge. And it really messed him up, as you can hear. The whole thing has taken the wind out of his sails and made him really passive. You know, it's kind of funny. That's so sad, Kenroji said. Oh please, I'll be fine, Inosuke laughed. Zenitsu, why are you laughing? Tanjiro asked. No reason, Zenitsu said. Zenitsu cackled as the snot strand moved. Why are you cackling all weird like that suddenly? Tanjiro asked innocently. What's going on? Zenitsu said, his demeanor changed. I'm sorry for being so weak, Inosuke apologized. As if I would really think that, Inosuke laughed. I'm glad that you're still confident in yourself, Kacho said. Everyone turned to look at the boar head, and they groaned. although Goto's groan was from the strand of snot still touching his uniform. "Don't be sad, Inosuke. This isn't like you at all," Tanjiro said quickly. "Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. You did great," Zenitsu praised. "Of course I did great. I cut the demon's arm off," Inosuke boasted. "But I'm the one who killed it. If I hadn't shown up, he would have died," Tomioka thought. "I'm just so happy that you're all right," Tanjiro said. "Ah, wait, did I take my morning medicine? Did you see me take it?" "Did anybody see me take it?" Zenitsu asked, as he began to panic. "Did anyone?" "Oh, please tell me someone saw it. If future me says it's gross, it has to be," Zenitsu yelled. "I don't want to take it again." "You aren't even taking it right now," Genya said. There was a small time skip. Tanjiro was laying on the bed closer to Inosuke, and he looked at both of his friends. Zenitsu and Inosuke were asleep and snoring. Tanjiro's arms were behind his head. "Are you telling me that I snore?" Zenitsu said. "Snore? What's that? And can I fight it?" Inosuke asked. "I'm so glad they're both all right. I don't know what I would have done if they had died. They're like family," Tanjiro thought. "Zenitsu, Inosuke, you're alive." "I'm so glad," Tanjiro said. "Tanjiro really is kind," Zenitsu thought. It was then later in the day. The sky was now a yellow rather than the bright blue. Tanjiro walked towards the window and shut the curtains after setting down Nezuko's box. The room had a small bed and a dresser. "Oh, what's that room for?" Shinjiro asked. "It's probably for Nezuko," Kacho said, "since Tanjiro-kun is shutting the curtains." "It's all right now," Tanjiro said. "They said it was fine for you to use this room, Nezuko." Tanjiro walked from the window to the bed. He sat down. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Tanjiro groaned. "You're likely going to be in pain for a while," Aoi said. "I hope you're going to take your medicine without fussing." "I will, Aoi," Tanjiro said. Nezuko opened the box and began to crawl out. "Aw, look, Iguro-san. Nezuko-chan looks so cute," Kanroji said. "She does," Iguro blindly agreed. "That whole encounter up on the mountain was really brutal," Tanjiro said. "I gotta be honest, everything hurts right now." "That wasn't brutal. Wait till he gets in a real fight," Shinazugawa thought. "Wait, did you get the blood samples?" Tameo asked. "I don't remember seeing you get it." I don't remember," Tanjiro said. "Did I?" The camera changed angles, showing Nezuko. She groaned softly. "Nezuko, what you did, protecting me on the mountain." "Thank you," Tanjiro said. "There are the others too, Tomioka, Urokodaki. They've all gone out and risked their lives on our behalf. It's really something, huh?" "Thank you again for risking your lives for me and Nezuko," Tanjiro said. "Hey, Urokodaki-san, add me to the list of vouchers," Zenitsu said. Urokodaki chuckled. "Sure. I have to become stronger. Take today. If it weren't for the Hashira's master, we may not have been spared," Tanjiro said, the memory playing. That man's voice, it was mysteriously soothing. Just listening to him speak made my body feel light. Who is he, exactly? "That is definitely true," Tanjiro sighed. "And Oyakata-sama, your voice is really soothing." "Thank you, Tanjiro," Yubayashiki said. The screen faded into white, then went back to Tanjiro. He turned his head and gasped. Nezuko was sleeping on the floor. Her breathing was soft. "That makes sense. You've had a long day," Tanjiro said. "Even though I'm in a lot of pain right now, I have to keep pushing forward. And that's because I'll be a grown man one day, and then I'll become old and pass on. After that, if you're still a demon, you'll be lonely. That would be far too lonely, wouldn't it?" "Nezuko looks so cute when she's sleeping," Kanroji said. "I'm sure that with the rehabilitation training you'll get stronger again," Aoi said. "Wait, rehabilitation training? We're going to have to train," Zenitsu said. "Of course, you can't stay at Kacho-san's estate forever," Shinazugawa scoffed. "My future self makes a point. If I don't cure Nezuko, she'll be alone after I die," Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro smiled, and it showed the sleeping girl once again. "I promise I will turn you back into a human," Tanjiro said. "I promise we'll help, Tanjiro," Tameo smiled. "Thank you, Miss Tameo," Tanjiro smiled back. "I don't want Nezuko to be alone." The screen then faded into a lantern. The camera then changed angles, showing Yubayashiki in between two of his children. Across from him were all of the Hashiras. Just as you all have reported, the carnage of the demons have grown more than ever, meaning the threat to human life in turn is greater than it's ever been. We must bolster the ranks of the demon slayers. What then are your thoughts? Yubayashiki said. The way he speaks is so soothing yet impactful. It's quite odd, and his scent is a mix of things. Tanjiro thought, bolstering our ranks might be difficult if less and less people are passing final selection, Iguro said. And even if they pass, there are still numerous demon slayers who are still useless, Shinazugawa added. The incident on Mount Nadagumo says it all, Shinazugawa said. The caliber of demon slayers has dropped tremendously. Most of them are useless. The trainers must have gone blind or something. You'd think they could at least tell if someone's competent or not. The way he speaks is so weird. Earlier he had no formalities, but now he's full of them. Zenitsu thought. Well, that kid today sure packed a lot of power, Yusui said. He landed that dazzling blow on you. He's got potential. Oh, shut up. He only landed that because of Tomioka-san's stupid distraction, Shinazugawa scoffed. Shinazugawa scoffed at Yusui's response. The more the human race grows, the harder it becomes to control and unify them, Kacho sighed. And in this era that seems to be even more true. Hey, Shiro-san. What's the human population currently? Kocho asked. Is it different from what is where we're from? I'm not answering that, Kacho, Shiro sighed. That's probably a yes. How interesting, Kacho thought. There are those of who've joined us after their loved ones were slaughtered, Hajime said. And there are those of noted pedigree who have hunted demons for generations, but for everyone else it's another matter. Asking laymen for the same or even greater commitment to our cause, I feel would be much too cruel. I agree, Hajime-san, Kacho said. But consider that this boy soon after joining encountered a 12 Kazuki. I think he can draw them out. Even we rarely get the chance to confront one. I am envious, Rengoku said, balling up his fist. Is encountering a member of the 12 Kazuki that rare? Tanjiro asked. It is, Rengoku. I'm quite envious. I'm not. I don't want to die, Zenitsu said. A fair point. However, the fact that lower 5 demon made such a drastic move likely means Kibutsuji is far from Mount Nadagumo. Like with Asakisa, whenever he wishes to hide something, he proceeds to create a clever diversion to throw us off his trail. To be honest, it's quite frustrating, Yubayashiki said. He's using that as a guide to see where I am. Damn you, Yubayashiki, Muzan thought. I'll kill every demon, I swear, Shinazugawa said. We must be strategic, Yubayashiki said. As he spoke, it slowly panned over each Hashira. They were sitting on their legs, listening thoroughly. But as long as those demons linger as they do now, freely devouring humans and gaining strength as a result, there is only one thing for us to do, for the sake of those who have died. I feel, you who are present today, the core Hashira, are the finest unit I have assembled since the first breathing swordsman of the feudal era, Yubayashiki said. What a high compliment, Kacho smiled. It's what I believe to be the truth, Yubayashiki said. None of them seem as powerful as him. Although, that child does seem to have quite a bit of potential, Kokushibo thought. Tenjin Yuzui, Kyojiro Rengoku, Shinobu Kacho, Mitsuri Kenroji, Muakairo Takido, Jayamai Hajime, Seimi Shinazugawa, Obanai Iguro, Jiyu Tomioka, Yubayashiki said. As he said their names, it showed their faces. My beloved children, I look forward to seeing your success. You're so kind, Oyakata-sama, Kenroji smiled. I'm only telling the truth, Yubayashiki said. I don't like that the demons have our names and faces. Even though it was shown earlier, it still bothers me, Shinazugawa thought as he sighed. It then showed the two sisters walking on the porch, holding the lanterns. Yubayashiki was sitting alone. Muzan Kibutsuji, I swear that I shall defeat you. We will bring you down without fail, Yubayashiki said. I have a feeling that all the past leaders thought the same. I'd love to see you try, Muzan thought. We'll do our best, Oyakata-sama, Rengoku said loudly. The screen then went black. All right, you all can take a 30-minute break. Get lunch if you haven't already. We'll resume shortly, Shira said through the intercom.